Andrew and Cassie are standing over the vent because the girl dropped her phone in it. The girl asked her boyfriend if he could find her phone number, to which he replied that he was trying to call her. He opened the drain grate to get the phone, but was met with a disgusting sight. The boy saw some strange substance that was under the phone. Cassie screamed, making it clear that she was disgusted to see this, and Andrew teased her. Andrew thought the substance looked like frog spawn, but Cassie didn't care. She wanted her phone. The poor guy, clearly with a displeased face, climbs to get the phone that fell into his calf. He finally found the phone, joking in his usual manner that the girl should clean it. However, suddenly the guy screamed very loudly as if those frog eggs had grabbed him. Cassie looked towards Andrew, frightened, judging by her expression. He was not shouting for fun. The boy turned around, his face pale with fear. He turned pale and turned to Cassie. Frog spawn remained on his hands and began to multiply on Andrew's body. His arm was almost completely covered in caviar, and Cassie, frightened, hugged her pet close to her. The caviar completely covered his body, oozing out from every crack. Andrew, begging for help, ran to Cassie. Cassie ran away from the guy, hugging the little dog close to her, because she was very scared. Running towards the river, Cassie tripped from her own speed, rolling head over heels across the grass. Cassie dropped the dog from her hands without noticing, forgetting it on the sidewalk. Cassie looked around. There were many similar glowing deposits of eggs lying on the grass. The action moves to a sunny road where a white and red bus was heading to Seoul. There were school children inside the bus. A boy with glasses, quite bored, fell asleep nearby with a skinny boy in a cap. The boy in the white cap decided to sit on his phone because there was no more than half an hour left until Seoul. The main character, Thomas, is in Seoul for the first time, and is also on a school trip for the first time. Tom is looking at Emma because he always liked her, and it was because of her that he went to Seoul with his class. Emma was in full view of Tom. Nothing obscured her view, and nothing prevented the enamored boy from admiring her. Tom looked at Emma with shining eyes, enjoying the moment. But suddenly, Emma's friend came up to her and asked her if she wanted to go shopping when the bus arrived. Tom blocked his view of Emma, looking so upset, but at the same time he understood that there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Tom was called out to by the next row in front of him, looking forward with a shocked expression. His friend Henry was sitting there and asked what Tom was so busy with and what he was looking at. Henry asked Tom if everything was okay, and if he wanted some gum, to which he, embarrassed, replied that everything was fine. Tom's friend turned away and opened his phone, saying that the school trip was on such an important day for him. From the front row, Amanda shouted to the entire class to get their attention. Taking out her phone with a selfie stick, she asked with a grin if anyone wanted to appear on her blog. Henry says blogging is kids' play, while the guys in the front reach for the camera, jokingly asking if they'll get paid. All the students introduced themselves on camera. It was the 3rd grade of Chang'an School. The kids said they were on a school trip to Seoul. Everyone was beaming with happiness. They were happy about this trip. Amanda encouraged everyone to look at the camera so that everyone would fit in the frame, and Emma tried to keep up with the others. Tom looked at Emma with a little sadness, while all the other guys looked at the camera. He remained inconspicuous. He looked out the window at the beautiful mountains, thinking about how he could become closer to Emma. The guys arrived, and they were treated to a view of Gwanghwamun Square and the Admiral statue. Amanda greeted her blog followers by telling them that they were in a square in Seoul. The girls huddled close to Amanda, and she, ignoring them, said that their class was already entering Gyeongbokgung Palace. The teacher called out to Amanda, telling her not to take pictures as they walked down the road. The girls introduced their class teacher. She laughed slightly on camera and asked if it was a video. Stopping in front of the class on the square, the teacher said that they would stop here. The boys would soon be resting. They were very excited. But Tom, in turn, moved away from his classmates, sitting alone. Most of the class crowded around Amanda. She asked them to stay with them, as they would soon see the changing of the guard at the palace. Suddenly, Tom got the idea to make his own vlogs, in the hope that Emma would talk to him. Out of nowhere, Henry appears, saying that Tom has a dull look in his eyes. Henry asked Tom if he wanted to take part in this kindergarten too. Tom started to make excuses, and asked Henry if he would like to do vlogs too. To which Henry in turn replied that he did not want to be in the company of extroverts. He started talking about how people like them would eventually just die, which made Tom feel uneasy. Henry says that Yukina's live performance of her song was a great temptation. Thomas listened intently to his friend, but suddenly Amanda wanted to introduce Emma to the blog. Emma, sitting on the bench on the phone, did not expect Amanda to approach her, but the girl was not at a loss. The girl introduced herself. Amanda asked her if this was Emma's first time in Seoul, to which she replied that it was. And while she was introducing herself, Tom looked at her. Tom looked at Emma for so long that she noticed him. Their eyes met. The shy boy, whose cheeks had turned red, turned away from Emma, scratching the back of his head. Other guys approached Amanda and also wanted to introduce themselves, and Emma's friend was the first to introduce herself. Having burst into laughter from the funny meme, Henry decided to show it to Tom, who looked at him with an awkward look. But Tom didn't care about the meme. He was only thinking about whether Emma looked at him when their eyes met. Emma looked happy, surrounded by her friends and looking at her. Tom again thought in his head that she also looked at him, and in his opinion it was obvious. Tom smiled and thought that he had a chance to get closer to Emma on this trip. Suddenly, a self-confident guy approached Emma and asked if it was really her first time in Seoul. As it turned out, it was the class president, whose name was John, a narcissistic egoist who thought he was very handsome. John said that Emma should remember to take off her shoes before entering the cafe. The headman said that Emma should keep the advice in her head and called her a country bumpkin, and Tom and Henry listened to all this nonsense. The girls laughed, but Tom envied John because he could talk to girls so easily. While Tom was thinking about how he could become friends with Emma, Amanda suddenly called out to him and Henry. As it turned out, she forgot to introduce the guys for the vlog. She wanted to fix that. She noticed that they were watching Annie during the ride. But Henry excused himself and Tom by saying that this was not the case. Henry started off with a confident air, saying his name and asking how everyone was doing. But Amanda didn't like this manner of communication. Amanda went to Tom prematurely, not giving Henry time to fully introduce himself. Tom didn't expect this, so he got a little nervous. Amanda noticed it, but Tom still introduced himself. Tom's face began to sweat, and he looked away from the camera, nervous. He was surprised that Amanda had called him cute. His attention was drawn to Emma again, as her friend approached her and asked if she would like to take a photo. He looked at Emma, not paying attention to Amanda, thinking that the only thing he wanted was to be with her. The girls decided to have some fun by going in search of a place to take photos. The four of them decided to pose against the wall, but were told, jokingly, that the poses were stupid. The teacher called all the students together to take a group photo. The guys were only too happy to take a group photo, but Tom, in his usual manner, even in a group photo, distanced himself from the others. The guys take another photo, striking new poses for the photo. Suddenly, pigeons decided to fly to the right of Gloria, which scared her so much that she almost attacked Erica. The pigeons landed calmly on the ground with the others, but Gloria was very scared. Gloria was screaming about how she hated pigeons, while behind her Tom was walking calmly, smiling, looking at his phone. Chester made fun of her by saying that she had pigeon droppings on her head, which Gloria didn't really appreciate. The pigeons crowded around a manhole cover with feathers, peacefully walking along the street. One of this mass of pigeons noticed a grate on which there was blood. In the sewer there was that very frog spawn that made very disgusting sounds. The pigeon became very curious about what was there, deciding that it might be edible. The popping sound caught Tom's attention, and he looked at the source of the sound with confusion. The pigeon was being dragged into the sewer by the eggs, and was desperately making sounds as it tried to get out. Tom, still with the same puzzled look, looked at this spectacle, not understanding what was happening. Unexpectedly for Tom, the headman drew his attention to himself, throwing his right arm over him. John showed Tom his dazzling smile and asked why he was hanging out alone. At the same time, he wanted to ask Tom for one small favor, and while they were walking, John's friend asked if Tom knew what loyalty was. Again, a bloody sewer grate, where there is no trace of the pigeon because it is already there. The caviar did terrible things to the dove. It entangled him so that only his head was visible. Amanda took out her phone again, because the school children arrived at the hotel, which they were very impressed with. The teacher asked the children not to go anywhere, and to wait for her right where they stopped. While the teacher went to get the keys, Amanda took out her camera again to film a vlog, saying that they were waiting for the teacher in the hall. The guys suddenly burst into the frame and introduced themselves, and their names were actually Chester and Patrick. Chester asked if he was being filmed and later joked that he was raising a pig. Tom sat down on a bench and looked at his phone sadly, while the guys discussed the new manhwa and sent photos to the general group. The guys sent a group photo. They are laughing at their own faces in the photo, and Emma is not far behind them, laughing at herself. Tom noticed Emma's avatar. She, like the other guys, changed her profile photo. Tom can't stop looking at her. He stared at her photo for a long time, unable to tear his eyes away. He stared for so long that Amanda caught him red-handed, asking what he was looking at. The sunlight prevented her from fully seeing what Tom was looking at. She began to persistently question Tom about what he was staring at, which made Tom nervous. Tom lied that he was looking at a photo from a group chat, which Amanda was reluctant to believe. Amanda started asking for Tom's phone number for a second, but he refused. Gloria suddenly called out to Amanda, asking her to go with her somewhere, and quickly. As it turns out, the guys are preparing for a talent show, and it would be a good idea to film this disgrace on camera. Amanda understood her friend. She decided to film it anyway, and, leaving Tom, she went with Gloria to the guys. But suddenly, Amanda turned sharply towards Tom, letting him know that she was not finished, and they would see each other soon. Tom understood everything because her gaze was so determined that he felt oh so uneasy. Tom, overwhelmed with nerves, grabbed his head with his hands, trying to calm himself down. But he couldn't do it, and sweat poured down his face, telling himself that he was in deep trouble. In his thoughts, he compared Amanda to an insider who would tell everyone everything, if she had guessed, of course. Suddenly, unexpectedly, some guy approached Thomas and called him by name. It was John again who asked what he was doing there, since he had been looking for Thomas for a long time. John reminded him of the request they had discussed on the street and asked Tom to wait a minute. As they walked to the men's room, Tom began asking John what this request was. The head man opened his backpack with a smile on his face and asked Tom to look inside. Tom looked closely and realized that John had alcohol in his backpack, which they wanted to smuggle past the teacher. The boy almost shouted that he had soju, but John calmed him down, saying that someone might hear them. John's friends emerged from behind the toilet cubicles, already drunk, and greeted Tom. The headman told them that they wanted to smuggle soju into the party, and he needed someone to carry the backpack. The guy wondered if it was worth it. But if he was caught, he would become a hero to the others. He made it clear that he didn't want to go with them, but John stopped him abruptly, pressing him on the fact that he suddenly wanted to get closer to someone. John forgot to mention that everyone from their class would be at the party, even the girls. Thomas stopped, thinking about whether he could get closer to Emma. The headman said that he most likely would not have such an opportunity, and later, he would most likely regret it. Tom thought about it. He didn't want to take part in this, having fallen for John's pathetic provocation. And in the end, he couldn't control himself. Tom calmly, with a fool's smile, sat on a bench with a backpack full of alcohol, reassuring himself that nothing would happen. The teacher returned, asking the children to pay attention to her because she would now assign them to rooms. She introduced another teacher who would help them settle in, and the teacher himself politely greeted all the children. The teacher's name was Joe. He asked all the kids to come to him, but Tom was very nervous that he would get caught. He managed to gather his strength, but a familiar chuckle caught his attention. It was Amanda, giggling as she guessed what Tom had been looking at on his phone. Thomas called out to Henry so suddenly that he almost dropped his backpack, and Henry himself asked what he was doing. Taking something out of his inside pocket, Henry asked why Tom was so nervous, but Tom began to deny it, as if he was not nervous. Henry, as he had promised Tom, carried the playing cards away from the teacher without forgetting to show off. Tom really liked that Henry brought the cards and calling his bro the best. Henry replied that he knew it. The guy called Tom a brat, but Tom wanted to prove to him that this was far from true. The boy opened the backpack to show Henry what was inside. He carefully looked inside. He exclaimed in shock, asking Tom what the hell he had alcohol in his bottle for, and Tom himself did not expect such a reaction from Henry. Teacher Joe noticed that Tom was trying to shut Henry up and found it very, very suspicious. Tom told Henry that because of Henry, he could get caught with soju in his backpack, which made him very nervous. Joe called out to the boys and called them rascals. It was impossible not to notice them for such behavior. Joe asked the boys to leave the bag for inspection, suspecting them of trying to smuggle something. Tom understood what was waiting for him now. It was all written on his face, but he could no longer correct his situation. The teacher, holding her head, sighed heavily, because she didn't expect a guy like Tom to bring in soju. Tom is seriously reprimanded, asking him if this is all the alcohol he was trying to bring in. The poor fellow, with a shamefaced and downcast expression on his face, replied that he had no more soju. He was told that as soon as they returned to school, they would definitely talk to his parents. But for now, he was free. Tom sighed heavily, because the first thing that came to his mind was that his mother would simply kill him. He came to his room at the hotel, hearing John discussing something with his friend. The guys sat down with bags containing more alcohol, saying that someone would be very angry. John noticed Tom, and he and his friend immediately approached him and began asking him if everything was okay with him. The two of them had already called Tom a hero and a true friend, to which Tom replied that everything was fine. Tom noticed alcohol in John's bag. He thought everything was fine. He decided to clarify whether there would be a party or not, and if there would be, where they would go. John looked at Tom very slyly, as if he didn't want to hear any unnecessary questions right now. Sly John reassured Tom, saying that he definitely had to come to tell about him. He said they hadn't found a place to hang out yet, so John would call Tom when they found one. John reassured Tom by saying that he would definitely call when everything was great for them, and trusting him, Tom didn't even show any signs of trouble. Night fell and Tom sat on his bed, upset, waiting for a call from John. Tom was thinking about the situation with Soju, because he was used so dirty and brazenly, and he believed it like a fool. He swore with choice obscenities, and Henry, who was lying behind him, asked again what Tom had said. Tom was still thinking about Emma, thinking that while he was away at the party, John was clinging to her. Unable to do anything about it, he curses John, clutching his hair in anger. The next day comes, and waving their tickets, the girls say that they have arrived at Namsan Tower. In a cheerful mood, rushing headlong, the girls decided to go to the cable car. Henry showed how smart he was by calculating that the approximate travel time would be 3 minutes. He asked his friend if it was his first time on a cable car, and Tom confirmed it. Tom looked at Emma again, wondering if she had been at that Soju party. The poor guy came to the conclusion that the gap between him and Emma was too big to get closer. John, in his usual manner, began to flirt with the girl, and Tom, looking at him, cursed him in his head for his prank with the party. He apologized to the girl he was hitting on, flashing his dazzling smile. Thomas wondered why he wasn't invited to the party, whether it was because he was aloof or because others were against his coming. Tom didn't know what to do. He still loved Emma, but he didn't know how to get closer to her. Henry, calling Tom a country bumpkin, told the girls that it was his first time on a cable car, accusing him of cowardice. But as it turned out, Emma was also on the cable car for the first time, and she was pleased that there was also someone who would be with her on the road for the first time. Tom was speechless, because he didn't even know what to answer. Because at the very moment when he thought that everything was lost, fate showed him something completely different. Layla, Emma's friend, asked him what happened to Tom when he was caught drinking. The girls were surprised at Tom's courage, asking him what he had been through and whether he was drunk, but Tom could not answer a word. Emma said that Tom was very brave and asked if he was scared to do it. He was embarrassed. He was very pleased that he was being given such compliments that he had never received before. The cable car staff called all the children into the cabin, because it would soon depart. Layla told Emma that it was time for them to go to the booth, and Tom finally realized that they had something in common and there was hope for rapprochement. The children were already in the cabin and they were curiously enjoying the views from the cabin windows. Tom decided that under these circumstances he had every chance of talking to Emma. All the children took out their phones and began to take pictures of the views that opened up to them. Suddenly, everyone received a warning on their phone about an unidentified virus that was in some areas of Seoul. Suddenly, a pigeon covered in frog eggs crashed into the booth, slightly breaking the glass. He injured his larynx on shards of glass, and the students in the booth screamed in shock and surprise. Several more pigeons flew into the cable car cabin, as if the pigeons had gone crazy. The very first pigeon fell down, leaving behind some frog spawn and a trail of blood. The boys looked at what was happening with bewilderment. Their mouths open and they looked straight ahead. The frog spawn multiplied very quickly on the booth, forming giant balls with nuclei. They were presented with a rather disgusting sight. This damn caviar blocked the entire view, drawing attention to itself. The shock effect wore off, and everyone in the booth began to scream in fear. Even the self-confident John was scared. The boys found this sight terrifying, but Tom, in turn, did not react as violently as the others. On closer inspection, Tom said it looked a lot like frog eggs, but someone in the crowd said it was crazy. Gloria and Amanda backed away, but what made them back away? Somehow, a piece of this very frog spawn got into the booth, and it made an unpleasant sound. The school children panicked, and because of the panic, a crush was created, and everyone who was in the booth was scared. Tom asked everyone to stop pushing, but because of the crush, he accidentally stepped on someone's foot. As it turned out, it was Emma. Tom immediately apologized for accidentally stepping on her foot. Someone behind said that there was no more room, and someone had to move forward, at which point Tom and Emma were very close to each other. He became nervous and began to sweat, and the question of what he should do popped into his head when she touched him. Suddenly, the teacher's voice was heard from behind. She was screaming that she was about to be crushed to death. Suddenly, Chester decided that he needed to keep pushing back and forth, but Patrick caught his eye. He was standing very close to the frog spawn, and Chester asked him what he was doing. Patrick, after looking closely at the caviar, said that it was moving and he was interested to know what kind of game it was. The booth arrives at its destination. The staff look at the booth with worried faces. They were met with a disgusting sight, huge, wriggling frog eggs covering the front of the cabin from the outside. The staff apologized for the inconvenience and told everyone inside to leave with caution. The staff told the students to go down the stairs and the very first one ran out screaming. Finally, the school children emerged from the booth scared to death, but Henry, Emma, and Tom look calm. Amanda decides to take out her phone to film what's happening for her blog, briefly describing the situation. Tom is a little nervous, but he really wants to talk to Emma, because he thinks the situation is very suitable. The boy realized that he had behaved like a fool. He knew that now was the only chance he would have to talk better. He apologized to Emma for accidentally stepping on her foot, but that was all he had the strength to do. Emma said that Tom had already apologized for this. Completely forgetting about it, he had put himself in an awkward position. Out of desperation, Tom starts talking complete nonsense about pigeons and a cable car, scratching the back of his head and scolding himself in his thoughts. Tom stumbles over his words, trying to tell Emma something normal, but she doesn't understand him. The guy tries to squeeze something out of himself, but nothing comes out of him at all. His nervous state is letting him down. Tom finally managed to get something out of himself. He suggested that Emma go to the observatory, but at the same time someone screamed. Something happened to Gloria. She was on her left knee, and there was a nasty substance on her right knee. The other girls approached Gloria. They wanted to know if she was okay. She had frog spawn on her shin, and Gloria didn't even realize what was happening at first. As it turned out, this caviar just suddenly splashed in all directions and hit Gloria. Chester began to tease Gloria, saying that she had stumbled due to idleness, but she didn't like it at all. Chester's gaze accidentally fell on Gloria's leg, and there a calf had grown, which disfigured Gloria. Gloria screamed in fear, horrified beyond words by what the caviar had done to her leg. The frog eggs had greatly altered Gloria's leg, and these ugly growths on the skin made disgusting sounds. Gloria couldn't think of anything better to do than hit her leg with her bag. She burst out laughing again. This time, the caviar splashed onto Samantha's face and she tumbled down the stairs. Exhausted from shock, Samantha, groaning in pain, tries to get to her feet. Rebecca and Agatha came running to her. They, of course, picked up Samantha. But they noticed that something was wrong with her face. Samantha's expression was desperate, full of fear, and frog spawn was multiplying on her right cheek. A cable car employee rushed to help Gloria, but something was wrong with her and she suddenly started screaming. Gloria begged the employee for help because the caviar began to completely cover her body, damaging the skin. Out of shock, she attacked the employee and, without noticing it, Gloria transmitted the infection to him. The eggs on the cable car employee's hand were multiplying incredibly quickly, and he ran to his partner screaming in horror. Chester asked the guys in the booth to move aside so that he and Patrick could enter. Patrick and Chester decided to close the booth to protect themselves and others from contamination by the caviar. The school children watch in horror at what is happening outside the cabin. They cannot believe their eyes. Gloria convulses and screams as the virus multiplies on her skin. Amanda goes to Gloria to help her friend, but Chester stops her. But the girl tries to escape. Chester says that Gloria is only spreading the virus and everyone could be harmed by it. He called Gloria a monster, but Amanda didn't like it very much. Tom noticed something. Gloria's arm was raised up and looked thin, covered in calf. Tom drew the other boys' attention to this, and everyone turned their attention to Gloria and were completely horrified. Gloria had huge frog eggs on her face and she turned pale, breaking the glass as she tried to tell them to open the door for her. Her eyes turned gray. She saw worse and worse. Gloria began to sob and scream in pain. The boys ran to the opposite end of the cabin out of fear, and when they got there, they heard a heartbreaking scream. The caviar tore Gloria apart. She screamed in pain, and the caviar that was multiplying on her was everywhere. While the group in the cabin was getting scared as much as possible, those who came out were heading to the observatory. The teacher asked the security guard where the entrance to the observatory was so she could take the children there. While the guard explained how to get to the observatory, screams were heard behind the teacher. Everyone who was there ran away, simultaneously shouting and swearing. The teacher wanted to find out what was going on. She initially thought that the students were making fun of her. Everyone ran away from Samantha, who lay exhausted and twitching with something strange on her face. The teacher shook Samantha, trying to wake her up and asking her what happened to her. Seeing Samantha's face, the teacher was speechless and covered her mouth with her hand, stunned with horror. Samantha turns to the teacher and begs pitifully for salvation. She is in terrible pain. The teacher had just managed to say Samantha's name when she was suddenly attacked by a student infected with caviar. The boys, still in shock, huddled in a corner and away from Gloria, who was torn to pieces by her caviar. In all the commotion, Patrick asked Chester if he had seen Samantha. At the same time, Patrick turned around to see what was going on. He still saw the torn-up Gloria, looking at the boys with her mouth open. Patrick ran to the other end of the booth in shock, and for some reason everyone else followed his example. Patrick asked them not to push, but they didn't hear him. Everyone in the cabin was afraid of the sight of Gloria. Just thinking about this sight gives Tom goosebumps. It looks too scary. Tom had already spent so much energy that he was out of breath, but suddenly they ran into Emma. She looked at him, her gaze full of fear, sweat running down her face, and she was trembling. Thomas asked Emma if she was okay, but he looked no better compared to her. Suddenly, all the guys in the cabin had their phones ringing loudly, so loudly that everyone jumped slightly. An alert has been received that the virus has been detected in the Seoul and Gwanghwamun regions. It was pure hell on the street. Everyone who was there ran in all directions to escape the infected. The boys realized the scale of the horror they found themselves in, and they felt uneasy from the realization of the seriousness of the situation. The heroes are panicking. They don't know how to get out of the current situation, but Chester pulls himself together and urges the others to calm down. Chester came to the seemingly logical conclusion that everything that was happening was because of the frog eggs. The boy turned around, and as if he had gone crazy, he fell to the floor and said that someone was approaching. Gloria got back on her feet and recovered. She didn't look very good, to say the least, but she somehow managed to get up. The school children couldn't believe their eyes. The virus was driving them crazy. They thought Gloria had died. Patrick had the idea to ask Gloria if everything was okay, but he got nothing in response. Gloria, like a child who had been put in a corner, looked at the floor and said nothing. Henry got the idea to ask her if everything was okay again, and the role of the one asking went to Tom, because he was the closest of all. Tom wondered why him and not someone else, but he happened to look at Emma. She was so scared that the hands she held to her mouth were shaking as if they were frozen. The guy decided to take advantage of this to raise himself in Emma's eyes and asked if everything was okay with Gloria. Tom asked again if everything was okay. He asked quietly enough that it was unlikely that she would hear him. Patrick exclaimed, "Let Tom ask even louder," because it seemed Gloria could hear him. To the guys, she looks very scary, but Tom asked again, but louder this time, and it seems she paid attention. Suddenly the boys' phones started ringing loudly again, and Tom was seriously scared by this damned sound. All the guys got out their phones to find out what happened this time, but it was just a repeat notification with the same information. Tom breathed a sigh of relief. He already thought that something serious had happened, but suddenly, Gloria paid attention to the sound. Gloria was ugly. Her skin was pale, her face was torn apart by caviar, and her eyes were empty. Tom was shocked by her appearance. He saw the disgusting, ugly girl he once knew. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the cabin, which caught Gloria's attention, and she turned towards the sound. Several men ran to the cable car, seeking salvation, having just escaped from hell. But they were confronted with an infected Gloria standing in front of the doors, and this picture did not promise them anything good. Zombie Gloria screamed when she saw these men, and for them it foreshadowed great trouble. Gloria attacked the guys. Some liquid from her face captured the guy in the yellow hat. The guys, with their mouths open and shocked expressions on their faces, watched what was happening, accompanied by the screams of these men. The man in the yellow hat tried to cover himself with his hand to escape Gloria's onslaught, but he failed. The guy got scared. He screamed in fear. Gloria clung to him tightly. The friend in glasses asked if the victim was okay, but he told them to leave while he detained her. The guy in the hat overestimated himself. Gloria slowly peeled away from him, but left spores on his face. The boys were confused, and Patrick quickly thought that the school children should help those who had not yet suffered. Tom watched Gloria infect the guy in the hat, and something seemed wrong to him. The guy in the hat desperately resisted, but the wheezing of the infected could already be heard in his voice. Tom realized that the door was closed, but not completely. He decided that he should fix that. The boys looked at Tom so frightened, as if they had seen a ghost. It was strange. Tom felt very awkward about this situation, because he just closed the door and they looked at him as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly, one of the guy's friends in the hat knocked on the booth. He begged the guys for help. The guy in glasses asked them to open the door of the booth, but the guys froze in their tracks. The creature, which had already swallowed the guy in the hat, was approaching its next victim. The guy in glasses was already screaming in fear. He tugged at the handles of the cabin, begging the guys to let him in, but it was all in vain. The boys themselves cowered in a corner like frightened kittens. No one could help the guy because of the fear that gripped them. The creature from the caviar began to absorb and infect the guy with glasses. His dying screams were very piercing. He was still pitifully begging for the door to be opened, but there was a desperation in his cry that sent shivers down the spine and paralyzed everyone in the booth. In his last seconds, he was still asking for help, while he himself was becoming completely part of this carcass. The guys were simply overcome by a panic attack. Emma and Patrick grabbed Tom, who himself was scared to death. Gloria's already ugly face, covered in spores, which had eaten the boys, seemed to smile as it devoured the last one. Her body had changed beyond recognition. The caviar had changed her so much that it was no longer human. She looked towards the boys with their jaws dropped, their eyes just white and lifeless. Suddenly, screams were heard, which Gloria heard. She immediately turned around to face them. There were other English tourists there, and they apparently also sought salvation on the cable car. But the same fate awaited them. The ugly carcass attacked the tourists, screaming loudly at the top of its lungs, and the tourists could only run. Fear paralyzed the boys, who desperately clung to each other, and only Tom and Henry among the rest watched everything that was happening. The creature left behind a few eggs, but the tourists and the creature itself are nowhere to be found. Everything seems to have settled down. The boys, huddled in a corner, are trying to come to their senses after the nightmare they have experienced. But they are having a hard time doing it. Henry goes crazy, screaming questions about why this is happening to them, but Chester shuts him up. It would seem that there is no one there. They have nothing to fear anymore. But the guys are still sitting in silence. Henry decides to agree on a plan of action with the guys in case Gloria returns. But he is still being silenced. Patrick, sweating profusely, asks what the hell that was, but the guys themselves are in shock. Amanda burst into tears, blaming herself for not being able to save the guy with glasses who was so pitifully begging him to open them. Chester didn't like this a bit, and asked Amanda if it would be better if the door was opened. Chester exclaimed that if it weren't for Tom, everyone here would have died, but Tom himself didn't want to boast about his actions. Patrick, with a scared and empty expression on his face, caught his breath, and an idea came to him. He decided to open the top hatch to climb out, but Chester was a little confused. Chester stopped Patrick, and at the same time, he asked what he was up to. Patrick said that he wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible, because the carcass with caviar could return here again. Patrick explained that while she was gone, they had every chance to get out of here, but Chester stopped him, saying that they would not have a chance to escape. Tom suddenly turned to Emma, who was shocked by what had happened and shaking with fear. The main character looked at Emma for an indecently long time. He wanted to somehow show politeness towards her again. Suddenly, Emma herself noticed him and asked if he had anything to tell her. Tom replied that no, he just wanted to know if she was okay and how she was feeling in general. She looked at him as if he was irritating her in some way, and Tom felt uneasy from that burning gaze. Emma turned away abruptly, saying that she was fine and asking Tom not to stare at her like that again. Tom apologized, but it didn't change anything, and Emma, from the stress she had experienced, buried her face in her knees, crying quietly. Tom felt bad that they had spoken so badly to Emma, but he didn't say anything good. He was breathing heavily and nervously. Nervous, thinking that he himself had brought everything down by pushing Emma away from himself. Patrick stood there, not knowing what to do. Chester called out to Patrick, drawing his attention to himself. Chester tries to get through to Patrick, trying to explain to him that leaving here now is not the best decision. The brave guy said that it was dangerous outside, and that all they could do was wait for rescue, while Erica whined behind them. Erica told Chester to shut up because he had no right to talk and boss everyone around. Chester, turning to Erica, who was sitting looking at her knees, was a little shocked to hear these words. The girl accuses Chester of cowardice because he just runs and hides, as if he could help Gloria until she died. The guy got mad and asked Erica why she was accusing him like that, while Patrick was trying to calm his friend down. With a trembling voice, Erica asked him if she was right, because not only did Chester not help himself, he also interfered with others. Erica once again openly accuses Chester of cowardice, because in her opinion, Chester closed the door when he realized that he was not afraid. Nobody asked Chester to do this. Erica blames only Chester for everything that happened to Gloria. Chester simply lost his temper and said that he did it for the good of others, not for himself. And Patrick is trying his best to hold on to his friend. Chester shouted at the top of his lungs and told them to stop blaming only him, because the guys were all going through this together. Amanda shouted, trying to stop the quarreling, and Chester himself called Emma the only useless person here. Amanda couldn't hold back any longer and screamed at the top of her lungs at Chester to stop screaming already. Chester had already let off all the steam. He calmed down, realizing what he had done. He was breathing heavily and sweating. Emma crawled over to Erica, asking if she was okay. Erica was choking on tears. Amanda also approached Erica. She was completely at odds, and Chester didn't like it very much, because she started it first. Suddenly, some strange sounds were heard that scared Chester, which sounded like hissing. As it turned out, someone on the other side of the radio among the staff decided to ask if there was anyone in the booth. The man on the other side of the radio spoke weakly, out of breath, saying something about a cable car. The boys were very scared, especially Henry, but they realized that this was their chance to escape. The man on the other side of the radio said he was speaking from the control room and he could get the booth running down the track again. The school children rode along the path again, but in the opposite direction, and the school children were already sitting slightly relaxed. The boys were already feeling better. Chester breathed a sigh of relief, saying that thank God he was alive. Amanda desperately tried to write to the other guys who came out of the cabin and might survive, but there was no answer. While Amanda tries to contact the rest of the school children who may have survived, Tom turns his attention to Emma. She burst into tears, begging Gloria to forgive them all because they could not help her in any way. Amanda ran to calm Emma down, but Emma only cared about the others being okay. Chester doesn't really like this snot because he's now worried about what's going on the other side, because they don't even know about it. Chester only knows one thing, that after all this hell he will be home right away. But something happened to the cabin. The cabin mount was damaged, and a creaking sound was heard, which was caused by the breakdown. The school children have a view of the city, but all they care about is that the cabin has stopped. Patrick and Tom turned back to the person on the other side of the radio, shouting that the cable car had stopped halfway. The cable car began to ferry the guys further. They were almost at their destination. But something didn't suit the guys. Something so terrible was waiting for them that everyone again had a frightening look. The building was filled with a mountain of infected from the inside, and the caviar had already managed to visit this building. The mutilated bodies of people lying helplessly on the street in front of the entrance create an atmosphere of horror. It wasn't so good inside either. Frog spawn was everywhere on the walls, on the bodies of the infected, and on the floor. The boys were already approaching their destination, but it was also filled from top to bottom with caviar. As Tom approached slowly, he saw one of the creatures rise from a pile of other infected. She noticed the boys, and she screamed at the top of her lungs and decided to attack the school children in the cabin. Suddenly, the cabin hit the wall, and everyone in it fell to the floor. As it turned out, the cabin went down the road uncontrollably, and the front part was smashed to pieces. The boys received serious bruises, so serious that they could not get up, although they were in danger. Chester found the strength to start to stand up, his trembling arms barely able to lift him. Everyone else also found the strength to get up. Chester asked the others if they were okay. The guys discuss among themselves what it was all about, and how the cabin managed to crash like that. While the others were trying to get up and come to their senses, Emma's attention was caught by something. The infected carcass with caviar tried to break through the glass of the cabin to get to the guys. The infected made disgusting sounds as it broke the glass, and it was almost broken through. He pushed the part of the glass that had caviar through the already broken part, and caviar splashed out from behind the glass like a squeezed pimple. The infected made a pretty big hole, and the guys themselves started to panic when they noticed him. The infected's carcass, like liquid, began to leak through the broken glass, making slimy sounds. The boys ran into a corner, trying to hide from meeting the monster face to face. The infected was almost completely in the cabin. His bones and skull with empty eye sockets were visible. Chester came up with the idea to break the glass so that everyone else would escape from the monster. He kicked the glass with all his might, so hard that the glass cracked and crunched. The rest of the boys joined Chester to speed up the process, but the infected was already almost standing up to his full height. The infected looked disgusting. All he had was bones from being human, and he was covered in caviar, making disgusting sounds. Finally, the guys were able to knock out the glass. Chester hit it one last time with such force that all the glass flew forward. The guys all fell out of the cabin at once, and it had never been safer outside. They finally escaped by exiting the cabin, but someone among the boys was also injured by the fall. The infected one wasn't done with the boys yet. He followed them to infect them too. The guys rushed away, but the creature had not stopped yet. It was screaming, trying to get out of the cabin. Suddenly, Emma stumbled, falling to her knees. How good it was that Tom paid attention in time and began to run away. Tom decided to take action. He grabbed Emma by the wrist to lift her up, and they ran on. The infected man's carcass had already climbed out of the cabin. The boys ran away from him, their heels flashing. The heroes screamed and ran down the stairs like crazy. The adrenaline in their blood was off the charts. Chester was the first to go down, but nothing good awaited him. Slime and caviar were smeared across all surfaces of the room, and the corpses of the infected were disfigured by the cursed caviar. One of the infected woke up. His jaw dropped, but somehow he was making horrible wheezing sounds. Emma and Tom ran down slowly but surely, trying to catch up with the others. Emma asked Tom to stop. Tom obeyed, thinking that she was tired. It turns out that when the guys fell out of the cabin, it was Emma who suffered, breaking her knee. Tom noticed the knee, and he immediately rushed to apologize, thinking that it was all because of him. Emma said that it most likely happened when they were leaving the cable car, but thanked Tom for saving her. Tom couldn't believe his ears. He was praised by the one he was hopelessly in love with. Suddenly, Tom and Emma heard the screams of their classmates approaching them. As it turned out, all these loud screams were made by Henry, screaming like crazy. Chester ran after him and said that if he didn't stop screaming, he would kill him. Tom asks Chester why they are going upstairs, but Chester replies that there is complete hell on the first floor, and there are a lot of monsters there too. Tom was in shock as everyone else went upstairs, processing this shocking news in his head. The boys ran to the second floor of the room, and standing around the corner, Amanda examined the floor. The situation was calm. No monsters, no caviar, no corpses, and the guys decided to stop right here. Emma was so shocked that she didn't notice that her broken knee was bleeding a little. Now the liquid was dripping from the monster itself. Emma's blood attracted his attention. He was huge, massive, eyeless. The creature was in the shadows, but even in the darkness it knew where to go. Erica tried to contact the teacher on the phone, but she couldn't. As always, she burst into tears, not knowing what to do. Patrick went online, but all they found there was news about viruses, while Chester was calling the emergency services. Having seen on the internet, to put it mildly, not the most pleasant news. He went to the window. When Chester asked what he was doing, Patrick shut him up. Patrick said that there was complete chaos on the street, and that's what it turned out to be. Dried mucus, caviar, not a single living person on the street. Patrick drew attention to a possible escape route in case the monsters penetrated here too. While Chester and Patrick try to figure out the situation, Tom calls his mother, saying that he is stuck in the building on the second floor. Tom's mother said that she and his father were safe, but they asked Tom to be careful, not to go anywhere, and to sit quietly. The girls, meanwhile, were trying to help Emma with her bleeding knee, which was hurting a lot. Suddenly, Henry walked past Tom, asking him to follow him and asking if he had any change. The boys went to the vending machine to buy something to eat. And like a true friend, Henry asked if Tom would have anything, but he refused. Tom asked Henry if he was okay, but Henry felt uneasy and dejected. Henry grabbed his head, burst into tears and began to whine, asking how he could be okay after that. Henry said that everything would have been fine with him if it weren't for the excursion. He really regretted going. While Tom was listening, Henry was lost in his thoughts. He thought he would die. But he saved Emma, and she even thanked him for it. As Henry squatted, regretting that he had gone to Seoul, Tom's attention was drawn to the droplets of blood. Tom followed the drops of blood. He thought that Emma must be in a very bad way now. Tom walked towards the stairs, but an infected person with his slime was approaching the entrance to the second floor. He appeared before Tom, and during the time he was looking for the guys, he managed to grow new limbs. The creature screamed at the defenseless Tom. It was definitely getting ready to attack. The infected attacked Tom. He swung his slime trying to catch him and pounced on Tom. The others noticed the scream of the infected man, and everyone looked towards Tom with shocked faces. The carcass fell on Tom, but Tom managed to dodge in time and was not hurt. Tom ran away from the infected carcass, followed by Henry, screaming in fear. Chester, looking at the creature, could not believe that it would find them, and to say that he was shocked is to say nothing. The guys, swearing loudly with choice obscenities, ran away from the infected man in fear. Tusha decided to try his luck again by yelling and catching Tom with slime again, but he dodged again. There was an exit in front of the boys, which they immediately noticed, and everyone ran towards it. Emma had the hardest time running because of her knee, so she trailed behind the others. The creature noticed her. It was preparing to attack Emma, and she was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. Everyone ran to the exit, but Henry arrived first and had a brilliant idea: to close the door in front of the others. Chester screamed at Henry not to close the door, swearing at him, but Henry didn't care. The brawler ignored Tom, because it wasn't he who closed the door, but Henry, yelling after him that as soon as he got to Henry, he wouldn't live. The screamer was exhausted, tired of running away from the monster and from Chester, and while he stood still, Chester had almost caught up with him. Finally, Chester caught up with Henry, grabbing him by the throat. Chester screamed that Henry was just a piece of shit. Henry asked to be let go so he could explain, but Chester simply did not hear. Chester was simply furious, because he did not want to hear Henry's excuses. He almost beat him up right there on the spot. Patrick and Tom separated them. Chester asked Patrick to let him go, while at the same time accusing him of closing the door right in front of their noses. Tom drew the others' attention to the fact that they were back at the cabin, and everyone fell silent in bewilderment. Patrick concluded that each floor was connected to an exit and an entrance, so they had essentially run in a circle. Erica came running up to the guys, running up the stairs like crazy, and said that the others were left alone with the infected. Emma was scared to death. She hid somewhere so that the infected wouldn't find her. The infected one himself wandered around everywhere and he couldn't find Emma. The girl hid behind a pole, but the infected was already wandering somewhere nearby. As it turned out, Emma was not alone. Amanda was with her, and she also did not manage to escape with the others. Amanda asked how Emma was, to which Emma replied that she was fine. Amanda suggested to Emma that they run away, since the exit was only a couple of meters away from them. It was risky, but they had to try. Emma suggested that Amanda stay put, but suddenly her scraped knee made itself felt. It was still bleeding, but some of the drops of blood had already dried. But nevertheless, Emma understood that it was better not to make noise. The rest of the boys run as fast as they can to save the girls. Chester runs ahead of the rest. The guys try to assess the situation, but they do not see Amanda and Emma. However, Tom was able to find them. Tom drew Chester's attention to Emma standing behind the pole, and the boys decided to act before it was too late. They had to hurry, because the infected had almost reached Emma, and he was already very close. Emma held her breath. She could already see the infected creature in the reflection of the window. The creature found Emma. It smelled her and screamed at the top of its lungs, opening its mouth wide. Tom suddenly ran out of the door, screaming at the top of his lungs to get the creature to pay attention to him. He ran as fast as he could to save Emma, distracting the monster and screaming for it to notice him. His strategy worked, and the carcass turned to look at him, paying attention and calling out after him. The infected one tried to catch Tom again with its very fast tentacle, but Tom was faster. He dodged the creature's tentacle again, running away and buying Emma time. Tom realized what a crazy thing he had done, but there was nowhere to go. Emma, looking at how crazy Tom was to buy her time, was in complete shock. Tom was running up the stairs. The creature was running after him, trying to catch up with him, but Tom was still faster. Tom finally ran to the next door screaming like crazy, and he himself didn't think he could run so fast. He quickly locked the doors behind him to contain the infected, screaming in fear. It seemed that Tom had managed to break away. Tom looked around, trying to see if the creature was following him. Tom was seriously out of breath. He went down the stairs very slowly, because he had spent all his energy running. Now that he was safe, he had a little time to think about what he had done. It had been crazy, but Tom was proud of himself. He made a circle, reaching the room where the creature was, but calling out to his classmates, he saw and heard nothing or anyone. The room was completely empty. The guys had disappeared somewhere and no one knew where they were going. Tom was simply shocked. None of his classmates were even nearby. While Tom was looking around, he completely by chance decided to look out the window. He was in shock. The boys ran away along the alternate escape route that Patrick had once noticed. Chester, Patrick, Amanda, Emma. They were all already jumping down from the platform and leaving exactly on time. Emma noticed Tom and was shocked that the boy remained alive and did not die. Chester, holding out his hand, shouted at Emma to jump quickly because he would catch her. Emma hesitated at first, but jumped. Another huge creature was chasing them. Tom couldn't believe his eyes, because Emma didn't even stop, even though Tom risked himself twice to save her. The guy wanted to keep up with them. He ran to the place from which they jumped to jump to them. The latecomer was about to follow the others, but something went wrong. At the place where he was supposed to jump, there was already caviar with mucus that could infect him, which meant that the path for him was already cut off. Tom ran as fast as he could from the creature, but in the end, he was still left alone with it. He took out his phone and wanted to try to contact the others. Tom wrote to the general group that he was still in the building and had not received any greetings or answers. He couldn't believe that he had been left to die. Tom opened his address book, but the number of contacts was meager. He dialed Henry's number and put the phone to his ear, waiting for an answer, but suddenly the phone beeped. Another warning about a disaster. Tom was seriously scared, but everything turned out okay. The warning announced that Seoul, Gwanghwamun Square, and Cheonggyecheon Square have been declared a special disaster area. Tom turned around abruptly because he suddenly heard the beeping sound that was emitted during the notification. As it turned out, the squeak was coming from the men's room and Tom decided to go there. Tom was already close. He was approaching slowly. Suddenly there were more infected there. He heard a very familiar voice, which was very plaintive and sad, and it came from the booth. The one in the booth blamed himself for not being as brave as the other guys, and Tom realized who it was. As it turned out, it was Henry who said that it was very easy for everyone, and that Henry was already mentally preparing for death. Tom, unexpectedly for Henry, knocked very noisily. Henry was very scared. The guy turned to Henry. He asked if it was really Henry and if he was imagining things. The friend already realized that Tom was knocking on his door. He, like the others, thought that Tom had already died. Henry opened the door slightly, looking at him with a shocked look, not believing his eyes. Tom burst into tears of happiness. He thought that even Henry had left him. Tom wiped away his tears and he himself could not believe that he had cried. And Henry, in a friendly way, teased him, calling him a loser. Tom wanted to share the pain of abandonment with Henry, but Henry reacted strangely. He started to show off, saying that it wasn't him who was abandoned, but he abandoned the others, because they were the ones who were in his way. Henry had already called Tom a brat, but Tom didn't care. He was just happy to see him. The boys left the toilet and looked at the landing to see if there was a creature there. Tom watched personally, and there was no one on the stairs. He informed Henry that everything was clear and no one was there, but Tom hurried to close the door. Henry wanted to stop at just closing the door, but Tom was only thinking about the exit. Tom's friend, for some reason, was very worried about the damn door that he had to go and close, according to him. Henry noticed the broken window through which the boys had gone outside, and at the same time Henry bombarded Tom with questions. Tom simply replied calmly that he knew about how the boys escaped. He himself felt uncomfortable remembering the scene of everyone running away from the building because he felt abandoned. Henry muttered angrily that the guys were crazy because who would dare to jump from such a height? The guy thought that they were abandoned as if they were nobody, and after that, they shouldn't be called friends. Tom decided to tease Henry by saying that Henry didn't go with them only because he was a coward, which Henry, of course, denied. The boys sat down on the floor and Henry grabbed his hair, wondering how long they would have to stay in such a desperate situation. Henry asked if Tom was hungry, to which he replied that he was a little hungry. Henry again wondered how long they had been waiting. While Tom was dialing the emergency number, he assumed that they had been waiting for an hour, but the guys still hadn't received an answer. Tom tried to reassure Henry that the emergency services were not responding, but that his parents would be home soon. Henry called Tom an idiot because nothing would change if his parents came, since there was no safe entrance or exit. The main character desperately believes and hopes that there is a way to get out of the building, and not all is lost. Tom's mother said that it was not worth going outside, and at the same time asked to keep in touch with her and sent a link. After clicking on the link, Tom saw a news broadcast in which the president himself announced that Seoul had become a disaster area. The news reported that cells of the dangerous virus had appeared in some areas of Seoul and Gyeonggi-do, and the areas were declared extremely dangerous. The correspondent reports that health authorities are making every effort to understand the situation. Roads and facilities close to the affected area will be closed by security forces, and political groups predict that martial law will be introduced. Henry, upon hearing the bad news, immediately grabbed his head. In shock, Tom asked if he was okay, but the friend didn't want to listen to Tom. He asked him to shut up, but then Tom's attention was attracted by a loud sound. These were firefighters' sirens. They turned on the sirens as they drove towards the burning building. Tom asked Henry if they were fire trucks, but Henry didn't know what to say. Henry simply didn't care, because the firefighters were clearly not coming to save them. Out of anger, Henry said that he would set the place on fire. And because of these words, Tom had an epiphany. He had a brilliant idea. The protagonist suddenly stood up abruptly, saying that he saw an urn here, and Henry asked why he needed it. Tom said that the idea was great, and that they could try it. But Henry, having forgotten what he said, did not understand what Tom meant. Henry got angry, saying that Tom was clearly out of his mind to have such an idea. But Tom didn't listen to him, looking for the urn. Finally, Tom found the trash can and, turning on the flashlight on his phone, he began to rummage through it. Tom's friend was still screaming, but Tom said that if the firemen came to put out the fire, they would be noticed and saved. Tom exclaimed joyfully. After rummaging through the urn for a long time, he finally found a lighter. But as luck would have it, the lighter was out of gas, and Tom went to Henry. But he was looking at something with a shocked face. Henry shut Tom up, and he was shocked that the creature had found them again. A news broadcast that showed videos taken by some citizens in isolated Seoul. Tom's parents were in complete shock when they saw this, and his mother told her husband that the situation was much worse than they thought. While they were watching what was happening there, they were already approaching the checkpoint. Tom's mother decided to call him, but Tom couldn't be reached at the moment. His father assumed that there were connection problems, but Tom had answered the phone earlier. Tom's phone vibrated in his pocket, but he didn't pay attention to the call. He simply didn't have time for this, because right now he and Henry could die. At this time, Tom told Henry that he didn't think the creature would come to them. Henry said that the creature appeared very suddenly, which scared him to death, to which Tom agreed. They looked at him closely, and according to them, he had become even bigger. But they were confused by the frog eggs that were on his face. Henry looked closely at the eggs, and just thinking about those eggs made Henry feel sick. Tom asked Henry if he was okay, and thank God, Henry overcame himself and replied that everything was okay. Tom's friend asked him if he was really going to set the building on fire to get noticed, and Tom replied that that was what he was going to do. The main character gets to the cable car cabin by jumping to the other side. At the same time, Henry remained to observe the actions of the creature, which was still there. The guys discussed the plan of action before Tom left. If Tom had simply started a fire, they would have died from inhaling smoke, and the building had a fire suppression system. Tom decided that someone would go to the third floor to start a fire, and while he was making the fire, the other would distract him. There is no fire extinguishing system on the 3rd floor. So the fire will only grow, and all that remains is to decide who will go to the 3rd floor. Henry stayed to watch the creature, but he was afraid that Tom would later boast about his courage. But he thought it was fair, because it was Tom's idea. Tom himself was trying to make a fire, but because there was no gas in the lighter, it was difficult for him. Looking down to the 2nd floor, Tom hoped that Henry wouldn't let him down. Finally, Tom was able to light a fire. The paper caught fire, and next in line was a bag of garbage. While Tom was making a fire, he didn't notice how the creature was approaching him. It was right on the booth. The freak made sounds, and Tom paid attention to it, and the creature itself seemed to notice Tom. Tom began to run away from the creature, which was already preparing to attack. Out of desperation and fear, Tom decided to throw burning paper at the creature, hoping that it would help. The infected one didn't like the flames at all, and the freak screamed from the fire, burning his body. Tom noticed this and realized that fire was one of their weaknesses. The creature was almost burned out. Tom was gradually coming to his senses after the stress, where he almost got infected. Suddenly, Tom's phone rang. It was Henry, and Tom decided to share with his friend that the creatures don't like fire, but Henry wasn't up to it. Henry asked to come down immediately, because the monster had already disappeared and he needed to come down immediately. Tom's friend suggested that the monster went upstairs, and Tom didn't like his theory at all. Tom told Henry that he would never be able to return. Henry was shocked by Tom's words about the hopelessness of his situation. The main character said that when he was making a fire, he was attacked by an infected person, but he burned up. But there was one nuance. Fire blocked Tom's escape route. Henry was yelling into the phone that he better hurry. But it was already too late, because the monster was already approaching, and Tom found himself at a dead end. The creature had really grown. Liquid was already dripping from its face, completely covering it. Tom panicked. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he was having trouble breathing due to nerves in the fire. It was too hot. It was hard to breathe. Tom decided to take off his hoodie. The infected one was looking straight at him, preparing to attack and making disgusting sounds. He keeps his hoodie near the fire so he can set it on fire if he has to defend himself. The infected began to attack. His screams were so loud that they shook the walls. The hoodie caught fire, and Tom swatted the creature away with his improvised weapon. The creature really didn't like the fire, and now it was screaming in pain. Tom ran away from the infected, but the creature had already managed to come to its senses and continued walking towards Tom. Looking at the creature, Tom was finally convinced that fire really was the weakness of the infected. There was a very ugly burn on the infected's face, and the creature itself was already whining in pain. Tom decided that since he was trapped, he had only one choice: to burn the infected, and he threw his hoodie at him. But he missed because of the wind. The creature moved away from the burning blouse purely by reflex. Tom was in complete shock. His eyes were empty. His whole life flashed before them. The guy was in a hopeless situation, left alone with him and infected, as if he wanted to take revenge on Tom for the burns and pain. Suddenly, at the last moment, something burning flies into the infected, something that harmed the creature. Henry came to his friend's aid, screaming in fear and throwing burning paper. He screamed at the top of his lungs for Tom to move and get away from the infected man, following him. Tom immediately ran after Henry, escaping from the infected and saving his own life. They ran down the stairs very quickly, fearing that the infected would catch up with them. The smoke was already visible on the street, and finally, the first part of the guy's plan was completed. All that was left was to wait for them to come. While Henry was running down the stairs, he accidentally tripped. Screaming, he flew head over heels. Tom was afraid for his fallen friend. But luckily, Henry landed safely, but right in front of the slime eggs. When Henry realized that there was caviar right in front of him, he immediately jumped back. Tom asked Henry if he was okay, but he told him abruptly and rudely to fuck off. A friend told Tom that he was a brat who didn't listen to him and couldn't even start a fire properly. The hero simply does not understand Henry, and he asked why Henry is angry with him and why he behaves, according to Tom, like a scared puppy. Henry was speechless at the words he heard, but he found the strength to ask Tom again what he had said. He says that he looks pathetic because he was simply afraid to jump after the others, and so he stayed in the building. An enraged Henry said that Tom was a fool for thinking that he had not been abandoned, and Tom himself said that he was simply late. While the guys were sorting things out, Tom noticed something out of the corner of his eye and asked Henry to stop. There was another infected at the bottom of the stairs. He woke up and noticed the guys. The infected immediately ran after the guys, and they immediately closed the door to the safe room behind them. The guys, thank God, made it in time. They had already decided that they were safe and were not in danger from the infected. But it was not to be. The infected one was seeping its mucus through the crack in the door. The guys were simply in shock. They cursed and immediately ran away from the door. The guys didn't even know that the infected could do this. but at the same time they decided that they had to cross to the other side. But it was not to be. They would not be able to go to the other side, because everything there was covered in caviar and mucus. The caviar and slime were already everywhere and entangled everything, because real hell was happening in Seoul. The fire alarm went off. Finally, the guys have been noticed, and the firefighters are rushing to them. Their plan worked. All that was left was to wait for the firefighters to arrive to rescue them from this hell. They initially did not understand that it was from shock, and they froze in place, digesting what was happening in their heads. Tom quickly took out a lighter, and Henry asked why he needed it now. And the main character said that there was already a fire on the 3rd floor. The main character said that he would try his best, and asked Henry to find something that could be set on fire. The freak was making his way through the crack, and he was almost done moving into the room. Tom prayed that the lighter would finally light, because he knew that any minute now the infected would be in the room. Henry asked what he was doing and if he had time for it, to which Tom asked him to shut up because he was so nervous. Suddenly, Henry became frightened of something and ran away. Tom looked to see what had frightened him so much. Another infected person climbed through a window broken by a pot. Death was already very close. Tom jumped away from the infected. He was shocked by the sudden appearance of the creature. Henry decided to throw a pot at the infected to try to finish him off or slow him down. The pot caused the infected man's head to be smeared across the floor, and Henry thought he was dead. The boys' faces showed that they were scared to death, but they breathed a sigh of relief. Henry recalled his friend's words as if he were a puppy, asking for a comment on his actions. But Tom thought that now was not the time for that. When suddenly the infected man rose to his feet, Henry asked Tom why he had suddenly gone silent. Tom shouted that Henry should turn around because the creature was going to grab him right now. Before Henry could come to his senses, he was immediately grabbed by the infected's tentacles, and the only thing he managed to do was cover himself with his hand. Henry was caught. The creature was not letting him breathe, blocking his airways with mucus. In an attempt to make a fire, Tom took out a lighter and tried to light a fire again, but nothing worked. The guy desperately tried to resist with all his might, but his life force was already running out. Henry begged Tom for help with all his might, but Tom still couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, while they were trying to deal with the second infected, the first one had already slipped through the crack. But Tom managed to light a fire. He took the fake plant from the broken pot. Tom threw leaves from a fallen plant at the creature eating Henry, trying to save him. Finally, Tom stopped being a defenseless child. He set fire to the plant and waved it at the creatures like a sword. The main character was no longer afraid of them. He decisively attacked the infected without fear. Tom hit the creature with his weapon with a loud sound. The infected screamed in pain. After this blow, he gave his last cry and fell dead, and Tom was finally convinced of their weakness. He hadn't dealt with the second infected yet, but he threw his weapon at it, causing the creature to scream in pain. The second infected person was also dying from the fire, already emitting weak screams. Henry died. Tom did not have time to save him, and he began to burn along with the fallen infected. The guy squatted down closer to his friend and grabbed his head in grief. Tom burst into tears, and heartbroken, he sincerely asked his friend for forgiveness for not having managed to save him. While Tom was grieving over the loss of his friend, something suddenly hit the glass. Turning around, Tom saw a terrible picture. Everything was covered in the damned caviar and slime from it. Tom immediately ran away as soon as he saw it. But that wasn't the whole surprise, because as it turned out, another infected person hit the glass, noticing Tom. Tom's breathing became shallow from shock and the adrenaline rushing through his blood. And again, something caught his attention. On the other side, there was another infected one, who was making his usual disgusting sounds. Watching everything that was happening around Tom, the realization came to him. He was trapped. While Tom and Henry were fighting the monsters inside the building, the others managed to run to the bus. Amanda turned on her blog, launched the broadcast, and briefly talked about their situation. But Chester was not very pleased. Chester thought that the time for the broadcast was inappropriate, and that it would be better to end it. But Amanda did not listen to him. Suddenly, a blog subscriber came onto the broadcast and said that things weren't going well with the virus in their area either. He asked if it was okay that they were on live TV. Amanda said yes, but Chester said it was definitely not. Chester was shocked to find the entire bus full of school children at the start of the trip. But now, alas, there were too few surviving guys. Emma sat on the seat, sweating, probably wondering if she had done the right thing by leaving Tom to his fate. A subscriber decided to share his observations, saying that cells have a nucleus, to which Amanda responded that she did not know about it. Another subscriber came in and asked if they were still near the cable car or not. A subscriber told about a temporary shelter at Seoul Station, and Chester, reading the chat, could not believe his eyes. Subscribers also shared information that Seoul is blocked and they will only leave by train, and Amanda thanked subscribers for the information. But suddenly, all the guys ducked down so that they wouldn't be visible from the bus windows. There was an infected person wandering around on the street. He was too close to the bus. There was a risk of falling into his deadly embrace. While he was looking around the bus, trying to find the guys, a cat happened to pass by. Somehow, the cat managed to attract the attention of the infected. The creature screamed when it noticed the cat. The infected attacked the cat, trying to reach him with its tentacles. But in vain, the cat was much faster. Chester couldn't believe that the creature had run away after the helpless cat. It took half an hour to walk to the station, which was too long, considering that it was dangerous on the street. Suddenly, Emma told the boys that Tom stayed to wait for them in the building, and he was there alone. She noticed him when the guys were running away, because he was still on the second floor, and to say that the guys were shocked is to say nothing. But Chester said that she could go after Tom herself, alone, giving her a choice since the situation was not the best. The daredevil took on the responsibility of being the main one while the guys were walking to the station. Chester called it suicide to follow Tom, since he would probably die in such a dangerous place. There was already a real fire in the building that Henry and Tom set on fire, and as it turned out, Tom was not completely dead yet, although he was losing his strength due to the smoke he had inhaled. Surrounded by fire, he collapsed to the ground, powerless like a sack. The corpses of those creatures that surrounded Tom were already in the power of fire. They had already died. The fire extinguishing system worked, but it was a little too late, because Tom had already started to close his eyes. Tom looked closely at his hand. It was infected, and Ikra was making the usual disgusting sounds. The firefighters arrived quite late, because Henry had already died, and Tom was about to die. Meanwhile, the remaining survivors began their journey to the station. Chester looked out to look around. Chester, not seeing any danger, ran to another bus, trying to open its door. While Chester was fiddling with the door, the other boys were watching him. The door opened and he called the others. They got on the bus, and while Chester was looking for his keys, he asked if Hannah could run faster. Amanda asked Chester if he could drive a bus, to which he replied that he had 120 hours of driving in the game. Breathing heavily and out of breath, Hannah barely made it to the bus. She wanted to give up, but Chester said that staying here was not the best solution, and that he was getting sick of her. Amanda confronted Chester about the possibility of using different language, but Chester thought it was impossible. While Amanda was saying that Chester was an asshole and he was defending himself, Emma's leg was hurting so much that she was having trouble breathing. Patrick suddenly asked how Emma was feeling, and if she should sit down, because Emma didn't look very well. Emma herself said that she felt great, but she asked what Patrick was doing. Patrick was fiddling with something and, taking something, he asked Emma if she knew what the thing was in his hands. Emma didn't know the answer, but Patrick handed her what he was holding in his hands, an emergency hammer. The guy advised collecting such things, because you never know when it will come in handy. Suddenly, Chester called out to everyone who was on the bus, saying that the keys were not there. Chester decided to check the rest of the buses, calling everyone else to follow him. The guy ran to the next visible bus and he believed in his idea to leave by bus. While the boys were running from one bus to another, some woman noticed them. Patrick asked his friend what if they didn't find the keys on this last bus, to which he replied, to walk. Chester once again took on the role of scouting the bus first, running to the door and trying to open it. However, a voice behind Chester shouted that he better not open the door of this bus. There was a locked infected person there and he yelled at Chester, which made him shocked by the unexpectedness. As it turned out, it was the same woman who was watching them, and she shouted for Chester and the guys to come to her. The guys were a little surprised, but this woman still invited them to her. After thinking for a moment, they got out from behind the bus and ran towards the elderly woman. The school children ran so fast that by the time they reached the end, they had used up all their energy running. Suddenly, this woman called the other girls from the excursion, and they could not believe their eyes. Tom sees a strange vision. He finds himself in an unknown place and cold sweat is pouring off him. Right in front of him, he sees the very creature that he and Henry burned, and it was alive. Tom had a burning artificial plant in his hands, which he used to fight off the infected. Suddenly, Tom's hand was grabbed by an already infected Henry, asking why he didn't help him. His face was disfigured by the virus. His cheeks were covered in multiplying caviar cells, and his eyes were empty. Tom asked his friend for forgiveness, because he could no longer do anything, but Henry silently infected him. The virus began to multiply on Tom's skin so quickly that in a couple of seconds his palm was already covered in calf. Henry told him that maybe this way they could be friends again, and Tom was already stunned with horror and screamed heartbreakingly. Suddenly he woke up in the ward, in a cold sweat, but alive and well. He looked around the place where he woke up. It was already light. but he had just come to his senses and could not understand where he was. Two men were walking into the room from the corridor, talking about something. But they turned their attention to Tom, asking if his bandaged hand was okay. The man in the yellow suit said he was welcome to come in, but he needed to fill out a few papers. Tom gets out of bed, filling out a paper, asking if he should write down the address. But the shelter worker says that just the contacts are enough. This guy called him lucky, because it's very difficult to survive now, especially for a child. The man decided to give a tour of this survivor's shelter. He said that it was originally a gym. According to him, a letter later came from the disaster relief headquarters, and the gym was turned into an emergency shelter. People in yellow suits arrived and helped the survivors, who in turn began asking them about the latest news about the road closures. Watching all this, Tom asked the guy who was seeing him off if he could leave Seoul now. But what he heard surprised him, because Seoul was blocked off to prevent the virus from spreading to other regions. Tom didn't like this and he decided to immediately find his phone to call his parents. But he didn't have his things. Tom asked the conductor where his things were. The guide came to his senses too late and immediately went to look for his things and asked Tom to wait here. Suddenly his bandaged hand began to hurt and Tom turned his attention to it. Tom's last memory before he passed out from the smoke surfaced. He remembered his hand, on which the calf that was on his bandaged hand remained. The recollection session is suddenly interrupted by John, who was also in this temporary shelter, and asked where the others were. Suddenly, John's friend ran up to Tom and hugged Tom, who was glad that he was okay. John was also glad to see his classmate, but he asked again where the others were. The boys also asked if there was anyone else with Tom, because as they remembered, he was always with Henry. But suddenly Tom burst into tears and grabbed his hair, calling the guys who abandoned him creatures and starting to tell them his story. Tom recalled his school days, namely a project for which the teacher asked him to split into pairs. The children expressed indignation, but suddenly the teacher said that if they didn't like it, let there be a test in English, and the students immediately changed their minds. And the school children began to divide into pairs, approaching each other, and at the same time discussing plans for today. But then Henry sat down next to Tom and said that the experiment that needed to be conducted was as easy as pie, and that school sucked. Henry asked Tom what he wanted to do, but if he had no ideas, then Henry would be in charge. Tom said he had no ideas, but if he suggested watching another animated film, he would simply kill Henry. But Henry just chuckled, while asking Tom if there were any cosplay events in Seoul. Calling Henry a sick idiot, Tom said he would not participate, but Henry asked if he would work with him. Then who would he work with? Returning to the present, John asked Tom if everything really happened as he said. Not believing what he heard and being shocked by Tom's story, John called the guys who abandoned him and Henry assholes. John's friend was angry, calling them assholes because how could they do such a thing? Tom himself considered this hypocrisy, since they themselves used it to sneak soju past the teacher. John decided to write to the others to teach them a lesson, and his friend asked if the network was working again. Caroline asked if Tom was sure he had been dumped, but John's friend said that Tom was unlikely to be lying, and there was no point in defending those who had dumped Tom. But Caroline herself, clearly joking, told John's friend Harry that she didn't know he was still little. While Harry was about to quarrel with Caroline, Tom sat dejected, sad, and in a bad mood. Tom said that John and Harry don't know how Henry died or how he himself almost died. The boys' foreheads began to sweat. The conversation with Tom was making them quite tense, and they felt uneasy. Tom asked what happened to them after they got out of the cable car, but John said he was just lucky, because it wasn't the first time he'd gotten into trouble. At the same time, John sat down next to Tom, clearly intending to ask him something. But for some reason, John changed his mind and said that it was just hard for him too. But he didn't understand why. For some reason, John noticed Tom's hand, and Tom said that he had simply burned himself, and John somehow mentioned his parents. Tom immediately remembered that he needed to call, and he asked John for his phone number, and he didn't mind. Tom got through in time, because his parents were about to go head-on against the police, even though they threatened to harm his father if he didn't stop. He said that he lost his phone, and it was his friend's number, but he was okay. Tom's mother burst into tears of relief and asked him for forgiveness, while his father tried to calm his wife down. As it turned out, when the highway to Seoul was blocked, his parents themselves went on foot to Yangjedong. But the virus spread quickly, causing many areas of Seoul to be locked down. Because of her worries, his mother could not sleep, and after hearing her son's voice, she calmed down a little. When he came to the doctor who bandaged his hand, he examined the burn, and, according to the doctor, the guy had tissue necrosis. The doctor began to question him, because the burn was caused by a fire, and it had started somewhere there. However, Tom changed the subject by asking the doctor if his arm would be okay, but the doctor asked not to worry about the hand, because they had already treated such burns and encouraged Tom, saying that everything was fine. Looking out the window, he said that everything was safe here, because this was a quarantine zone. The doctor shared that the staff told him that it was safe here, because there were a lot of military personnel here. A slightly upset doctor tells Tom that he saw people on the news seeking shelter, and he feels very sorry for them. Tom was a little shocked, but the doctor immediately came to his senses because he was not allowed to complain to patients and suggested finishing the examination. As he was leaving the office, he was told that Tom would soon be able to be home and that he should not worry. Looking at his hand, Tom still couldn't believe that he had gotten out of that hell alive. But it was hard for him to believe that Emma, for whom he had risked his life, had acted so shamelessly. Tom was disappointed in Emma because he didn't care about his other classmates, but not about her. While Tom was being patched up in the shelter, the other school children were sitting in the diner of the woman who had taken them in. Patrick was showing another classmate the way to the train station, where the survivors' shelter was. Emma looked at her phone, at her reflection, thinking about how she had treated Tom. While Tom was thinking about what Emma had done to him, Caroline was watching him. The action shifts to a frightened family who were sitting together, hugging. As it turned out, they were in their own house, but there were deposits of mucus and eggs on the windows. But it wasn't just slime, it was real infected looking for victims. The infected creatures have learned to crawl around buildings to find victims to spread the virus. The news showed a live broadcast of the president's address, who said that Seoul was facing its most serious crisis. Having spoken about the virus, he also announced the mobilization of all resources to maintain the isolation of the capital. On TV, they showed footage of the virus being cleared, while also saying that Seoul would be cleared in 3 weeks. The kids at the diner were watching the live news feed on a tablet with a keyboard. The president said that those infected are already being assessed on a 4-point scale, with 4 being the highest level of danger. While the president was telling civilians in dangerous areas not to listen to rumors and act rashly, everyone in the diner was also listening to the news. The elderly woman who took the children in gave one man a can of soda, and he in turn was very happy. But she turned her attention to the boys, who were watching what was happening so listlessly, asking if they wanted some soda too. Everyone received a can of the desired drink, and Amanda, arriving a little later, wanted one too. But the woman asked her to rummage through the refrigerator. The grandmother asked if the children had really returned from a school trip, to which they nodded their heads listlessly. Grandma's attention was drawn to the guys who were sitting by the window. One was muttering nonsense to himself, but the other was talking about problems with a girl. While Grandma went off to deal with them, Patrick decided to share that he had installed an emergency warning app. Patrick said that their area was at level 2 out of 4, but at that moment, Emma was staring into space. She was thinking about something. She was either feeling bad or bored. She didn't look very good. Suddenly, Emma was called by her friend Emily, who retold Patrick's words. Patrick thought for a moment and asked the boys if it wouldn't be easier for them to go to the station. Emily asked about the help that was mentioned in the news, but Patrick said that help would take too long to arrive. While the boy's classmate was grieving because she couldn't get through to her parents, Emma decided to go for a walk. She wanted to call Tom, but in the end she didn't dare, because as she admitted to herself, she didn't have enough courage. It is very difficult for her to realize that she left him to die, and she prays that Tom survives. Meanwhile, Amanda launched her broadcast for subscribers right in the diner. As it turns out, she created a survivor blog that is rapidly gaining views and viewers. Amanda said that she was in a diner where the kind owner took them in. She turned her attention to Chester and asked him to show her a heart so that he could donate 10,000 won. However, Chester didn't care and gave Amanda's audience the middle finger, which they laughed at, but Amanda didn't like it. But Amanda's attention quickly turned to her grandmother, whom she asked if she would like to be interviewed. Amanda showed her grandmother to her followers and asked them to say hi, but the owner had difficulty understanding her. Suddenly, a brutal and dangerous-looking man rudely asked Amanda to stop broadcasting, but she, in turn, did not listen to him, saying that he had no right to tell her what to do. He didn't like this at all, so he approached her and, with a threatening look, asked her to turn off the air again. Amanda did not expect such determination from him, and looked with fear at the man who was standing almost right next to her. But the frightened Amanda was covered by Chester, who was against such an attitude towards her. Chester asked what happened, to which Amanda said that she had been threatened, but the man simply asked to turn off the broadcast. The hero asked not to worry and gave his word that they would immediately turn off the broadcast, but the man said that they were ill-mannered children. Suddenly, the grandmother came to their defense, accusing the man of taking it out on defenseless children. He resigned himself, but muttered to himself why he should be polite to such rude children. Amanda herself, almost in tears, asked Chester why this uncle was so aggressive towards her. But Chester snatched the phone from Amanda's hands and told her that they had already passed this and needed to turn off the broadcast. Amanda wiped away tears as she said she was trying to lift the spirits and mood of everyone present with the broadcast. Chester was about to ask why Amanda was crying, but Erica had already rushed to support Amanda, almost knocking the guy out of the way. The girls began to support their classmate, calming her down so that she wouldn't cry. Chester, who had spat on them, went on to look out the window, wondering what kind of flock of sheep this was. Suddenly, Chester, seeing something in the window, shouted very, very loudly and jumped to the side. But the alarm was false, because there was an ordinary cat there, sitting peacefully and meowing. Chester scared the boys too much, which made them look at all this with shocked faces. After all, it was in vain. This cat, as it turned out, was the pet of the owner of the diner. She gave him food. The man said that the grandmother should not let all sorts of vagrants into the house, to which she replied that it was up to her to decide who to let in and who not. A cat named Sundok came to cuddle with the girls, and they willingly scratched and stroked him. But the grandmother didn't look calm, and another girl approached her and asked why she was uneasy. As it turns out, Sundok has a friend named Gumson, with whom they always go together. At that time, Gumson himself was somewhere in the alley, and something caught his attention. And there was an infected pigeon, flapping its wings in helplessness. He was scared. His body was covered in caviar, which prevented him from flying and made him an excellent target for the cat. At the same time, the children wanted to go to Seoul Station, because all the news was that there was a shelter there. But Grandma wanted to dissuade them, because it was safe here, and the street was full of monsters. But their attention was drawn to a man named Mike. He was a bus driver. He drew Patrick and Emily's attention to the road they had come from, because his bus was somewhere there. The only problem getting to the bus was, of course, the virus swarming everywhere. Suddenly, the same menacing man who asked if there was alcohol on sale stood up. His name was Jason. Grandma didn't understand what Jason was doing, but he said he wanted to make a Molotov cocktail. He had knowledge of Molotov because he was in the military vanguard, and the creatures don't like fire, so he thinks it's worth a try. While Jason was assembling the Molotovs, Amanda approached him, wanting to help with the assembly. However, Jason said that this is not a toy for children, but Amanda countered by saying that she is very good at this. But in reality, Amanda just wanted to apologize for her behavior. Jason said it was nothing. She was just a child, and he also admitted that he had gone too far. Feeling relieved by the forgiveness, she began to ask Jason about the cocktail, but he looked at her with a displeased expression on his face. As it turned out, Amanda filmed him on the cable car during the broadcast, and he was there with his girlfriend. But for Jason, this was not just a girlfriend, because it turned out she was his fiancée. Amanda was touched by the fact that Jason lost his fiancée, and moreover, the school children themselves also lost their friends. Suddenly, Chester approached them with interest and asked what Amanda was doing there, but she put him in his place, saying that it would be better for him not to interfere, since she had just made peace with Jason, and Chester also needed to apologize. After looking at Jason, Chester simply turned away proudly and walked away. Amanda told Jason that he was quite arrogant, but he was actually a nice guy. Jason asked Amanda if they were close, to which she replied that they were, but not until high school. At the same time, Mike was talking on the phone with his daughter, saying that Dad would be arriving soon. To himself, like any normal father, he considers his daughter an angel and wants to see her as soon as possible. Amanda and Jason returned with a whole case of Molotov cocktails, saying that they needed to get together for a while. Jason gave the boys a quick training session on how to use the Molotov cocktail. Chester took one bottle out of the box, saying that he would also throw cocktails. But Jason said it was dangerous because the fire could stop and the fuel could run out. The guy said that this is not the main problem now, because there are a lot of dangerous monsters around. Jason was pissed off by Chester's self-confidence, but he came to terms with it. But he didn't allow his grandmother to throw Molotovs. But the grandmother had no intention of leaving her diner, saying that they had to go without her. Amanda did not want to part with her owner, urging her to come with them, but her grandmother said that she would only be a burden. The caring girl hugged her grandmother, trying to convince her once again, but this establishment had been her home for 30 years, and she did not want to leave it. Everyone resigned themselves to this, and while they waited, Jason looked out to check the situation. He came across an infected person towards whom Jason threw 2 cocktails. The creature, of course, didn't like the fire, but it didn't have time to dodge. The path was clear, and Jason asked to collect everything necessary because he needed to run to the bus quickly. Chester decided to ask the boys to remember what he said on the cable car. He is not going to listen to anyone's opinion and ask the rest not to be a hindrance, meaning everyone. Patrick and Emily rebelled because it was none of his business and he should shut up, but Emma thought it was about her. But was it because of her reluctance to leave Tom, or because of her knee? Mike pointed out the broken knee, saying that it must hurt. However, he said she should still be careful, even if her leg was fine. Now, a group of survivors, together with our school children, left the building with a box of Molotovs. The grandmother looked out from behind the door and wished the children good luck, but they told her to go inside before it was too late. Jason took the lead, telling everyone to follow him as quickly as possible. He also advised them to walk in the center of the road and not go near buildings because the virus was there. He told the others that they had to throw the Molotovs to make the bottle break, and also asked them to beware of pigeons. Right in front of them, a skinny infected man stood in his path, already about to attack. However, they had already managed to throw a bottle of cocktail ahead of Jason. It was Chester, who was already getting carried away, saying that the infected were nothing. Chester took another bottle, but Jason called out to him, because he had run ahead somewhere. The granny watched what was happening, following the fleeing heroes with her eyes. Suddenly, she saw Gumson, who had disappeared into thin air and was already standing in front of the house. Grandma was incredibly happy that another one of her cats had returned. She invited him to eat. Suddenly, the cat vomited mucus with frog eggs mixed with pigeon feathers. Jimson still couldn't resist then and attacked the pigeon, and he no longer looked at his grandmother the same way as before. And we return again to our heroes, who were already running up to the right bus. At the same time, as they got to the bus, they confidently destroyed the infected on their way. Chester threw a burning Molotov at almost every infected person he saw. He asked Patrick for a few more bottles, but he cut him off, saying that they weren't playing a video game to go through with it like that. But Chester didn't care. He threw bottles everywhere. Patrick called him crazy, because with this method you could just throw everything. Mike noticed the blue bus ahead. They had finally arrived. Suddenly, an infected person inside one of the buses tried to attack Mike. Out of shock and surprise, Emma accidentally bumped into Patrick, who was holding the box with her shoulder. Chester turned around and noticed the broken crate of Molotov cocktails. He noticed the creature that almost grabbed Mike and threw a Molotov at it. Chester was shocked. He mockingly asked if it was really that hard to carry the boxes and snapped at the guys. But Jason stopped them because they had already burned all the infected that were in the area. Mike really didn't like the way Chester spoke and decided to teach him a lesson, but Jason wouldn't let him near him. Mike said that Chester didn't speak very respectfully to his elders, but he didn't care. Mike, without noticing, said that Chester didn't have a father and wanted to teach him a couple of lessons. But Chester didn't like it. The girls asked Mike to stop because they saw that the bottles fell because of him. But Mike said that it wasn't him, it was one of the guys who pushed him from behind. At the same time, Mike began to boast that he was a driver and could go on the bus without the guys. Emma confessed, saying that she accidentally pushed Patrick and Mike. The girl almost begged for forgiveness, asking her to forgive him at least once. The bus driver turned away abruptly, and approaching Chester, told him to watch his step. Amanda approached the angry Chester, asking if he was okay and how he felt. Chester came to his senses and waved Amanda away, telling her to leave him alone, but she, in turn, did not have time to say a word. Jason asked Emma if her knee hurt and at the same time reassured her that she could still do a Molotov. But suddenly, cries for help were heard in the distance, and someone was approaching the boys. Everyone, hearing the cries for help, turned around and with stunned faces did not believe what was happening. There was a grandmother there, running with all her might, who asked the children to run as fast as they could. As it turned out, the grandmother was running away from her infected cat, Jimson. He looks unkempt, ugly. The caviar on his face and paws almost blocks his vision in one eye. The grandmother didn't have time to run far from the cat. Gumson caught her with his slime. While the grandmother was thrown to the ground, the others began to run away from the cat. While the grandmother was conscious, she tried to reach the cat, but his mind was consumed by the virus. Jason told everyone else to run and jump on the bus. The driver, having caught his breath, took his seat while the girls walked into the bus. On his driver's seat was a photo of him with his daughter, which Mike looked at. Jason scolded Chester because he was wasting his time picking up Molotov cocktails lying on the floor. But something went wrong, and the door of the blue bus began to close, causing Chester to express his displeasure with obscenities. Chester was trying to get into the bus to get through to Mike, but he said he couldn't take that risk. He hurried away, not wanting to load the other 4 passengers. Chester began to yell and swear. The heroes tried to catch up with the bus. Chester saw how Amanda tried to stop Mike. Amanda begged him to stop the bus, but he got mad and slapped her, telling her to get lost. The impact sent her falling onto the steps of the bus, and Chester saw the impact with his own eyes. Amanda, with tears in her eyes, asked Chester for help. The bus had already left, but Chester shouted after Mike that he would kill him on the spot as soon as he saw him. The rest couldn't believe that they had been abandoned, because now they didn't know what to do. But suddenly behind them they heard some sounds and there were some cats there. As it turned out, These are not just cats, but infected cats who are already preparing to attack the boys. Patrick decided to set fire to and throw Molotovs at the cats and asked the others to disperse. Jason turned his attention to Emma, who was so scared out of her mind that her breathing had become irregular. Taking control of the situation, Jason asked everyone to move behind him. He took the hammers from Patrick, saying that when he gave the signal, everyone should run as fast as they could. The cat had already decided to attack the boys. The mucus was peeling off his muzzle, which was already reaching out to the heroes. The cats ran towards the heroes, but Jason managed to throw a Molotov at the cats. Jason signaled for everyone else to run away, and that's what happened. The action moves to the shelter, where Tom dozed off near the boxes with the arriving supplies. But a nightmare about what he experienced in the building where Henry died appeared in his head. Tom woke up and immediately screamed in horror, throwing off his blanket. Along with the memory, his bandaged hand began to hurt, and someone approached Tom. This someone stretched out his hand towards Tom, and so slowly and unhurriedly that even Tom felt it. It was John and Harry who were chewing bread. They scared Tom to death. He asked the guys for forgiveness for his unnatural reaction. John passed something to Tom, who asked what it was and was told that it was the same bread that Harry had eaten. Tom thanked him for the food, and while he was eating, some of the survivors were unhappy about something. The rioters asked to call the complex manager, but the staff tried to calm him down. John chuckled at the rioters, but according to rumors that Harry heard, they were rioting because homeless people would be allowed into the shelter. And that's exactly what happened. The homeless people started asking the staff if they had cigarettes and alcohol, but they were told no. The homeless people started swearing and behaving inappropriately, while John and Harry joked that the virus would spread faster. Harry accidentally noticed what John was watching and asked what it was, but it was just YouTube videos. John called out to Tom, asking if he knew that some viruses do not have cells. Tom said no, and John added that a virus without cells can merge with a host. According to John, the internet says that such people are called mergers. The man who had promised to bring things, and who had been looking for him everywhere, came to Tom. He showed Tom his own things. There was a white cap and a green shoulder bag. He was told that he had to sign for the things before he could pick them up, which Tom did. Tom's phone ran out of battery, which he told the guy, and he said he would bring him a charger right now. Suddenly, Tom's eyes fell on a homeless man who was not feeling very well. This homeless man was feeling sick, and doctors approached him and started asking him what was hurting him. Suddenly, Tom's bandaged arm began to hurt sharply and severely. He thought about John's words about the virus without cells. He thought that he was the one who became this merged one. Tom remembered the situation in the cable car cabin and the core that was present at the penetrated cell. However, according to Tom's recollections, the creatures that emerged from the cages in the booth did not have nuclei. But in his opinion, the most important thing is that there was no virus with cells on his hand. Suddenly, Caroline appeared behind Tom and called out to him, drawing attention to herself. She asked what he was doing and at the same time noticed his hand suspiciously. But Tom said that he was just taking things. Caroline wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. She asked Tom who started the fire because he was the only one there. Tom found this strange and asked her why she needed this information. But Amanda found the question very strange and, looking at Tom with a slight hint of arrogance, said as if she wasn't allowed to know the details. Tom started making up various excuses, like there was a short circuit, but she didn't really believe it. She said that maybe Tom started the fire to survive, but he yelled at her, asking what she wanted from him. However, she looked at Tom very strangely and said that she wanted to know whether he could be trusted or not. Tom wanted to say something to Caroline, but suddenly his arm hurt very badly and he fell to his knee. Caroline wanted to help Tom and started to lift him up. But in the meantime, the doctors were still messing around with the homeless man. The pain intensified. Tom barely restrained himself from screaming, but he understood that the pain was not from the burn. Suddenly, the cursed mucus of the infected burst out of the homeless man, causing the doctors to rush away from him. There was a YouTube streamer calling for people to no longer use taps to drink water. There was a message in the chat that this guy was only making the situation worse, which made him get really angry and curse at the viewer who wrote this. John and Harry watched this broadcast, barely holding back their laughter and calling him an idiot. This strange guy urged people not to listen to the news but to listen only to him. Suddenly, these two noticed what was happening upstairs, and there the doctors were running as fast as they could. Tom figured that somehow the pain in his arm had done something to the homeless man. Suddenly, the employee who was helping Tom noticed this loud noise and hubbub. The homeless man, blinded by pain and anger, rushed towards that guy, begging for help. The guy said that he was in incredible pain. His stomach felt like it was on fire. Tom, wanting to help the good guy, hurried to his aid, feeling responsible. Tom was stopped by Caroline, who said that he was just crazy, but he in turn asked her to find help. Caroline looked at the main character as if he were a complete idiot. But nevertheless, she was not at a loss. Looking around, she came across an evacuation plan, which she decided to use for her own purposes. Tom decided to try to stop the infected with a flamethrower. He knows that he is acting in the most reckless way possible right now, but he can't just up and run away. But Tom's hand decided to get back to its old ways and suddenly began to hurt when he held the fire extinguisher. Stopping almost in front of the infected, he turned towards Tom. Tom decided to talk to the homeless man, saying that he could bring doctors here who could help him and asked him to calm down. But the homeless man didn't even want to listen to him, saying that if Tom were in his place, he wouldn't be able to be calm. Having called the guy a brat, not understanding what the infected person was feeling, he suddenly attacked him. It's a good thing Tom managed to react in time, and he pressed the shut-off and starting device and released the contents of the fire extinguisher. But unfortunately for Tom, the fire extinguisher did a poor job of containing the infected and he almost got to him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Caroline appeared and knocked down the infected person with a strong stream of water. The homeless man had already fallen under the stream of water, but as it turned out, the guy behind the door was also infected. The boy tearfully begged the guys to call someone for help while he nervously scratched himself, spreading the virus throughout his body. Suddenly, the military showed up and clearly had a bad attitude towards the two infected in the safe zone. They assessed the situation and the level of danger of infected people. However, the guy who was still conscious was still begging for salvation, but this time from the military. An order was heard down the corridor to destroy the infected, after which a stream of flamethrower immediately shot at them. Tom was shocked by such an inhumane way of eliminating the threat and wanted to stop the military. But the soldiers did not want to put up with this, and pointing their weapons at Tom, asked him and Caroline to go with them. They were considered potentially infected, but the boys were worried about something else. Caroline was shaking with shock, because the soldiers had acted inhumanely by burning the still conscious infected. Tom asked to forgive him because in his opinion, they got into this because of him. The girl found Tom's behavior strange, because in her opinion it was not his fault. But she said that he acted stupidly by going straight ahead to help the guy. And Tom himself had already started to cry, because he wanted to bring him a charger and he ended up there because of him. Caroline thought Tom's words were nonsense, but he thanked her because she came back to save his life. Suddenly, the medical staff came in and called the boys by name, but because of the surprise, Caroline got scared. The doctors said that before they could go to the others, they would have to sit in quarantine, and unfortunately, there was no other choice. The medical staff said that in that case everything would be fine and they could go get their things. Tom walked forward slightly and brushed against Caroline, but she told him not to even come close to her. However, one of the medical staff asked Tom to stay for a while, as they were confused by his hand. The doctors went about their business, apologizing for the inconvenience caused. Tom gave his consent, but at the same time he was very, very nervous, worried about his hand. Although Tom himself remembered the virus on his hand, the doc said that he was fine, but he was still worried. Tom, without realizing it, pulled his hand away, but the doctor still asked to show it to him. Meanwhile, panic began in the shelter, covering the minds of the frightened survivors. The staff member attempted to calm the others down, while also reminding them that the door wasn't even open. However, one of the survivors didn't care and began pushing the others and cursing at the employee standing at the door. As a result, the survivors made it through the door, but caught the eye of a soldier. But the military decided to calm the survivors down, saying that they would not be able to get out of here anyway and asked them for cooperation. Among this whole crowd were Harry and John, who were running after the others. John looked back to where all the survivors were and didn't even notice anything. He grabbed Harry by the hand and said that he didn't have to run away, but he said that John was crazy. Turning to Harry, John said that there was no point in running away, or they might end up in the same situation as on Namsen. The military drove all the survivors back into the shelter and thanked them for their so-called cooperation. They told the others that they would not be leaving here, because in order to leave, they had to undergo an inspection according to the protocols. But the survivors seemed to have gone crazy, saying that there was an infected person in the shelter. So what kind of talk could there be about protocols? However, one of the military personnel was quick to report that the danger level had risen to level 3 out of 4. While I was giving them evidence that everyone outside would most likely die, the survivors stood in a stupor. And yet, according to the soldier, the infected one that everyone fears has already been burned alive. At the same time, other military personnel are sterilizing the premises where the infected person was. While the crowd stood close to each other, an accidental skirmish occurred between a homeless man and a woman. She really didn't like this homeless person, and it bothered her that homeless people somehow ended up in the shelter in the first place. The woman, in shock, began waving her bag, trying to push the homeless man away from her. But but he was tired of the noise. The other survivors thought that the woman had touched the homeless man, and what she heard made her even more hysterical. Unable to bear such hostility from others, the homeless man himself lost his temper and cursed loudly. He took off his outer clothing, asking the others if he looked like an infected person. Calling the psychotic woman a bitch, he approached and told her to also take off her clothes to prove that she was not infected. The woman was already covered by the military, and the homeless man himself was asked to calm down. But the homeless man was still freaking out, saying that he was being looked down upon, but John only noticed his unpleasant smell, not his screams. Suddenly, in the midst of all this commotion, John noticed Caroline and Tom walking along, accompanied by a military man. John waved his hand and called out to Tom, asking where they had been for so long. But seeing John, Tom suddenly decided to go to the restroom and immediately hurried there. In fact, Tom was not in the toilet at all. He went to the landing. Tom looked at his hand, and to his surprise, there was no burn or virus on it. During the examination of the hand, the doctor even thought that Tom had lied, since there was no trace of a burn. There was no virus on his hand, and based on this, Tom came to the conclusion that the virus was inside his hand. The memories of the cable car almost made Tom feel sick, but he couldn't believe that the virus was in him, because it had burned him. Also, to his surprise, neither Tom nor those who touched him showed symptoms of infection. While Tom decided to reduce contact with other people and find out the cause of the pain, Caroline was waiting for him and asked where he had been. Deciding to make fun of him, she said that Tom decided to pee right on the stairs, but he didn't like the joke. Tom was asked again why he had lied, but he replied that there was nothing to lie about. But Caroline reminded him of the hand. The guy said something that seemed obvious. The hand just healed. She saw it herself. But Caroline said that Tom was taking her for a fool, because there was a bandage there as if there was a huge wound on her arm. While the two were talking about his hand, the military was still trying to calm the crowd. Tom repeated again that there was no reason to lie, but Caroline still did not listen to him. While Tom was listening to her, he noticed that the pain had passed, which meant that there were no more infected. Caroline touched Tom with her hand, but he, not expecting this, quickly pushed her away and asked her not to touch. Tom looked at her and looked scared, but his gaze was angry. Caroline tried to get to the bottom of the truth and asked Tom why he was lying, and added that if he lied again, he was dead. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, the military brings in another group of survivors and asks the rest to disperse. While new survivors were being brought in, Tom assumed that someone in the group was infected, because his hand was hurting again. Suddenly, among the survivors, there was Damn Mike, looking somehow scared, and surprisingly, he was alone. One of the staff gathered all the survivors and said that new quarantine protocols had been issued, stating that no contact with the survivors was to be made. John and Harry were a little indignant, because how could they communicate if the place was packed with people? While listening to what was being said about the protocols, John noticed that the network had become accessible again. Harry crawled up to John and showed him a cool chat where something was happening. Someone sent a video to the chat with a message that everyone will die, and in addition, one of the guys said to finally read the messages. It turns out that there are still a few guys left on Mount Namsun, stuck in hell. While Harry and John were discussing what was happening in the chat, Tom was sitting nearby, wrapped in a blanket. He heard their hypocritical statements, which were too disgusting for him. John decided to do something useful and count everyone who sends their location. Suddenly, some crazy person said that quarantine was useless because there was an infected person among them. Someone agreed with this madman, adding that there were children here too. The employee apologized and said that they were already investigating the accident. Tom was the only one among everyone who listened to how the guy lied when he said that there was an infected rat in the room. While the shelter staff were making excuses, Tom decided to shake Caroline. He said that the staff had completely lost their conscience and started lying to others. Caroline said that, of course, in order not to create panic, they will not say that there was an infected person here. But that's not what Tom meant, because people who had no contact with the virus also began to turn into creatures. Tom suggests that the virus has some sort of incubation period, but Caroline made fun of him, as if Tom would tell everyone here to be careful with the infected and the incubation period. She thought they would brush it off as nonsense, but Tom turned away and said he shouldn't have talked to her at all. But suddenly Caroline stood up and looked at Tom with an angry and at the same time contemptuous look. However, she wasn't angry. She just unexpectedly gave the guy the desired charger. He didn't even expect this from her, but he asked if she would lend him a charger. Tom thanked her, but she didn't want to listen to him and simply showed him the middle finger. As he was leaving Tom, he looked after her, and noticing the charger, Harry also wanted to borrow it from Caroline. Finally, approaching the nearest free outlet, Tom began to charge his phone. Looking at his reflection in it, he remembered that this was unusual on her part, since they had not been in contact at school. Tom was again overcome with memories of his school days, where he and Henry were discussing something during recess. Her classmates wanted to work with her on the project, but Caroline called them just another headache. On another walk, Tom heard unpleasant gossip about Caroline from the same girls. After thinking for a moment, Tom thought that Caroline might not be as bad as she seemed. Behind him, Tom heard some women talking about something of their own. The woman in red was telling her friend in blue that she was naive, and the one behind her was asking her to tell the story about the guy with immunity again. From what she heard from people who came to the complex with them, there is a guy with immunity here. According to them, he is good at catching monsters and loves to help people. Speaking about him, she said that he grabbed her hand and said that if he was in danger, God would help him. Tom couldn't believe what he heard. He thought that he too was immune. Suddenly, Mike approached Tom, wanting to borrow the guy's charger for his phone. Tom handed over the charger while Caroline was away and dialed his mother's number himself. He said that he would not be leaving Seoul anytime soon, but for their own good, they should return back to Cheonan. All this time, Mike listened to Tom's conversation and asked him where his parents were, at the same time apologizing. Tom told him that he was stuck here because of a school trip, and his parents were going to Seoul because they were worried. He expressed his sympathy to Tom, saying that he was probably going through as hard a time as his parents. Mike began to tell Tom about his daughter, for whose sake, in a similar situation, he would also go to Seoul. But he got a little carried away when he let it slip that his daughter was taken to hospital when she was only 9 years old. However, according to Tom, he too, when he was little, constantly waited for his mother to come home from work in the hospital ward. Tom said that Mike's daughter would also get better soon, and he thanked him for the exercises and for encouraging him. He asked again if Tom had really arrived on the excursion, mentioning the children from Namsan. Having heard about Namsan, Tom realized that Mike had somehow crossed paths with the guys who had safely abandoned him. Suddenly, Mike received a call from his daughter, who said that he would pay Tom back sooner or later. Mike immediately responded and began to talk sweetly to his daughter, as if nothing had happened. As Tom walked, he thought he should meet the immune guy to find out the origin of the pain in his arm. Tom called out to the ever-disgruntled Caroline and was about to give her the charger, thanking her for her generosity. But she didn't pay attention to it and said that someone wrote in the school group chat. It was Chester who said that he, Emma, Patrick, and Jason were near Namsan and they needed help. Chester was very happy that he could get in touch with his classmates again. Of course, this was great news, but it didn't improve their situation yet. And it didn't improve because one of the infected cats was wandering near the gas station where the heroes were. As soon as Jason threw a Molotov cocktail near the infected cats, they ran away from there. The four tried to enter the shop that caught their eye, but they were unable to open it. Chester was so angry that he was about to break down the door, but something attracted Patrick. Patrick calmed Chester down by saying that if he broke the door, the cat would get into the store, and that it was time for them to go to the gas station that Patrick had noticed. Chester offered to at least pick up the necessary food from the store, but there was no time. The boys hurried to the gas station to avoid dying at the cat's paws. And so, at this moment, they were already at the gas station and hiding from the infected Gumson. Chester, in his usual joking manner, asked if the creature had really once been a cat. Jason remembered the moment when they were already running away from the infected cats. Among all those cat corpses, he clearly noticed that one of the cats had survived. But that's not all. That cat began to merge with the corpses of his infected friends. Listening to this story, Chester felt disgusted to hear about the merging of a living cat with corpses. This cat already looked completely different. He was not red and had something like a ridge on his back. This cat kept looking around, as if he felt that the boys were very close. It looked like he was trying to find the boys, but Jason couldn't believe it. Jason assumed that if he came here, then this cat had a very keen sense of smell. But to their delight, the gas station smelled of gasoline. The boys took refuge in one of the rooms in the gas station. Chester and Jason sat with their faces downcast. Chester, deciding to try his luck, called Amanda, listening to the seemingly eternal beeps. Chester was furious when he heard that Amanda's phone was currently unavailable. Chester told Patrick that Amanda wasn't answering her phone, which was of course sad, because there was no way to contact them. The guy wrote in the school chat if someone could contact the girls, but no one answered, and in a fit of despair, Chester grabbed his hair. However, Patrick decided to remember Chester's words that even if the bus had left, everything would have been fine. Chester himself began to deny it, as if he was not angry, but Patrick, smiling, said that when the bus left, Chester lost his mind. Chester, unable to stand Patrick's teasing, left the room, telling Patrick to go to hell. Patrick asked where Chester went, but the evil guy sent him to hell again, and said that he was going for food, and that he was hungry. Chester went into some room and started looking in the kitchen cabinets, but there was no food. Staring into space, he again remembered that situation with the bus driver. In Chester's memories, he saw Amanda crying and asking him for help. Remembering exactly this, Chester got angry and forcefully closed the kitchen cabinet door, cursing loudly. Suddenly, Jason entered Chester's room, reminding Chester of the cat wandering nearby. Jason asked Chester if he was really that mad at Amanda, since they had been close until middle school. Chester, a little shocked by Jason's knowledge, asked who told him this. Guessing that it was Amanda, Chester said that everyone was close to her, but not him. Suddenly, Jason asked why this was so if they were dating, which made Chester a little nervous. Chester, having come to his senses a little, said that it was none of his business, and what difference did it make anyway? But there was a difference, because Jason wanted to help Chester find Amanda. While the two were talking about Amanda, Patrick decided to bring Emma a cup of coffee. Emma thanked Patrick for the coffee, and he asked what she was looking at. But Emma decided to share her experiences with Patrick, because she thinks that she is a burden to others. But Patrick decided to cheer her up, saying that it was enough that they were together. And if it was because of Chester, then there was no point in listening to him. There was a short pause. But Patrick, deciding to rectify the situation, asked about the emergency hammer, whether Emma kept it. They chatted quite nicely. Emma said that it was useless for them to fight, and Patrick noticed that she was holding the hammer incorrectly. Not noticing that Chester was behind them, he rudely scolded them for not looking after their surroundings. Patrick decided to egg Chester on by telling Emma that if she listened to him, she would become a loser like him. But Patrick said it was just a joke, and reminded Chester of his message. John wrote in the chat calling the guys freaks for abandoning poor Tom. Chester said the guys should take a look at the chat message that had them in shock. The guy said in bewilderment, as if John wanted to die by writing such provocative messages. But suddenly, a group of survivors ran out of the mini-market, screaming loudly. As it turned out, one of the infected had entered the mini-market and forced the survivors to leave. Screaming for help, these survivors ran straight to the gas station where our heroes were sitting. One of them said that they did not open the doors to the guys because they had already left and asked to open the doors. The boys huddled together. Emma asked what they should do, but Chester told her not to even think about opening the door. Suddenly, one of the survivors had the great idea of breaking the door with a plastic chair. Jason, hearing the noise and hubbub, ran to the guys asking what was going on. The guy with the chair was very angry, but the survivors did not notice the cat behind them. The brave man was attacked by a merciless infected cat, leaving him no chance of survival. Just before Jason ran to the boys, he was looking out the window and thinking. He looked at his wedding ring, remembering his bride, who seemed to be telling him that he had never cared for anyone so much. He muttered under his breath, if she were here next to him, she would laugh at him. But suddenly Jason was attracted by the very same screams of the survivors from the mini-market. The cat left that guy no chance of survival by attacking him and infecting him. Jason told everyone to run to him before the cat got to them. The boys hurried to run to Jason to escape from the infected. As the students ran into the room, something caught Jason's attention. There were two other survivors from the convenience store who were in shock and didn't know what to do. Jason called out to them, telling them that they should go to them immediately. But Chester asked if Jason had gone crazy, because if these two entered, the others would be in danger. However, Jason reminded Chester of the lady from the restaurant who took risks to save them. Chester still agreed with Jason, but while the frightened survivors were running towards them, the cat had already managed to finish off their comrade. Before they could even reach Jason, the cat wanted to attack the two survivors. Luckily, Chester decided to help them by throwing a fan at the cat. The fan bought the survivors some more time to run into the room. The cat was stunned by the heavy fan, but he gradually began to come to his senses. Jason decided that while the cat was still waiting, it was time to lock the door. The guy named Simon thanked the guys for waiting for them. But they rejoiced too soon, because the cat had already woken up and began to break down the door. Jason began to hold the cat back and asked everyone else to drag furniture to block the passage. Chester and Patrick grabbed whatever furniture they could find and teased each other a little to raise their spirits. Jason moved away from the door and helped the others block the approach. The guys seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the girl from the mini-market, Sophie, felt uneasy. Sophie began to cry, unable to contain her emotions, but Simon quickly calmed her down. Jason distracted Simon a little by expressing sympathy for their friend and asked if they were heading to the shelter. Simon replied that that was true, and they decided to wait a bit at the mini-market. Patrick, examining the lockers, says that Seoul Station is less than 1 kilometer away. Chester didn't understand why Patrick was rummaging through the furniture they had blocked the door to. However, Patrick told him that he was looking for something useful that could make their survival easier. Patrick was very lucky because in the boxes he found a key to some car. Chester was surprised by such luck, but nevertheless expressed his respect to Patrick. To my surprise, the cat still didn't give up and began to squeeze through the cracks into the room. But Jason, without losing his head, took the first stool he could get his hands on and decided to break the window. The window was broken at the first blow, and everyone jumped out of the window without thinking. The hero's adrenaline was off the charts, but nevertheless, the first thing they decided to do was find a car. Patrick took out the keys and noticed that it was a Honda car. But Jason had some bad news. All the cars in the parking lot were Hondas. Jason noticed some car and immediately realized that the key was for it. Taking the key from Patrick, he sat down in the driver's seat and checked the compatibility of the key with the ignition switch. After making sure that he had the key to the car, he called everyone else to get into the car. But unfortunately, the cat was already catching up with Sophie and Emma, who were barely running. Jason immediately warned them that there was an infected cat behind them. And unfortunately, Sophie did not have time to escape from the onslaught of the cat, screaming in horror. She begged for help, trying to escape from the clutches of the cat who had already begun to infect her. Simon looked at Sophie with obvious fear, but on the other hand he understood that she could no longer be saved. Trying to save himself, Simon ran away from the infected cat and his already dead girlfriend. Simon ran incredibly quickly to the passenger seat and told Jason to start the car. He shouted so loudly that the children's ears were blocked, but he could be understood. Thank God they had already left and were racing along the highway to the station, and it was good that they didn't have far to go. The boys noticed a sign that said they were almost at Seoul Station. Our heroes were incredibly happy that salvation was already very, very close. However, Emma received a notification on her phone notifying her that the area they were entering was at level 3. The boys looked a little higher, and all the buildings they saw were covered in the virus's slime. They couldn't believe that the quarantine zone was in such an incredibly dangerous place. We return again to Tom, who is currently looking for that guy with immunity. Suddenly, his hand trembled from another painful sensation. And all because this guy with immunity paid attention to him and he looked sly. Seoul Station was also engulfed in the virus, which was absolutely everywhere. Our heroes made their way through the crowd of infected and slime in a car to the shelter. There was a lot of shaking in the cabin and Jason told the others to hold on tight. Unfortunately, there was a traffic jam ahead and because of it the guys found themselves trapped. And unfortunately, right in front of them, an infected one appeared, which would most likely kill them. However, Jason was no fool and put the car into reverse. It turned out that there was also an infected person in the back, whom Jason knocked down with his car. As soon as I turned the steering wheel, almost all the people in the car turned upside down. He changed direction and decided to take a detour. Chester said that Jason was going the wrong way, but according to Jason himself, there was no other way. Patrick said that the shelter was not far away and Jason should drive a little straight ahead. Suddenly, Jason noticed something to the left and stopped abruptly. There was a bus with trapped survivors whose exit was blocked by the virus. The survivors could not believe that someone was driving right in front of them, but at the same time, they cried out for help. But Simon wasn't very happy that Jason stopped because of the other survivors. This picture of the survivors brought back some unpleasant memories for Jason. He remembered his fiancée telling him to go to a safe place and not to worry about her. Jason made the decision to save these trapped survivors by jumping out of the car. Chester yelled at Jason what he was doing, but Jason ignored his question. Among the guys, Emma seemed to be the only one who figured out that he wanted to set fire to the virus blocking those poor guys. Suddenly, Simon brazenly began pushing the children out of their seats, saying that he would go himself instead of Jason. Suddenly, Chester unexpectedly asked if he had a lighter. Simon said that he did, and asked him to give it to him. Grabbing a lighter, Chester walked towards Jason, telling the guys to hold Simon back. He asked what Jason was doing, but he didn't hear an answer from him. Chester began to dissuade Jason because they were not some kind of heroes to save everyone in a row. But Jason responded coldly, asking for forgiveness and saying that it was unlikely that the guys would understand his intentions. He took the fuel nozzle and walked towards that bus with a confident gait. Jason said he would clear the way with fire, but he was warned that there was someone above him. Looking up, Jason saw an infected about to attack him. Emma and Patrick tried to restrain Simon, who still wanted to drive himself. Jason fortunately dodged the infected in time, but that wasn't all. Simon's patience snapped and he kicked Patrick, and Emma flew out after him. Jason was very collected, and without losing his composure, he began to pour gasoline on the infected person. The infected one had no intention of simply standing there and attacked again, but Jason deftly dodged again. Chester ran towards Jason and shouted loudly, thereby drawing attention to himself. He had a lighter in his hands, and demonstratively raised it up and told Jason to come to him. Jason managed to run to Chester in time, after which he broke the lighter and it exploded. The The creature immediately caught fire from the lighter, but Jason and Chester, thank God, were not affected. Patrick and Emma immediately ran to them and they made it in time, but reported the theft to an impatient Simon. Simon was already driving away in the car, saying that there was no other choice, and he did not want to die. After defeating the creature, the heroes noticed that the fuel nozzle was dangerously close to the fire. The fuel along with the gun caught fire, and unfortunately for Simon it was trailing right behind him. Due to the fire reaching the tank, the gasoline inside detonated, causing the car to also explode. After the explosion, there was a very big fire right in the middle of the road. The large amount of smoke made our heroes feel very ill, and the children fell to the ground. Among them, Jason held out until the last, and something caught his attention. The guys were found by the military, who had already reported about the group of survivors. They said that they would escort them to the shelter. The explosion was so powerful that the people in the shelter also felt it clearly. The explosion also cut off the electricity in the shelter, after which everyone immediately grabbed their phones. The staff apologizes to the survivors, saying that the emergency generator will be turned on soon. Tom walked with a phone among the other survivors who were discussing this incident among themselves. While he was walking around the complex, he didn't even notice that he almost ended up in a closed area. Tom walked down the landing, clearly trying to find the guy with immunity. While he was holding his phone, his left hand began to hurt again and he was found. The guy with immunity was named David, and according to him, he still understood while Tom was running around looking. But Tom didn't care what he said. He was only interested in whether they were telling the truth about his immunity or not. Tom decides to ask David. He is also infected with a cell-less virus. Hearing Tom's question, David just laughed, but he apologized, saying that he couldn't hold back any longer. He didn't even think that it was possible to ask about this. But at the same time, he said that the virus has cells. But these cells were tiny, and believing that this virus is safe is stupid, because it will simply grow, albeit unnoticed. He confirmed Tom's old guess about the incubation period, and said that the government knew everything from the beginning. However, he said that he and Tom actually do have immunity. Immunity means that their body will not change in any way. Unexpectedly for Tom, David decided to play a joke on him by shooting something out of his hand, which slightly scared Tom. One of the doctors called David over, saying that it was time for them to go. He apologized to Tom that it was time for him to go, but he wanted to tell Tom something before leaving. David shared some advice. If you see a creature, don't run away and you'll learn a lot of new things. While Tom was talking to David, John and Harry were watching the station. Tom called out to the two and asked what they were doing. They didn't expect Tom to come to them now. Harry shared with Tom what he had captured on video, which showed a burning building and the screams of the infected. While the guys were discussing among themselves how they would set these freaks on fire, Caroline stood to the side. Calling them idiots, she approached Tom and asked if he had read the messages in the chat, to which he replied that he had not. John assumed that Chester was looking for Amanda because he dumped her and, according to him, those who dump their friends aren't worth a dime. Suddenly, more survivors were brought into the shelter, and some of them were in a bunk. All these miraculously surviving people were straight from the recently burned down building. Among this crowd were our old friends, Chester, Patrick, and Emma. Emma accidentally glanced to the side and caught Tom's eye, and she was shocked, to put it mildly. Tom looked at her with anger. He remembered when she saw him in that building but left him to die. An image of Henry appeared in his head, and he realized only now that it was because of them that his best friend died. Among all this crowd was Mike, who was very surprised by their arrival. John looked arrogantly, confidently, and clearly in the direction of Chester and the rest of the boys. Chester broke away from the others, wanting to sort things out with what he considered a liar. He began to reproach him for simply causing a fuss by saying that Tom was alive. John mockingly asked what he wanted, and Harry began to tease him that Chester felt cheated. But Chester easily countered Harry by saying that he was John's pawn. The guy came to beat forgiveness out of them for what they said in the chat. John began to provoke Chester, saying that he wanted to hit him without being afraid of him at all. The bully continued, saying that Chester was quite the fighter at school, for which he was often called to the principal's office. Chester freaked out, grabbed John by the chest and started cursing at him. But John was only worried that his clothes might get torn. Unexpectedly for Chester, Tom called out to him, asking him if he was the one who left them to die with Henry. According to Tom himself, he heard everything Chester said before they were left. He demanded the truth. Chester was clearly unhappy with his situation, but Tom still demanded that he tell the truth. At the same time, Mike ran up the stairs away from the guys he abandoned. He couldn't believe that they could be so lucky. He wanted to hide behind one of the doors, but Mike was clearly beaten to it by Jason, who was already standing there devouring the traitor with his eyes. Jason grabbed Mike, but he whined pitifully, asking him to let him go. Jason clearly wasn't going to stand on ceremony with him. He asked him where the girls who were with them were. But Mike had enough strength to break free from Jason's grip and said that they had escaped. Returning to the school children, Patrick could not believe his eyes, because in front of him was a living Tom. Emma immediately apologized to him, saying that at that moment she was very scared. But Tom cut her off and told her not to apologize, because he thought it was disgusting. He began to scold the boys, saying that if they had not abandoned Henry, he would be alive. But Chester clearly wanted to say something. Patrick and Emma had downcast expressions, feeling guilty. Only Chester was sullen. He said he understood them, that they could run away, but Henry could run away with them. The soldier asked the newly arrived survivors to put their names on the list. Chester asked Tom what he knew about why they abandoned Henry. He asked, slightly teasingly, whether someone who betrayed his best friend would trust him. Chester's cheeky hint that Henry had abandoned Tom left him dumbfounded. He told him about how Henry arrived right after Tom distracted the infected, buying time. Henry, who had just arrived, asked the resting children what they were doing. It was he who suggested going without Tom. It was he who first thought of it. Tom almost pounced on Chester, telling him what an asshole and a liar he was, not believing what he was saying. Our heroes came to the tent to enter their names on special papers. Emma was not very pleased with this meeting. She had been oppressed by her conscience for a long time for this act. And now Tom doesn't even want to listen to her. Chester stood and remembered that day when they left Tom to die. There was slime with caviar everywhere in that very building. But at the same time, the guys jump out of a broken window. Henry, looking at the height from which he was afraid to jump, was frightened. Chester decided to hurry Henry, because monsters could crawl in through the broken window. But he was scared. He listened to Henry's excuses and pleas for help. But the boy was already very angry. Chester got mad and couldn't take it anymore, and he kicked the cowardly Henry, who couldn't gather his strength. Henry was pushed aside like a child and fell on his tailbone. He heard from Chester that he was pathetic. Looking at him as if he were something pathetic, Chester expressed his sympathy for Tom, because he had such a bad friend in Henry. Returning from his memories to the present, Chester said that everything was already in the past. Chester approached the doctor, wanting to know where one of his friends was. He gave Amanda's name to the doctor, who began to check if they had one. The doctor said that apparently they were not here, and then someone called out from behind Chester. It was Jason, who was looking for the boys and at the same time brought with him Mike, who had abandoned them. Emma, taking the initiative into her own hands, began to condemn Mike for abandoning not only them, but also other girls. Mike immediately began to justify himself, saying that the girls wanted to help our heroes. However, Jason did not believe him, asking if there was anything human left in him. Mike said that he had a daughter, and that it was not worth talking like that. According to Mike, the girls decided to threaten him with emergency hammers to make him let them go. Mike mockingly said, "How could the children know about the hammers?" and added that he was not guilty of anything. Seeing the sad faces of the boys, he said that he had already asked for help from the army that would come to save them. However, Chester, not wanting to listen to this, asked where the girls were now. At the same time, John and Harry could not believe that after such events someone could sleep, but they could not even close their eyes. Thinking that this was completely normal in such a situation, they laughed while Tom was behind them. John turned to Tom, asking if he wasn't cool, since he stood up for the unfortunate, as he considered Tom. Tom seemed sad and dejected to him at the same time. Harry asked if he really wanted to sleep like the others, but Tom didn't answer them, and without waiting for an answer, they began to discuss the guy's shock at the fact that Tom had survived. While the two were talking to each other, Tom didn't even notice that Caroline had approached him. Caroline asked if she could sit down, but when he didn't answer, she sat down, saying that she didn't need his permission. Tom was still upset about Chester's words about Henry, but nevertheless, she asked if Tom was okay. Caroline believes that it is because of situations like these that you shouldn't expect much from your friends or anyone else. In her opinion, people will adapt to the situation and change, and even Tom might do so. Tom decided to share his emotional experiences. He remembered how he locked the cabin in front of the guy on the cable car. He will never be able to forget the many looks of hatred directed at him. True, Caroline did not appreciate this, and asked why Tom said that. But Tom asked for advice on what to do, if in such a situation he would probably be able to abandon his friends. The guy asked Caroline if she trusted him, but she said that it was as if he didn't hear her, and anyway, wasn't Tom hiding something? Tom asked her if he told her that secret, would she be able to believe him or not? And the guy started talking about how lonely he was, how he had no one to rely on at this dark moment in his life. Caroline didn't want to listen to him, saying that he gave her goosebumps and that he was strange in general. Before Caroline had time to go far, Tom immediately asked her not to leave him. He decided to tell her this secret for her safety. namely that it was no longer safe here. According to Tom, more than half of the newly arrived survivors were infected. The girl was shocked by this secret, not understanding how he determined it. At the same time, somewhere in the complex, Patrick, Emma, and Jason were sitting and relaxing. Having exhaled the steam from his recent adventures, he plopped down on his bed. He wondered if they should be enjoying themselves and having fun on a school trip instead of surviving. Jason decided to ask the guys if Chester had always been as stubborn as he was now. Patrick said that he was always as stubborn as he was stupid. Chester tried to go outside, but now no one is allowed out. Jason couldn't believe it and asked if it was true, but at the same time he remembered what they told him about his classmates. However, Patrick said that it was better not to talk about it, because they used to fight together, but now they don't want to know each other. Emma hugged her knees and listened sadly to Jason's advice about getting back together. After this dialogue, she decided to take a walk alone, and coming to the landing, she remembered Tom. I would like to remind you that Tom told Emma how disgusting her actions were, which made her start crying. Hearing some voices, she quickly tidied herself up, not wanting to be caught crying. But luckily for her, it wasn't anyone she knew. It was just guys discussing a nasty act similar to the one Emma had committed. Emma walked up the stairs and remembered the circumstances of that day. She was too scared. Not noticing anything in front of her, she bumps into Chester, who asks what she is doing. While Patrick was doom-scrolling, he accidentally stumbled upon Amanda's channel, which had a new video. He couldn't believe his own eyes, because the fact that Amanda released a new video meant only one thing: she was alive. However, Patrick turned around at the not very pleasant smell that came from the homeless man, curiously asking what the guy had found. This sudden appearance scared the guy, and he blinded the homeless man for a moment with a flashlight. This homeless man's name was Peter, and he wanted to clarify what they were doing on the second floor, because it was their territory. While the showdown was going on, Chester asked Emma what she was doing there at such a time. But she didn't tell the truth, lying that she just wanted to get some fresh air. Chester took this as truth, saying that she should go back to the rest of the guys. However, before the guy left, Emma asked him if he was okay, and Chester asked her the same question. Emma asked Chester if he was tired of the whole situation, and in general, everything had changed so much and not in their favor. Emma eventually admitted that she was there because of Tom, because she had seen him in the building, but instead she had simply run away. But Chester said that she was too fixated because she didn't ask Tom for help and Tom didn't ask her to wait for him. He also thought about the option with John and Harry, who simply accused them, and because of them, she felt bad. Chester said that in that situation there was absolutely no one who could stay and help Tom. Suddenly, their conversation about Tom is interrupted by a very loud scream of horror. Some guy was afraid of his own girlfriend because she was acting strange. This guy's girlfriend was infected. She called him without understanding where he was. The most fearful employee of this complex screamed at the top of his lungs, "There is an infected person in the shelter." In the midst of all this hustle and bustle, the guy lost his phone and glasses, and he started looking for them. And finally, this guy found what he was looking for, and taking the phone in his hands, shone it in front of him. But to his misfortune, at that very moment one of the infected appeared in front of him. Chester and Emma emerged from the landing looking for their friends. They found them, and the guys decided to understand what was going on and what was happening now. Suddenly, random survivors came right behind the guys and, having noticed the homeless people, they no longer wanted to pass through here. They didn't like the insults from other survivors who called them homeless. Not wanting to cross paths with what they considered to be infected homeless people, they locked the door. Those who locked the door told the others that there were infected homeless people there, and no one wanted to go there anymore. Immediately after this, Peter and his friend began to break down the door to open the passage. Our heroes, having decided that it was unlikely that this door would be opened, went to look for another exit. But accidentally looking to the right, Emma saw some familiar people in the distance. Among them was Tom, who also saw Emma and looked at her very angrily. Amidst all the chaos, David was the only one who didn't panic and simply watched the stream. A very frightened doctor came running and asked if it was time for David to leave this place. David took his time asking this doctor if he was really that worried about those lying on the floor. According to David, it was not his fault that they got infected, but the poor guys didn't look very good. While David was saying that they were already in the incubation period and making excuses to the doctor, the latter was horrified by the sight of his colleagues. But then, even though his hand was in pain, David, with a smile on his face, reached out to the doctor, saying that he was amazed at his abilities. Suddenly, the doctor had caviar on his face, all because David had learned to control the cell's secrecy. The doctor fell out of his chair in shock as he watched his skin rapidly become covered in calf growths. David said that he is currently looking for one drug, and asked a strange question. Does the doctor know how to get immunity? Returning to our heroes, they try to escape from the infection. John and Harry ran to Tom. Harry, seeing Chester, Emma, and Jason in the distance, began to shout at them that these sons of bitches were just lucky. The school children were surprised by the appearance and statements of John's henchmen. While Patrick was looking towards John and Harry, he saw out of the corner of his eye what was happening below and was shocked. Realizing that these gooey things were about to become creatures, Patrick said it was time to run. Hearing what Patrick said from a distance, Tom realized that they all had to hurry. When, unfortunately, Tom's arm began to hurt again, Caroline asked him if he was okay. Tom's behavior really scared the others. Harry asked Tom if he was feeling okay. To Tom's surprise, his hand began to hurt in a completely different way. This time it was throbbing. Caroline approached Tom and asked if it was true that when he was near the virus, he felt pain. But while they were trying to figure out that other survivors had come with Tom, screaming for help, these survivors ran as fast as they could from the slime and caviar, which was quickly catching up with them. John, in shock, pushed Tom so that everyone would run away and not be harmed by the virus. Tom and his classmates eventually came running to Chester and our other heroes. They met face to face. But John, of course, was not happy with this outcome. However, the survivors, like a frightened herd, ran ahead of Tom and Harry, pushing them aside. Jason, being calm, asked the other survivors not to panic because the direction he came from was also dangerous. Right behind Jason's back, an infectious slime was crawling towards the squad of survivors. Jason asked everyone to step back. The survivors huddled in a corner to keep the virus from reaching them, but they were still trapped. But Tom felt sick again. A throbbing pain struck his arm, but this time it was stronger. Tom tried to cope with the pain, however. The virus was already seeping through the doors, blocking the exit. The guy realized faster than anyone else that they needed fire to fight the infection. Jason remembered their weakness to fire and said that we should try to start a fire first so that no one would approach them. While Jason commanded the rest of the survivors, Tom tried to cope with his injured arm. But at the same time, Emma noticed Tom's condition. Deciding to make amends a little, she wanted to ask if he was okay, but Caroline beat him to it. Tom began to deny that he felt fine, but Caroline was no fool, and noticed how cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. The boy felt something strange from his fingertips. He came to the conclusion that he felt the same as the creatures around him. The survivors followed Jason's advice and set fire to various pieces of cloth and defended themselves with a fiery barricade. Emma approached Patrick to ask what he was doing, and he replied that he was watching to see what kind of creatures they were. He does this because all the time they were just running away from the creatures. But if this continues, it will not end well. Finally, the military came to their senses and burned any infection in their path as they went to the shelter. But they were not walking to save the survivors. They were walking so confidently because they already wanted to set fire to the shelter itself. The survivors crowded together, trying to escape the monsters, but the smoke was already making it difficult for them to breathe. But the virus seemed to not want to end, because another part of the virus crawled up to the second floor. The survivors did not understand what to do with the virus, because if they overdid it a little, everything would burn. But someone was not against such an outcome. While the others were bustling about, Tom decided to share with Caroline that he had managed to meet a person with immunity. Tom says that David knows a lot about the virus and the incubation period too, but Caroline doesn't understand why Tom is telling her this. Tom guesses that while the virus is not active, no symptoms appear. Tom continued, if the virus suddenly activates, then nothing can be done. He remembered the situation with the infected homeless man. At that moment, his arm did not hurt so much, but now the pain is incredibly strong. John and Harry accidentally noticed Tom and Caroline, and according to them, they were together from that moment on. Chester, deciding to open his phone, saw the same thing as Patrick shortly before the disaster, a video on Amanda's channel. However, Patrick said that the sound quality of the video is poor, and most likely the recording is accidental, but at least she is alive. In his usual manner, Chester said that it was time to stop sitting around and take action. However, Patrick stopped him, saying that he needed to stay there and asked him to come to him. Patrick discovered that the virus reacted to light, and it was gathering in the light of a flashlight. The guy asked Chester to pay attention to this, and he began to think about it. Watching this reaction of the virus, Patrick thought about how they could use this to their advantage. The survivors had already seen the military coming towards them with flamethrowers in their hands. Thinking that they had already been saved, they drew the attention of the soldiers to themselves. But alas, they did not even suspect their plan to burn down the shelter. Among the cheering crowd, Patrick, Chester, Harry, and John exchanged glances, and the latter said that there was no need to stare like that. Some girl noticed that Tom was not feeling well and came up to ask what was wrong with him. Suddenly, Tom screamed. His gaze became empty and lifeless, and cold sweat flowed from him in streams. Jumping away from Tom in horror, she shouted throughout the complex that the boy was infected. Tom's vision changed. It was slightly greenish, but he noticed a creature behind the girl. Through the pain, Tom stood up and warned the girl that there was a monster behind her. He reached out his hand to her, but she did not listen to him and began to scream for help. The last thing she managed to say was that Tom was crazy, and turning around she saw a monster behind her. Of course, she was unable to escape his onslaught, and she fell into his tentacles. The guy was grieving over his girlfriend, but Jason, without losing his composure, immediately asked him to move away. He threw a piece of burning cloth at the girl grabbed by the monster. The guys looked at Tom very strangely and frightened, asking what the hell that was. Looking at Tom with a hint of fear, John said that Tom had always been a source of suspicion for John personally. Caroline asked Tom if he was infected, to which he replied that he was not. Hearing a negative answer, Caroline asked how he then knew who was infected and who was not. Tom didn't like this question and rudely answered her that it was none of her business. Caroline asked to tell, but Tom got mad for some reason, telling the others to shut up because he was the one who saved them. He said that it was not an infection, but just a suspicion, and they should monitor themselves rather than blame him. Suddenly, an idea occurred to Caroline, and she asked Tom if it was one of them. Tom didn't even understand how she guessed this, and she wanted to say her guess. However, John interrupted her, saying that in his opinion it was obvious that it was Tom. But Tom himself looked at him without taking his eyes off him, which made John ask why he was staring at him like that. Tom revealed the disappointing truth. John was infected. John got really angry, grabbed Tom by the shirt and asked him again what he said. Tom said that it was because of him that his arm hurt, and that soon the cells inside John would begin to actively multiply. John assumes that Tom says this to divert suspicion from himself. Chester separated the two, asking Tom what the hell he was doing. Tom was amazed at Chester's impudence after his actions on the cable car, but he did not lose his composure. The guy said that he had expressed himself as clearly as possible, and they would still see how John would have ugly growths from the virus. From Tom's words, John no longer looked at him as a friend, but as a traitor, a potential enemy. Finally, the military burst in, supposedly coming to rescue all the survivors in the shelter. The girl who was afraid of Tom was still trying to escape and screaming for help. Jason, in order to protect the others from her, took a bottle and wanted to throw it at the creature. The military, burning all the creatures that were in their path, came to the second floor. The girl, surprisingly, was not yet disfigured by the virus, and while conscious, she asked the soldiers for help. The soldiers' faces were not visible through the glass gas masks, but they seemed cold-blooded. An order was given to burn the girl, after which one of them cruelly and mercilessly fired a flamethrower. People who saw such radical methods of soldiers were in complete shock, not to mention the boyfriend of the dead girl. The soldiers suspected the survivors standing before them of possibly being infected with the virus. After a short silence, the same soldier who had burned the girl pointed the barrel of the flamethrower towards the survivors. Jason, being a former military man, understood what was going on and shouted at everyone to run away with their heels flashing. The soldier pulled the trigger and burned some of the survivors, but our heroes managed to escape. The boys were shocked by the inhumane actions of a group of soldiers who intended to burn the survivors. Having reached the other side, they saw a couple more soldiers who were about to burn a couple of homeless people. Patrick was the least pleased that they were going to burn a couple more innocent people alive. The guy turned on the flashlight and shouted at the homeless man to run away as quickly as possible. The soldier covered the light from the lantern with his hand and asked Patrick to stop shining it. Luckily for the homeless, the soldiers were surrounded by creatures and were firing blindly with flamethrowers. While they were buying time for themselves, Jason, who was desperately searching for them, managed to catch up with them. After examining the building, he found nothing, and the only way out was to jump out the window. While Chester tried to help Jason break the window, Harry and John backed away. Sly John suggested to Harry that they should get rid of the rest and go to the point where other survivors were gathering. Harry, after thinking for a moment, agreed to his friend's proposal. The homeless people Patrick saved with his flashlight asked to go with Jason and the other guys. Initially, Jason thought that taking potentially infected people with him was not the best idea. However, they decided to take advantage of the fact that they knew their way around the city very well. There was no time to think. The soldiers dealt with the other survivors. Having given their consent, Jason and Chester were finally able to break the window and go outside. The next day, the TV channel showed news about protesters accusing the government of hiding data about the virus. Anonymous people have unearthed documents showing the first report was received 15 days before Seoul was locked down, something the government denied. The news was on one of the televisions in another temporary shelter for survivors. Among the visitors to this shelter were Tom's parents, Paul and Sarah. Paul brought instant noodles to Sarah after passing through the huge queue at the cafeteria. Sarah could not eat or think about anything, but Paul insisted that she eat because she had been hungry for a long time. It turns out that Sarah couldn't get through to Tom, and unable to think of anything else, she was going crazy again. Paul tried to reassure Sarah that maybe Tom was just tired and fell asleep in the shelter, but she didn't really believe it. Their conversation was interrupted by the crowd and the breaking news broadcast on TV. The news showed the burned-out building of the shelter where Tom was. According to official sources, the fire broke out due to survivors not observing quarantine. This is the last thing Sarah wants to hear, because her son may already be dead. And we return to our heroes, who have come to the building not far from the shelter. Jason told the homeless man, whose name was Adam, that he would like to ask him for a favor. Adam, already understanding what Jason wanted, said that he already owed him, and that the children could stay in the building as long as necessary. Meanwhile, the soldiers gathered some of the survivors from the burnt shelter and asked if anyone had had contact with the cells during the night. Everyone was silent, not wanting to confess. But in the midst of this crowd, John raised his hand. The soldier, paying attention, asked the schoolboy what he wanted to say. John replied that his friend had signs of infection, and if he reported it to the soldiers, would they take care of him. While John was talking about his friend, Tom was in a nearby building looking at his unusual hand and thinking. He remembered the screams and John's surprised face, suspecting Tom of being infected. And this situation affected him, because he himself could not understand whether he was infected or not. John described to the soldier the strange behavior of his friend, who constantly flinched at the sight of John. He spoke about Tom, slandering him as the one who transmitted the virus to the woman the soldiers burned first. The soldier recording John's testimony, believing John's slander, was surprised by Tom's devilish actions. The interrogator called another soldier to find Tom's name on the list. Voyaka said that if they trust public opinion about the carrier of the virus, there will be less responsibility. While the soldier was seeing John off, he, as if to himself, told Tom that he should not have accused him. His egoism made him act so meanly, slandering Tom he was proud of himself. While the soldier was asking John about his contact with Tom, their conversation was overheard by a curious David. Having escorted the schoolboy to the waiting area, the soldier hurried to leave him. Having heard the whole conversation, David noticed John and now knew where he was. Returning to the heroes, our Chester woke up and the first thing that bothered him was a strong itch. Patrick asked about Chester's itch and warned him to be careful with pillows in that area. The guy warned his friend about lice too late, and the friend couldn't believe his ears. As Chester climbed out of bed, Patrick asked him to pay attention to the lack of electricity in the building. Henry decided to show off and said that they were fools for not carrying a charged power bank with them on a regular basis. However, the boys didn't care about the bullying. They asked about John, but Henry replied that they had split up. Harry decided to also say that they were not friends at all. But while they were sorting things out, Jason entered the room. It turns out that while the guys were talking, Jason decided to examine the building, and it was still in normal condition. There was a dining room on the first floor, and there was even a coffee machine. But without electricity, it was of little use. There was also an office on the second floor, but the employees had been evacuated long ago, so it was empty. Jason guessed that homeless people might still come here, but it was quite livable. But Caroline decided to express her opinion to Jason, which was that it was not so safe here. As she believed, if there was an incident in the shelter, then things wouldn't get any better here either, especially with homeless people wandering around. Chester said there would be no surrealism with the homeless, but Caroline said Tom was acting weird too. The guy asked if he was infected, but Caroline herself had no idea what had happened to Tom. She decided to switch to them because they are Tom's friends and not her. But Caroline decided to make fun of them and reminded them of how they abandoned Tom in Namsan. Among the boys, Patrick put Caroline in her place, as if hinting that this was too much. After saying that they needed to team up to survive, Caroline chuckled, saying that no one would want to team up, especially with Patrick. Patrick didn't like this statement from Caroline at all, and he was about to put the nerd in his place. Suddenly, Jason interrupted this senseless quarrel and gave a peculiar task to find food in the cafeteria. Patrick asked if Caroline had to behave like that, and she agreed and said that it was better to move on. Chester and Harry discussed Patrick and Caroline's relationship, as they had always stood up for each other in the past. Emma decided to fight off the others and went to the toilet to wash her face. She recalls the screams of those burned people who did not have time to escape the onslaught of soldiers with flamethrowers. This was a tangible blow to Emma's psyche, and she pressed her knees to her chest and began to shake from the fear that gripped her. The heroine climbed the stairs. She did not understand how the guys had not yet gone crazy after what had happened. It felt like they were being bullied because of Emma, and she was about to break down. But something caught her attention. Right in front of her was Tom, who was walking down the stairs for some unknown reason. Tom walked right past her, even though Emma didn't even have time to say that everyone was in the dining room. Surprisingly, Tom was heading towards the exit, which Emma clearly didn't expect. The guy was about to leave, but Emma grabbed his hand in time and asked where he was going. She asked him why he needed a backpack. Did he really want to leave, knowing how dangerous it was outside? The hero resisted and asked Emma to let him go, but she wouldn't let him go, asking the guy not to leave. Tom reluctantly pushed Emma away, telling her to stay out of his way. Emma fell to the floor, and the guy hung over her and said that he was leaving because he himself did not know whether he was safe or not. He asked Emma not to come near him again, but she looked at him with a look of complete incomprehension. Tom tried to leave, while the others were struggling with the gas stove, not understanding why it wouldn't turn on. Patrick, although smart, also did not understand why he assumed that electricity was needed. While they were dealing with the stove, Chester, for some unknown reason, looked at his location. Patrick asked Harry if the guy had a lighter, but alas, Harry didn't have one. But in any case, Chester was only interested in why the others weren't coming down. Suddenly, Chester received a call from an unknown number, and when he picked up the phone, he heard a familiar voice. It was Erica, with a trembling voice and a phone that had been found in an unknown location. After the fall, getting up from her knees, Emma said that she did not understand Tom's feelings at all. Emma said that he himself was not sure whether he was infected, and in that case it was quite dangerous to go outside. However, Tom was not going to listen to all this for long, and he opened the door, getting ready to go out. But Tom was stopped by some shouts saying that they were saved because they had found a shelter. As it turned out, it was a group of random homeless people who slightly pushed aside Tom. At the same time, Chester was talking to Erica on his phone. She told him that at the moment she and Amanda were hiding in the building, but in truth, they were trying to get out. While Erica was explaining the situation to Chester, Amanda woke up and asked in a sleepy voice who Erica was talking to. Now the girls were in an alley, with a bunch of tourist signs and of course a lot of caviar. But unfortunately for the guys, it was at that moment that Erica's phone went dead. When Chester called back, he heard an annoying message about the number he was calling being unavailable. Chester realized that they knew the number thanks to Amanda, who knew his number by heart. During their conversation, Emma and Tom unexpectedly came down to the boys. Before Tom could ask where they had been, he declared that they were in danger and needed to leave the shelter. However, Chester, not understanding what Tom was saying, asked again why they had to leave. Having not received an answer to their question, homeless people entered the canteen and said that there was no need to run away. The school children and the homeless looked at each other, and the latter did not expect that there would be so many children. Suddenly, a very fat and unpleasant guy appeared among them and asked if the children knew what this place was. The homeless people addressed the fat man by name and brought to them the captured Caroline, who asked to be released. She was in enough pain, and the homeless people mocked her that she would obviously beat her future husband. The fat man, whose name was Lars, asked the guys if this was really all who were here. Suddenly, Jason and Adam walked into the dining room, and our homeless friend said the children were his guests. Turning towards Adam, he didn't seem to like what he heard, but no one seemed to understand what Adam said. Adam repeated again, but louder and more insistently, that the children were his guests. Lars decided to ask Adam why he was not in the shelter and why he returned to the house again. At the same time, Lars reminded Adam that it was their turn to live in the house this month. While the homeless people were sorting things out, Patrick shared his not-so-pleasant opinion about them. According to rumors that Jason heard, homeless people in Seoul are very irritable and only fought for their rights in this way. Patrick was worried about Adam because he had been so kind to them, and now he was completely alone among those freaks. Jason decided to calm Patrick down by saying that everything would be fine. Adam was an expert in such matters. In the end, the conversation boiled down to the fact that Adam had better leave if he wanted to resolve the issue peacefully. Among these homeless people, 2 wanted to leave Emma and Caroline here, saying that they could make room. Our friend didn't like these words at all, and he threw a menacing glance in the direction of the perverts. He scared them very much, after which they immediately swallowed their long tongues. According to Jason's recollections, Adam is a former professional boxer, an Asian champion, but at the same time such a braggart. Adam stood up and hit one of them in the liver, causing the homeless man who received the blow to fall to the floor. Our friend said that he was indebted to the children and could not do what Lars was proposing to do. Chester decided to share with Jason that his friends had called him, but the conversation was short. He also said that the bus driver told them the location of the girls and they just had to comb the area. Patrick asked if Chester was going to go, to which he replied that he had made many more Molotovs. However, Caroline, biting her nails, said that they were not a priority now because they were all already in danger. She asked the children if they really didn't feel anything when they looked at the homeless. But according to Chester, there is nothing to be done. They will figure out how to come to an agreement with them without any conflicts. For example, by dividing the rooms. When Caroline mentioned sharing rooms, she teased the guy as if it was a great option. She suddenly changed her facial expression, and from funny became completely ordinary. Caroline reminded them about the spread of the virus in the shelter, and they should not think that it was safer here than it was there. Emma remembered Tom's words about how he himself didn't know whether he was infected or not. Emma felt ashamed because most likely he got infected because he was abandoned in Namsan by other guys. The girl started making fun of Chester, as if he wanted everyone here to get infected. Caroline wanted to go somewhere, and when Chester asked where exactly, she replied that it was none of his business. The girl was walking along the landing in absolutely no mood, as always. While wondering if she should come here, she heard Tom doing something downstairs. As it turned out, the guy was watching the conversation taking place in the dining room. While this unpleasant conversation was going on, Lars asked Adam to stop. However, Tom only wanted to get out of there, because as soon as the homeless people entered, he sensed an infected person among them. Unexpectedly for Tom, Caroline approached him and asked what he was doing there. She asked about Tom's hand, whether it was pulsating or not, but Tom nervously pretended not to understand what she meant. Caroline realized after seeing the virus's aversion to fire that Tom's burned hand was infected. Or, he burned his hand when he was infected, but the virus remained and informed him of the infection nearby with its annoying pain. Tom ultimately didn't give a clear answer, saying that she could say whatever she wanted. Caroline asked him why he needed the backpack, to which Tom replied that he wanted to find out something, and then leave. Caroline still didn't believe him. Suddenly, Caroline told Tom that she had never said such words. And that's not all, because Caroline asked Tom to take her with him. Tom agreed to take Caroline with him, but they would leave a little later, because they needed to observe the situation. Caroline took this as a refusal, and she didn't like it because it hurt her pride. But Tom said that wasn't the point. He is worried that he can sense the presence of the infected, and what should he do if they become dangerous to him? Suddenly, Caroline, slightly angry, grabbed Tom by the t-shirt and dragged him along with her. Tom did not immediately accept this, and fought off Caroline, asking what she was doing. She answered him that the only one among the others who was suspected of being infected was Tom. In her opinion, he feels isolated because he can sense other infected people. But it was Tom who saved the others in the shelter, so Caroline is exaggerating a little. He reminded her of how she saved him, to which Caroline replied that she simply knew the location of the hydrant. Caroline said she never acted when in doubt, but Tom found that odd. In that case, according to Tom, he can leave her if he doubts. Tom also believes that she will not understand what it is like to be left behind. The guy said he didn't want anything like that, then turned around and left. As he walked down the stairs, Tom wondered if he was being too hard on the girls. Remembering the situation with the homeless, with Emma, he, without realizing it, took her hand and led her downstairs. Did he really still love her? While Tom was thinking, homeless people stood in his way, remembering him, because he ran away as soon as the homeless people entered. They remembered his face, and their intentions were not very good, judging by the expressions on their faces. One of them asked if he was the one who ran away from them, because they were supposedly very upset. The homeless people immediately surrounded our hero like vultures, wanting to talk to him. Suddenly, Caroline attracted the attention of the impudent homeless people, thereby buying Tom time. She decided to scare them by saying that he had symptoms of infection and that school children were also avoiding him. After these words, the homeless people, without finishing their conversation with Tom, hurried away. As Caroline walked down, she said that she hadn't helped because Tom was nice, and that staying here wasn't such a bad idea. But that didn't change anything, because if he was going to leave, he had to take Caroline with him. While the kids were sitting in the room, Adam and Jason decided to go out onto the landing to chat. Jason said he wanted to leave the building, but Adam warned him, saying that where he wanted to go was very dangerous. According to Adam, there is a cleanup army roaming the streets, and since they escaped from the shelter, they will most likely be killed on sight. Brutal Jason decided to tell Adam about his beloved bride, who dreams of becoming a teacher. Although his fiancée had never taken any professional tests, she still dreamed of her dream. For her, it was her life's work to teach children and see their happy and bright faces. She loved her children so much that she always bought them all sorts of goodies when exams were over. When Jason himself asked her why she was doing this, she replied that she simply liked the childish simplicity. He opened his soul to Adam. Jason hoped that she would forgive him for everything if he protected these children. Jason compared the information he received from the driver, Erica, and the local, and he eventually found the girls' final location. They separated all the bottles they made so that they wouldn't all explode at once. Jason and Chester also prepared special clothes for the sortie. Chester, with his face hidden, turned to the boys and jokingly said that Amanda was nothing but trouble. Taking off his mask, the guy said that there was no need to worry, because they would be back in an hour, and everything would go smoothly. As Chester headed towards the exit of the building, he bumped into Tom walking with Amanda. They exchanged glances of obvious hostility towards each other and simply walked past. Suddenly, Chester decided to ask for forgiveness for abandoning him and the already dead Henry. As he left, he said that in fact, Chester was in debt to Tom. Before Jason left for Chester, Emma also wanted to leave with the guys to look for the girls. She tried to explain it by saying that she couldn't sit idly by while her friends were in danger. However, the evil Caroline came in and said that Emma could not be of any use. She said this because anyone would die when faced with a monster, and she was no exception. She said she could do everything within her capabilities, but Caroline said she was useless overall. Caroline had said more than once that even this building could be very dangerous. Caroline learned from the news that there are only 10 days until Seoul opens, but will Emma live that long? Jason intervened, but surprisingly sided with Caroline, saying she was right that the others should keep an eye on the building. While the guys were sorting things out among themselves, Tom was eavesdropping on their conversation. Adam asked Jason if he had taken the torch. He said no, but at the same time asked him to take care of the children. Tom was very angry at Emma's hypocrisy, because if she doesn't abandon her friends, then who were he and Henry to her? Patrick wanted to express one of his assumptions, but Caroline immediately interrupted him and asked him to be silent so he could think. The girl asked the others to listen to her and said that now they needed to do something important. While the children were talking, one of the homeless people approached Adam because something had happened in the dining room. A couple of homeless people decided to sort things out between themselves, and one of them made a rose. The madman shouted that if his opponent came near him, he would immediately stab him with a rose. Adam decided to calm down the homeless people who were suddenly rioting, trying to figure out what was going on. Caroline was still telling the boys that she thought, in her experience, their plan would prevent the virus, but not kill it completely. Suddenly, a homeless man armed with a rose decided to stab Adam. It was planned by Lars, who came in and said, that's why he should have made a peaceful decision. Like jackals, the homeless people pounced on the defenseless Adam in a crowd, beating him with everything they could get their hands on. Caroline sincerely believes that the only thing that always ruins plans is people. However, Harry decided to object that what the girl said was nonsense, anyone could say it. The girl didn't really like the fact that Harry was being smart for no reason, hinting to him that he was a bit dumb. Emma decided to ask her friend why she suddenly decided to say this, as if something was about to happen. Suddenly, Amanda decided to reveal the secret of this attitude. There is an infected person among the homeless people in the building. But before they could discuss anything, Lars came into the children's room and, calling them rats, told them to come to him. The latest news broadcast reported on a meeting held by the Citizens' Assembly. They claimed that the government was hiding a mutating virus, and also provided information about military weapons against the virus. Authorities have taken measures to contain the virus by dividing those infected into classes from 1 to 4, with 4 being the most dangerous infected. The episode showed Seoul Station, after the explosion where most of the virus was destroyed. In one of the areas that the military was reconnoitering, there were our old friends who had already gone out to search. They were near one of the military facilities, where there were many military personnel and medical personnel. Something was being burned at the sites, and Chester assumed that these could have been the corpses of the infected, which sounded plausible. Saying that there was nothing more to be found here, they went in the other direction with a lit torch. Jason decided to warn Chester to be careful, because the virus could appear suddenly. Looking at the brutal Jason, he remembered that he wanted to help him find Amanda. Chester, who addressed Jason as Mr., asked him not to call him that, since their age difference is not that big. Jason introduced himself in a friendly manner, and Chester decided to joke about his name, almost leading to a friendly quarrel. The guy remembered Jason's words about him helping him find Amanda, which was unexpected for Chester. The hero said that it would be so, but he was curious about Chester, because usually guys his age don't do such things. Jason only had time to ask who Amanda was to him, when suddenly the macho saw something in front of him. There was a pile of virus in front of them, covering all the buildings nearby like a web. On the go, Jason was already about to make a plan of action with Chester, and he was already about to say what he had decided. However, Chester, holding a burning Molotov in his hands, showed with his whole appearance what needed to be done. That's what they decided, after which Chester threw 2 Molotovs at a couple of monsters at the pile. The heroes were lucky that there was a mini-market nearby that had water supplies, which they naturally took. Looking out the window, Chester decided to ask Jason if everything would be okay with Amanda. to which he replied that of course, everything would be okay. Chester remembered Jason's question about who Amanda was to him, to which he began to tell him his story. In high school, our Chester was a bully who hung out with the local punks. These guys were joking about something, having fun, and generally living a carefree life. When one of his friends asked him jokingly whether Chester would still be attending school, he sent the joker away. In high school, the guy simply hated studying, and every day was absolutely empty for him. One such day he was heading home, and as he approached the house, Amanda noticed him. Her mother stood next to her and asked Chester if he was her daughter's classmate, which Amanda herself confirmed. Amanda embarrassed Chester by telling her mother how good he was at sports. Amanda's mother introduced herself to the guy, saying that he was actually quite a handsome guy. She also asked Chester to be a friend to her daughter, to which Chester did not immediately agree. After that chance meeting, they always talked to each other at school. He liked Amanda quite a lot and felt really happy when he was friends with her. He remembered his high school graduation. He remembered the happy faces of his classmates. Chester's parents didn't come to see him that day, but Amanda's parents didn't leave him alone. Amanda's mother, handing over flowers, said that his parents would probably really like to come. Chester was amazed that a complete stranger was handing him a bouquet and congratulating him on his graduation. Amanda's parents, according to Chester's recollections, were also quite nice people, just like their daughter. He will never forget that graduation, because it was very important for him. He hoped that happiness would not collapse. Jason encouraged his partner, saying that everything would be fine, but it was time to get moving. And so it happened. Our heroes left the mini-market to continue their search. Suddenly, the military arrived at the scene, saying that the possible arsonists had been found. While the boys were in trouble, Caroline was trying to buy time for those who remained in the building. She gave them the lie that Jason and Chester would bring food from the shelter. Caroline said that if they were left alone, half of the supplies the boys found would be given to the homeless. The homeless people used force to drag all the school children into the cafeteria. Lars said that if Jason and Chester don't come by evening, they will simply finish them off. Suddenly, the children turned towards the lying Adam, who was barely moving. Lars put one of the homeless people on guard to prevent the children from running away. Patrick looked Adam over a bit to see how he was doing, and luckily he was still alive. Harry got a little nervous, saying that Caroline's story about the supplies was terrible. Screaming hysterically, Harry said that they would die. But Caroline said that there was no better idea than to lie about the supplies. Tom decided to tell Caroline that one of the infected homeless people would still show symptoms, adding that among the infected homeless, someone would have time to vomit caviar before Chester and Jason arrived. 2 homeless people were near the canteen when one of them lay down to rest, and the other was shaking. The vacationer turned his attention to his friend, noticing that he looked very bad. Caroline suggested that if the virus appeared, the homeless people would flee, and the guys had already encountered the virus. It follows that if the guys plan everything well, then this time everything will go just as smoothly. Emma looked at Caroline thoughtfully as she spoke. While staring, Caroline noticed her and asked her to stop looking at her like that. The heroine, with an awkward expression on her face, apologized to her friend. Harry, moving away from the others, regretted that he had gone with the boys to the shelter. But someone wrote to Harry's phone, and it turned out it was his friend John. Patrick suggested that the virus with an incubation period had already begun to spread, and no one knew what would happen next. They are like in a cage, they can't escape, but they can still use fire. There is a gas stove here, and luckily, Harry also had a lighter. Tom listened to Patrick's speculations about the spread of the virus. The guy added that starting a fire is not a problem, but the cells burn well, so the fire will spread quickly. Harry asked mockingly what Tom would do in such a situation. But he also showed Tom that he was infected and had absolutely nothing to do here. Patrick put Harry in his place, saying that they shouldn't suspect each other. But the cheeky guy said that, unlike Patrick, he didn't owe Tom anything. However, Tom said that he would leave with Caroline without anyone even noticing. Tom should have left back when they were watching the homeless with Caroline. He felt hurt that he tried to save Emma even after he was abandoned, and after his speech he told Harry to shut up. Harry mocked Tom as if he thought they were friends and said that he was talking complete nonsense. But Tom didn't stop and said that Harry should shut his filthy mouth. In the middle of the argument, Patrick intervened and said that it was better to stop the fight, because now was not the time for them. Patrick said he understood why Tom was so dismissive of the boys, but now was not the time for a showdown. Caroline supported him, because they could sort things out like this for a very, very long time. Unexpectedly, Patrick asked to remain silent, because a hypothesis had occurred to him. He had been speculating about the origin of the virus and what it could be. But now the puzzle in his head had finally come together. Patrick figured out that these were cancer cells, and after comparing them and their properties, They were very similar to each other. The guy asked the other guys if they had heard anything about high-frequency heat treatment. In short, it is a heat therapy that kills cells at 40 degrees, and he wanted to convey to the guys that they need to pay attention to the temperature. Caroline and Patrick began to discuss whether they could use water in this case. In the end, this is the conclusion they came to in order to protect themselves and others. Emma was amazed at Caroline's resourcefulness, because at school she was unremarkable. But in this situation she shines. Patrick liked this collaboration, because now they were on the same side, and Caroline extended her hand to give him a high five, and she told him to go to hell. The girl's resourcefulness makes Emma rely on her until she realizes that he is useless. Suddenly, our hero's thoughts were interrupted by screams and shouts coming from the other side of the doors. Caroline asked Patrick if it was actually a scream, to which he replied that of course it was him. While Patrick was trying to come to his senses from fear and shock, Tom seemed to have already figured out what to do. He shouted for someone to close the door immediately before someone got to them. Emma decided to do this to prove to herself that she was not so useless. She tried to reach the lock at the top, but she couldn't. Emma asked for a chair, and, as luck would have it, Caroline had already brought it. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Amanda, but came to her senses in time and climbed onto the chair. While the girls were dealing with the doors, Harry and Patrick were looking for as much kitchenware as possible. The guys decided to tie up everything they found with napkins and set it on fire with olive oil. While the boys were hastily trying to make an improvised weapon, Adam stood up, groaning in pain. Tom noticed that Adam was trying to get up and decided to go over and help him a little. Suddenly, there were homeless people running away from a friend infected with the virus outside the door. They tearfully begged with genuine fear in their eyes for the door to be opened for them. The action shifts to the group of military men who met Jason and Chester. An infected creature climbed out of the window of one of the buildings and wanted to attack a group of soldiers. But fortunately, the soldiers managed to notice this and opened fire from a flamethrower to burn the creature. The military, as it turned out, teamed up with the heroes to find the missing girls. Jason and Chester directed soldiers to the approximate location of the schoolgirls. Judging by what the leader of the squad said, they did not intend to capture the guys after rescuing them. But the soldiers encountered a rather large cluster of the virus on their way, which they would have to deal with. In fact, they initially wanted to burn this cluster, but the squad captain said that it was better to wait for now. They were told what each class meant. For example, Class A meant a crowd of at least more than one person. Jason thought that the virus that was on the station was Class A. Chester said something about infected cats that could merge and asked if they knew about it. But the soldiers were shocked by what they heard. The soldiers inspected the area, and unfortunately, none of the soldiers found the girls. Suddenly, the soldier found a building whose doors had been open for a long time. Chester immediately ran to the soldier who found the room, thinking that Amanda was there. She wasn't there, but there were clearly traces of someone's presence, and Chester was sure that the girls had been there. One of the soldiers called Chester and Jason over to look at the path after the fire. There was a burnt virus here, which means that most likely someone followed this path. And out of nowhere, Chester rushed straight down this path, so eager to find Amanda. Jason shouted after him, trying to stop the guy, but all he had on his mind was Amanda. He remembered the time when Amanda wanted to share with him that she had learned a cool English word. It was the word destiny, meaning fate. But the only association was the game of the same name. Chester didn't even try to look interested, because he hadn't slept well and wanted to get some sleep. Waking up and not seeing Amanda next to him, he noticed that she had written the same word on his hand. The guy finally found some clue, namely Amanda's bag, which was lying on the floor. In front of him was a huge building, in which apparently the girls were located. To understand Chester's strong attachment to Amanda, we need to go back to his past for a moment. Chester himself doesn't remember since when he hated the moment when he crossed the threshold of his own house. In the hallway on the table, he had money with a small piece of paper on it that said it was Chester's money. And now Chester and his friends are playing MOBA, not shying away from expressing their emotions. But to Chester's misfortune, they were losing the midfield. As a result, a lost game due to poorly played Forest and mid lane. Chester has already come to the store to buy himself some food. He wrote to his friends, asking if anyone wanted to go to the mini-market near the station, but they all refused. And so all his meaningless days passed in his third year of high school. However, towards the end of one of these similar meaningless days, he met his old girlfriend. Noticing Chester sitting in the store, she took a fancy to him and called him outside. Every evening she walks past this mini-market after prep, but only sees it on this day. Amanda decided to ask if Chester had dined there, since this mini-market often has promotions. But before she could even answer, Amanda's attention was drawn to a store she often visited. Most of the time, the store closed at 7, because by then all the goods were sold out. But today Amanda was lucky. Having persuaded Chester to buy tteokbokki, she found it very appetizing. Amanda greedily gobbled up her portion and told Chester to take one for himself too, to which Chester agreed. The girl wanted to offer to buy more ice cream, but she didn't even have time to chew the food, which was a little unethical for Chester. Chester noted that she really liked tteokbokki, to which she handed him part of her portion. Chester hadn't expected such generosity from Amanda, but he still insisted that the noodles were a filling meal for him. Amanda apologized, but Chester had some ketchup on his cheek and the girl wanted to take a photo of it. And so this couple had already eaten and were getting ready to go home. And at the end, the girl promised to buy some sweets. After saying goodbye, Chester was a little surprised that Amanda wanted to treat him. The next day, the boy was already sitting at school and studying a topic that was new to them. He noticed that Amanda was somehow overly nervous and kept looking at her watch. As soon as the bell rang, she immediately jumped up from her seat. And immediately she ran out of the classroom, trying to run first to the cafeteria. And behind her trailed the guys who didn't want to lose to the girl. They pushed each other in different directions and slowed others down. And from then on, Chester began to pay attention to Amanda. And so Chester is sitting in the evening again with his group of friends, one of whom bought an overly expensive case. The bully wanted to become a food delivery man, but his friends said the idea was stupid. One of Chester's friends reminded him of today's case, but Chester reluctantly replied that he was not particularly interested in this. And so, while they are walking, the friends in front want to buy cigarettes, but Chester is somehow not up to it. Suddenly, he decided to leave the guys because he had to hurry somewhere, but they didn't really like it. He was looking for Amanda, who always appears in the same place at about 9. So Chester went into the store to, of course, find his good friend. He was lucky because Amanda was right there, and she asked him if he wanted to buy something on sale. The guy was sweating profusely from running to the store, which Amanda noticed. She asked if he had actually run here, to which Chester replied that he had been training, but in general, he was very hungry. Amanda took her friend to a place that sells toast, which, to Chester's surprise, he liked. Amanda asked Chester if he liked the toasts, to which he said, a little, but yes. Chester watched as the girl greedily devoured her toast, stuffing her cheeks with food. But nevertheless, he felt good eating not only alone, but also with his close friend. While walking after a hearty dinner, the girl asked Chester why he was so unsociable at school. By Chester's unsociability, she meant that he was constantly sleeping and not talking to his classmates. Someone even told Amanda that Chester was fighting for his life, and Chester even asked her who said that. Chester walked home not so sad, but even a little happy after his walk with Amanda. But when he looked around his own house, he noticed that it was ransacked, and there was even soju on the floor. Chester's mother came into his house and asked what time it was. Unexpectedly for Chester, his mother asked him if he wanted to quit school, because that's what his teacher told her. But in fact, he meant something slightly different by this, and he was misunderstood. Chester noticed what was in his mother's hand, and there were drugs in it. The guy, stunned by what was happening, asked his mother where she found them, because she had promised to quit. She asked him why she couldn't use because everyone made her suffer. The woman, with a terrible expression on her face, said that it was her son who brought her to this state. Chester couldn't believe what he heard. His face immediately changed, and cold sweat started running down his face. The boy sat in the hospital, disheartened by his own mother's words. The woman was taken to an ambulance, where the doctor worked to bring her to her senses. The last time Chester met his father, he told him to protect his mother at all costs. But since the divorce, she has been in intensive care many times. It is because of this that Chester cannot forgive his father for abandoning his mother. Walking home along the dark street, he met Amanda waiting for her near the house. Amanda asked where Chester had been all this time, because she had been waiting for him for a very long time. The guy was worried about how Amanda found out his address, and she said that from the teacher. As he listened to Amanda's questions about where he had been and why he hadn't been at school, his expression was clearly displeased. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, the guy told Amanda to get lost, because he was not in the mood to talk to anyone. The girl did not want to let her friend go so easily without finding out the reason for his sadness and without trying to help him. But Chester quickly pulled away, pushing Amanda's hand away, asking who she was to him anyway. Amanda still didn't understand Chester's sadness, and asked him why he wasn't like usual today. But Chester, with a strange expression on his face, said that Amanda didn't even know who he was, and that she was wrong to think that they were friends. Chester firmly and clearly told her that she shouldn't even approach him again. The girl didn't like this at all, because she came to him because she was worried about him. Although Chester was very happy spending time with Amanda, he was very afraid to get close to her. And here we are back in the present, where Chester entered that building, trying to find Amanda. The soldiers were with him, and on their way they came across one of the infected, who immediately received a volley from a flamethrower. But suddenly, the soldier shouted that it was an exoskeleton. The guy didn't even think about stopping the volley from the flamethrower. Unexpectedly, the fire proved to be of no use to the infected, and he grabbed the resisting soldier. The soldier screamed at the top of his lungs that there was an exoskeleton here that would leave no one alive. After the creature dragged the soldier away, it crawled out from around the corner, but now it had a bone skeleton that served as its armor. None of the soldiers expected to meet an exoskeleton here. Their expressions immediately changed. The creature knocked out their comrade, but for some reason it didn't attack the others, as if it was expecting something. A close friend of the fallen soldier raised his rifle and opened fire on the exoskeleton, but it immediately ran towards him. The infected pierced him and loomed over him, causing the soldier to fear him. The exoskeleton swallowed the soldier whole, and upon seeing this, his comrades immediately wanted to run away. Everyone decided to flee the building, but since one of the exits is blocked by an exoskeleton, they have to look for another. But there was more than one exoskeleton in the room, and another infected one wanted to attack the soldiers. One of the soldiers fired a flamethrower at him, but the fuel was about to run out. Suddenly, an exoskeleton came down the stairs, clearly not wanting to leave the heroes alone. The soldier with the flamethrower immediately shot at him to stop the exoskeleton. But he doesn't care. He burned for a couple of seconds, and now he's eager to attack a group of people. The flamethrower ordered the others to run as far away as possible, and he would hold off the exoskeleton. Not long after, a group of soldiers came across an open door to a room in which they could wait out the attack. They ran there and the captain immediately started calling for reinforcements on the radio. Jason decided to ask the soldiers how they knew about this exoskeleton. But the soldier replied that he was simply destroying the creatures and that he himself did not know what it was. The guy said that he had seen many monsters, but never anything like this. And as a soldier, he should know something about an exoskeleton. He, taking off his helmet, said that when ordinary creatures soften their bodies, they cover themselves with armor made of bones. Taking off his gear, he continued, "Because of the armor, they can't be burned except maybe set on fire for a couple of seconds. But these are not all exoskeletons. There are also those that can merge with several corpses at once." Chester was overcome with fear and asked why they didn't say anything, even though they knew everything. According to him, if he had been told earlier, he would never have come here. A response came from the command. Reinforcements were sent to help our heroes. The captain decided to wait here until help arrived. But Chester was concerned about saving his friends, which he asked the captain about. But he answered him that it would be better to surrender, because now it would be impossible to do so. Suddenly, the phone rang in this room, which Jason quickly answered. There was some grandmother on the other end of the line who heard the soldiers enter another room. As soon as he asked about the girl's company, Jason, slightly raising his voice, asked her about it again to find out the details. Let's return to Tom, who, together with the other guys, is working together to burn the infected. Setting fire to kitchen utensils and napkins, Tom hit the infected with a well-aimed throw. Caroline tells Harry to get the fire extinguisher ready quickly before the fire spreads. The corpse of the recently defeated infected was burning, but Harry couldn't tell if he was dead or not. To prevent the fire from spreading, he had to put out the body with a fire extinguisher. In the midst of all this confusion, Tom's infected hand began to ache in a familiar way. He came across a door, looking at which the pain did not diminish, and he decided to open it. He went in with Patrick to see what was there that was causing Tom pain. There was a barely alive infected person here, and as Tom noticed, this time the pain was not the same as before. The poor guy quietly asked to kill him, but then Harry ran in with burnt kitchen tongs. But Tom stopped Harry, wanting to understand what was happening to the guy, because he was merged. But he could still speak. He decided to approach him closer to find out a little more information from him. Tom took the tongs just in case and began to question the barely alive infected person. A tear rolled down his face, and the infected man asked Tom if this was his first time here. However, Harry told Tom that it was a waste of time. As it happened, the poor guy screamed for the guy to finally kill him with fire, not wanting to endure the torment any longer. Tom said that he would help, but first, the main character asked him to answer a question: why is he conscious, even though he is clearly infected? But the infected man noticed that he felt the virus in Tom, but he couldn't understand why Tom hadn't changed yet. The hero asked not to joke like that, and asked his original question again. The man replied that he was not going crazy because he had a brain tumor that prevented him from losing his mind. Tom asked another question. He wants to say that the brain is infected, not because there is a tumor there, and how did he know this? They told him that he found out about it because the virus kept talking in his head. The infected one somehow got the idea that Tom also had these annoying voices in his head. Tom thought that the pain in his hand was like voices in this poor guy's head. Could the pain in his hand be a way for viruses to communicate? The man didn't understand why Tom's body hadn't changed yet, even though he knew the virus was still growing inside. He pulled away from the wall a little and said that soon Tom would eat all his friends and become just like himself. Tom, moving away a little, being shocked, asked what the hell he was talking about. The poor guy showed his true colors and said that Tom would never escape the merger. The guy immediately threw the burning tongs at him, fulfilling his cherished wish. The main character turned around and noticed the faces of the guys, who clearly suspected him of something. Adam, who had finally come to his senses, appeared behind the boys. The guys asked him about the brain tumor, to which he replied that for homeless people it is completely normal. Adam was surprised by the guy's conclusion. The part of the brain where the tumor is will not become infected. The hero wanted to go somewhere. He said goodbye to the guys and called out to Tom. Adam wanted Tom to help him walk a little, because he wouldn't be able to recover right away after the rose. Tom looked at the school children who were excited about what had happened recently. The homeless man simply asked Tom to help him get to the cafeteria, which Tom easily helped him with. Harry immediately began to say that the guys themselves heard everything, and Tom was definitely infected. He said that because of him they almost died, and if anyone came near him after that, the guy would punch them in the face. Caroline, to Patrick's surprise, decided to ask his opinion about Tom's condition. The guy had a hard time answering this, but according to his hypothesis about cancer cells, this couldn't happen. In the dining room were those two homeless people who asked to open the door when the infection was spreading through the building. Adam came in and jokingly said that these guys looked happy. They immediately stood up and approached Adam, asking how he felt and if he was okay. But he immediately put them in their place, suspecting that they were sucking up to him, after which they began to apologize. Adam accepted their apology, saying he was glad they realized their mistake and asked where the others were. Frankly, they had no idea where the others were, but they had one guess. Most likely they went to the shelter where they supposedly distribute supplies. They seriously believed Caroline's trick. In the shelter itself, one of the soldiers hurried to report to the squad captain. He detained Lars and one of his friends, who themselves did not understand why they came there. The soldier brought his captain to personally look at those who had been captured. Emma believes that it is too early to label Tom as infected, since he has not shown any symptoms as such. Harry was surprised by this statement, to put it mildly, because he thinks that almost everything about him is suspicious. He recalled his words about how he would kill anyone who sided with him, saying that this was not a joke and frightening Emma. Emma assumed that something would probably have happened by now, but so far nothing bad. The guy, in turn, said that something was already happening and, threatening, told Emma not to protect the guy too much. Suddenly, outside the window, Patrick heard the roar of engines coming from military jeeps. The soldiers walked into the building, and Patrick and Harry watched them nervously without looking away. Amanda immediately decided that everyone needed to escape from the building through the window. It was too narrow to get through. Patrick said we had to break the glass to get out. The guys are very lucky, because for such a case they have emergency hammers from the bus. While the boys were breaking the glass, Emma remembered that Tom was walking around the building somewhere. She believed that she needed to find him, because if he stayed here, the soldiers would notice him. Harry got angry as soon as he heard about Tom and he broke the glass completely. The guy said that she just wanted to get attention and that Tom didn't belong with them. The soldiers might catch them all if she doesn't let him go. Is she willing to take responsibility for that? Patrick told Emma that it was better to run away now because the soldiers were getting closer and closer. Caroline, walking last, assured Emma that she did not have the courage to take the risk. Finally, she began to climb to escape the building, leaving Emma behind. As she was leaving, she told Emma that it was impossible to help everyone without the girl going after them. After running some distance from the window, she turned around and saw that Emma had not followed them. Caroline shouted after her that Emma was crazy, but she didn't care anymore. She was worried that history was repeating itself again. Once again, Tom was left alone in that wretched building. Once again, he looked at Emma in shock. She would not allow this to happen again. Suddenly, Tom came to the sound of broken glass and asked where the others were. Emma filled Tom in on the situation. The others had left through the window. They needed to clean up too. However, before they could even move, the soldiers had already found them and aimed their guns at them. Back at the shelter, there was John, sitting in a tent and texting with one of his friends. His correspondent said he was in a shelter, but unlike John, he had no armed soldiers nearby. John was a little scared. He already thought that he was being followed, or that he was suspected of infection. He was like paranoid. Suddenly, he felt a strong, burning pain in his body, which was very unexpected. He screamed and fell from his chair. Soldiers came up to him, but he said that everything was fine. The pain was in his stomach, as if he was going to throw up right now. He remembered what Tom had told him, what he had been afraid to believe. Remembered how the boy had claimed that John was infected. John hastened to reassure the soldiers, saying that they need not worry because he was fine. But they didn't really believe him. They pointed guns at him and were about to shoot. A soldier of higher rank sent his partner to report what was happening to the captain. John began to sweat profusely. He believed that he was about to die. His whole life flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, David entered the soldier's tent, wanting to take a look at John. He said that everything was not as bad as he thought and they definitely needed to talk. One of the soldiers started to pester David. Who was he to interfere in such matters? However, a soldier of higher rank said that it would be better for them to leave and reassured his comrade. David grabbed a folding chair to sit down, while asking John how he felt right now. He, in a trembling voice, asked David who he was and whether he knew him. David simply said, without going into detail, that he was the one who wanted to help him. Tom and Emma were caught by those soldiers after all, and they wanted to report to headquarters about the captured people. Tom was sorry he had come so late, but he also couldn't believe that the others had run away again. Emma, the only one who didn't leave him this time, asked Tom what they should do now. At the same time, the guy tried to calm himself down. If no one among them was infected, then everything would be fine. However, there was one cheeky fellow who stood up in the middle of the others and asked what was going on here. The homeless man began to attack the military, asking why they were intimidating citizens who were already scared to death. He began to slowly approach the soldier, who took out his rifle and ordered him to step back. The homeless man started saying that they were completely crazy, inhuman, and other curse words. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The soldier lowered his weapon and said that in such cases there was permission to shoot. If the suspected infection approaches, then you can shoot. But Tom saw the corpse of a violent man out of the corner of his eye. Tom felt sick from this picture, a man's head shot through with blood flowing out of it. Suddenly, the same soldier raised his rifle at Tom, which scared him so much that he jumped. The soldier asked him why he jumped, but Tom answered that he himself did not know. But he was very afraid for his life. They pointed a gun at him. Tears were already flowing from his eyes. He was about to die. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to die. The soldier, asking if he could simply answer, pointed his finger at the trigger. Suddenly, Tom was again seized by the pain of the infection, which made him curl up. The soldier did not understand what was happening to the guy, and he, in turn, held his hand. As the soldiers walked away, Tom felt as if his head was about to burst from the pain. Emma approached him and asked what was happening to him and how he felt. The soldier, pointing his gun at Tom, asked his partner what to do with him. Suddenly, his partner's attention was drawn to what was behind him, and he told his commander to look at it. Unexpectedly, several infected appeared there who had no intention of leaving the soldiers. Returning to David, he mocked the helpless guy, asking if he really didn't believe that he could be helped. But John began to get up and explain why they didn't believe him. He came out of the blue and was talking about helping with the virus that forced the city to be blocked. The guy pretended to guess that David was working with the soldiers. He demanded proof of his own infection and began to show off what his father had been like. David burst out laughing when they tried to show him their connections and the conditions of the apocalypse. The guy, having said that John was very funny, stood up and pointed an improvised pistol at him. After this, John began to feel sick again. He groaned from unbearable pain. David began to mock him even more, as if he did not understand what was happening when John begged him to stop the pain. He promised to stop the pain, but only on the condition that John agreed to help. David really enjoyed watching other people suffer, especially stupid ones like John. Putting on a psychopathic expression, David asked again if he wanted to be cured. He began to put pressure on him. If he wants to go home thinking that getting out of Seoul is easy, then he is very much mistaken. Returning to the soldiers, they were already exterminating the infected who recklessly attacked the flamethrowers. They stood back to back, trying to fight back and not understanding why the creatures were coming from the quarantine zone. In this tense situation, Adam, while he had the opportunity, began to persuade the others to escape. The soldiers fought for so long that one of them ran out of fuel in his flamethrower. Unfortunately, he could no longer resist the creatures and was captured, but the boys decided to escape. Amidst the scorching fire, the crowds and the smoke, something caught Tom's attention. He saw the soldiers fighting and the flamethrower operator dying when he ran out of fuel. The guy tried to resist with all his might, and for a while the scales tipped in his favor. But no matter how hard he tried, he was already infected. The guy glanced towards his partner, and his partner reluctantly raised his weapon and aimed, trying to resign himself. The infected soldier understood what was awaiting him now, and he was already preparing to receive a bullet in the head. However, before he could fire, the squad captain ordered them to run, because if he fired, it would be like murder. The soldier, who almost finished off his brother in arms, saw how our captured heroes ran away. After running for some time, Tom began to run out of breath, and he stopped to catch his breath. Because of him, everyone else stopped. but the guy told everyone to go on without him. Tom felt the infected cells heading straight for his head. He compared it to the instinct of self-preservation. He remembered in Namsan, as soon as the creature on the third floor burned, the freak that Henry was watching came. Well, when Henry himself died, other infected tried to break through to him from the street. Emma insisted that they go together, because if Tom was left alone it would be oh so bad. The guy said that the others had to leave because only then would he understand everything, and he would no longer need the others' help. Adam was surprised by these words and asked Tom again. Was he sure of his decision? As soon as he said that he was sure, one of the protagonist's companions turned Emma around and said, "There is no time for chatter." Tom walked into one of the eateries and sat down on the floor, left alone. The guy's phone died and he immediately remembered his mother, who was probably worried about him. The main character was in a desperate situation. Soldiers were chasing him. He was not protected from monsters, and the virus inside was spreading. While Tom sat cross-legged, a silhouette that looked very much like a soldier's uniform approached the window. And so we return again to the shelter, where two soldiers were discussing whether John was infected or not. John was holding a blister pack of some kind of pill in his hands. The boy remembered how he had recently crawled helplessly on the ground in pain, and David had asked if the pill had worked. As it turns out, it was an anti-cancer drug, and Patrick's hypothesis is confirmed by David. David explained why he was helping John, pointing out the rich soldiers with flamethrowers. Turning to John, he declared the soldiers to be enemies with a sinister expression. Suddenly, after a recent incident, someone called him on the phone and he picked up the phone. It was Tom's mother, Sarah, to whom the boy no longer knew what to answer, so he answered dismissively. A soldier burst in on Tom, who was contemplating his own death, and ordered him to raise his hands up. The warrior immediately began to question the main character about why he was alone and where his friends were. The soldier raised his voice, pointed the gun, trying to get an answer, and Tom answered his question that his friends had left alone. Emma, Adam, and another homeless man ran without even looking back, trying to hide from the soldiers. But Emma was visited by thoughts of Tom. The warrior was serious and took Tom's words as a lie, because almost all of his partners died because of these guys. However, Tom really wasn't lying, and bursting into tears, answered him that he had no idea. He, like a frightened child, huddled in a corner, afraid of getting a bullet from a soldier. By begging the soldier not to shoot, he was able to get through to him, and the warrior lowered his weapon. The man began to turn around, telling Tom not to appear in front of him again. The soldier already had a calm soul and wanted to go out, leaving Tom here. But the guy immediately stopped him, saying that it was better not to go out now. The hero, noticing the slab, immediately rushed towards it, but the soldier did not understand what was going on. Suddenly, hearing familiar disgusting sounds from the exit, the soldier turned around immediately. Emma turned back, and Adam, not understanding where she was going, asked her about it. She had already started calling out to Tom, but two burning corpses of the infected appeared before her. Behind them there was also a very unfriendly freak who was going to finish them off. But luckily for them, shots rang out and accurately hit the infected. Tom, running away with a burning tree in a pot, asked Emma why she came back. After the burning object reached its target, he asked, did she come back to bother him? But the girl, in her defense, said that there were only two of her classmates left, and there was no guarantee that they would meet again. She does not deny her hypocrisy, but for her he is now the only classmate who is nearby. A soldier overheard the conversation and heard that Chester and Jason were heading towards Namsan Tower. Entering the room, the guy began to tell that since the quarantine, a small detachment of soldiers had been distributed throughout the Namsan area. The soldier, whose name was Peter, was reminded of something about Namsan as soon as Emma mentioned it. Peter reported that he had been assigned to help find two people in the area. Emma and Tom said that they were their friends, and Peter hastened to reassure them that they were most likely okay. The heroine asked if there was anything about three girls. The soldier thought about it, and then she simply asked for the location. Peter said if it was just a matter of location, then he would share it with him. Emma stood up and thanked the soldier, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Overjoyed, the girl told Tom that now they would most likely meet Chester and maybe the others. But the guy, with a clear indifference in his voice and a sad and thoughtful face, said that it was cool. The soldier intervened in the conversation, saying that he wanted to join in the search for their friends. Adam, Emma, Peter, and Tom moved towards the building, and the soldier asked to stay behind him because it was very dangerous further on. Shortly before leaving, the guy said that he didn't care if she wanted to meet them, but she shouldn't expect much from him. Tom remembered these words too, and he sincerely believed that he had spoken the truth. Meanwhile, the soldiers, Jason and Chester, were questioning the grandmother who knew where the girls were. One of the soldiers asked for the approximate location of the girls. She recalled that about 2 or 3 hours ago, everyone had evacuated the building, and then she heard running footsteps. They were talking about something, but without understanding what, she simply gave them directions, for which Jason thanked her. The grandmother asked the soldiers if they were carrying out an evacuation, to which he replied that they would escort her to a safe place. Jason noticed how worried Chester was, so much so that the boy grabbed his hair. The man put his hand on Chester's shoulder and said that as soon as reinforcements arrived, everything would be fine. One of the soldiers of the second platoon, who was heading to the Namsan Tower, decided to report to headquarters, and the situation was extreme because the virus spread from within, apparently from the shelter. While the soldier was saying that he would burn everything infected, his infected comrade turned to him, which already decided the soldier's fate. And so, we returned to Tom's other classmates who managed to get out and who were being searched for by the military. Luckily for them, they passed by and didn't catch the boys. But most likely those soldiers caught Tom and Emma. Harry immediately said that the first thing they needed to do was get out of here, and the fate of these two was clearly not their problem. However, Caroline said that there were reasons to save them. Although it was dangerous with Tom, it was even more dangerous without him. Hypocrite. Harry wanted to propose his idea, but Caroline flatly refused to cooperate with him. The girl turned to him and, with a mockery that was very characteristic of her, reminded him of how he had run from the cable car. Hearing this, Harry didn't want to discuss it. Sweat was running down his face, and he himself almost fell into the ground. So, again Tom's group with Soldier Peter, who encouraged the others to go on. But after running some distance, Adam became exhausted and could no longer run further. Emma stopped and wanted to help Adam go further with them. Peter asked Adam how he was feeling, adding that they were almost there. After he was stabbed, his ribs were broken and they should go on without him. While the others were trying to help, Tom decided to go out. But Peter wanted to stop him. However, Tom just wanted to collect some medical supplies just in case. The boy couldn't find the nearest pharmacy, but suddenly Emma called out to him and wanted to go with him. Soon, they found a pharmacy and immediately began looking for a painkiller. On the shelves in front of them, there were a lot of painkillers. Take them. I don't want them. Suddenly, seeing something, Tom immediately lay down on the floor with Emma, saying that they needed to hide. Another infected person appeared on the street, looking for a victim. She looked extremely ugly. She had no eyes at all. Her face was emaciated, almost like a skull. Emma immediately remembered the cable car, where almost everything was the same. Hiding from yet another infected person, she couldn't understand why the virus had spread across Seoul on the day of their trip. Her knees were shaking just from the memory of Gloria, and that memory would not soon be forgotten. She said that she was really looking forward to this trip, but the guy added that he was also looking forward to it. Tom decided to ask a question and asked Emma to answer honestly. At first, Emma didn't understand what Tom was talking about, so she asked him a question. Of course, Tom asked whether Henry had really said to leave Tom on the cable car or not. The girl didn't want to upset Tom. She started mumbling, not wanting to tell her friend the bitter truth. Tom immediately realized that this was true. But he understands it, because he himself has been in such situations more than once. The boy told Emma that fear makes people weak, but when Henry fought the monsters, he was truly brave. And so the team gathered again, but on their way there was a burning truck with reinforcements. Looking at this, Adam couldn't believe that the entire base was contaminated, so much so that they had to burn the truck. But fortunately, there was a flamethrower near the truck, which Tom immediately noticed. He immediately put it on, but the flamethrower was too heavy for the main character. The group reached the building where, apparently, Jason and Chester were hiding. And indeed, it was that building. It was dangerous to go there without support, but it was necessary to inspect the building. Looking at the entrance, Peter said that there was no need to go there, because they didn't know what was going on there, and there was no choice as such. But Tom didn't care. He went into the building, justifying it by saying that the inside of the building needed to be inspected. Peter didn't understand the guy at all, calling him crazy and insane. The building was burning from the inside. Smoke was rising. It was incredibly hot inside, and it was very difficult to breathe. Looking around, Tom thought that the building was clean, but this did not fit with the fact that the guys were calling for help. While the guy was studying the structure of the building, Emma ran up to him and announced that she would go with him. Meanwhile, other soldiers were finishing questioning the grandmother, who had told them about the girl's whereabouts. The squad captain assigned one of the soldiers to watch the grandmother while he completed his investigation. Jason remembered his grandmother's words about several exits and assumed that most likely Chester would still meet his friends. Tom, like a true soldier, burned every infected person who stood in his way. Most of the monsters have been neutralized, so it's probably not that dangerous here anymore. The main character warned Emma just in case that if she felt bad, it would be best to leave. The girl said that everything was fine, and a little later she wondered could Chester be in one of the rooms. Tom thought this was quite plausible, and he decided to find them by the fiery trail. Emma, trying to calm herself down, asks Tom a question: is everything okay with Chester and Jason? Tom really hopes so, because if they get into trouble, they'll have to be burned with a flamethrower. The boy remembered how Henry's body burned, and he didn't want that story to repeat itself. Suddenly, in the distance, they noticed a soldier nailed to the ground by something unknown, groaning in pain. After taking a closer look, Tom decided that he was not infected, and asked Emma if this was the soldier who had requested help. Before the boys could even say anything, the soldier told them to leave, because he was using him as bait. Tom again felt the very familiar pain that meant someone was approaching them. An exoskeleton came out from around the corner, and had already noticed Tom and Emma. The guy didn't even have time to fully turn around and fire the flamethrower before the creature was already in front of him. Meanwhile, the cowardly Peter was looking for a way into the building to find the soldiers asking for help. He couldn't figure out the structure of the building, and, taking off his mask from the stuffiness, he finally found the entrance. Peter was amazed at Tom's courage, and at the same time could not understand why this place was so tense. While Peter was looking for another entrance, our heroes came face to face with the exoskeleton. In front of the exoskeleton, Tom's eyes were filled with fear. The situation was desperate. The creature showed him its insides. It had many rows of teeth and a seemingly bottomless mouth, the bottom of which was not visible. The scream of the exoskeleton was followed by a scream from Tom, who prepared himself for a painful death. But to the guy's surprise, nothing happened to him, and he is still alive. The creature didn't want to devour him, but it was clearly doing something to the virus in his body, and Tom had to act. The guy didn't lose his head and, taking a flamethrower in his hands, shot the creature straight into its mouth, which made it scream in pain. Emma, clearly shocked by what happened, asked the guy if he was okay, but the soldier interrupted their little conversation, because now they had to run away, and there was little time. According to him, the monster is not as simple as it seems, and the guy should go to the lower floor to the rest of his allies. The soldier stayed where he was, because he would only be a burden to the guys, but they, supporting each other, went on. The cunning creature was just coming to its senses after such an unexpected blow. Finally, the pinned soldier decided to give the monster some heat, and looking death in the eye, he fired. However, in that skirmish, the creature did not leave Tom whole, and he had a bleeding wound on his arm. Emma asked the guy how he felt. He said that now it would be more important to just get out of here. But while Emma was dragging Tom along, she noticed a very familiar silhouette in the distance. She recognized this girl as her friend Emily. The guys at least found someone, and that was good. Emma immediately began asking Emma if everything was okay with her, and if everything was all right. Listening to Emma's joyful voice, Tom felt that something strange had happened to the girl. It dawned on him what was going on. Emily was infected, and Emma needed to run back to him right now. The girl's face changed beyond recognition. Almost her entire face became just a shapeless liquid. Of course, the girl, who had already lost her mind, did not recognize her own friend, and seeing her as a victim, was about to attack. But Emma was very lucky with Tom, because he managed to react and fire the flamethrower. The heroine pressed herself closer to the guy, and from the grief of loss, she began to sob. Tom knew what it was like to see the burning corpse of an infected friend, and he simply told the girl not to look. Emma, already in tears, cannot get a word out after what she has experienced. The girl moved away from Tom a little, but her emotional shock would not end soon, according to the guy's assumption. The main character reached his hand towards Emma's shoulder, asking if she was okay. But before the girl could answer him, she saw something scary in the distance. The soldier was unable to finish off the exoskeleton, and it resolutely moves towards the guys, driving them into a trap. As the creature slowly approached, Tom assumed that it had most likely found them by the scent of blood. Our heroes found themselves at a dead end. Emma immediately began to apologize to Tom as if it was her fault. The exoskeleton was approaching them, and Tom told Emma to step back so that he could finally deal with her. Tom was going to use the flamethrower to its fullest this time, and pointed it at the creature. But surprisingly, she took a step back, and Tom could feel his fear very well. The internal burn was clearly visible. The creature had not forgotten this pain, but nevertheless, although it was afraid, it still looked at Tom. Luckily for Tom and Emma, Chester and a soldier from the first squad came to their aid. The guy held a hammer in his hand, and wanting to help Tom, he set it on fire and threw it at the creature. Tom fired a flamethrower, aiming straight at the exoskeleton's mouth, and it began to retreat back. The guy moved closer to his face, and with his determination he drove the freak onto the stairs. The first thing the soldier did was grab Tom by the hand and ask where he got the flamethrower, which surprised the guy very much. He immediately shared that he had almost killed the creature and needed to finish it off, and he got the flamethrower from the truck with the dead soldiers. After listening to him, Jason asked Tom for a flamethrower, wanting to personally deal with the exoskeleton. While the guy was taking the flamethrower off himself, Jason asked what the capacity of the cylinders was, to which he received the answer: there are 6 shots in one cylinder. The boys were climbing the stairs, but the soldier asked the man again if he was sure of his decision, and he answered decisively that he was sure. If they don't kill the creature, then the granny upstairs will be in great danger, and reinforcements have not arrived yet. The warrior reminded Jason that even if he helped him, it didn't mean he should run into trouble. Suddenly, ahead of everyone else, Chester ran up the stairs to set a trap for the monster, because he could escape again. Tom said that he could feel the creature and decided to advise Jason that he needed to shoot it right in the mouth. The team put their plan into action, and Chester drew the exoskeleton's attention to himself. Having thrown the Molotov right in front of his face, the creature of course got angry and ran towards Chester. She ran so fast that Chester himself did not expect him to be so fast. It was all planned in advance, and around the corner, next to the guy, stood Jason. Coming out from around the corner, he immediately fired the flamethrower, on Tom's advice, aiming at the mouth. Jason felt like he was about to finish off the creature, because it seemed to him that it would be easier now. Tom reminded Jason of his advice, saying that the virus itself is in the mouth. Jason gets closer and closer to the creature. It really didn't like the fire, so much so that the slime became more liquid. Jason's confidence and determination at first even pushed the monster back, making him helpless. A soldier watching the action shouted at the captivated Jason that he shouldn't come any closer. Jason had already reached the infected's mouth, but the creature seemed to be just waiting for this. Having waited for its moment, the cunning creature pierced him through and through with a bone right in the chest, deceiving Jason. While Jason was fighting fiercely with the monster, Erica was sitting in one of the rooms of this building. Behind the door, the noise was coming from Peter, who had searched for the girls, and asked Erica how she was feeling now. However, Peter noticed that Amanda's lifeless body was lying not far from the girl, slowly bleeding out. The soldier who was with Jason began to shoot at the creature, so that it would not kill the man completely. The bullets were practically useless, but the creature was very angry at the soldier. However, Jason turned to her, and he clearly had no intention of letting the monster go until it was finished. The man pointed the flamethrower straight at the bastard's mouth, causing the exoskeleton to scream. It was very difficult for him with the blade in his chest, but due to the adrenaline, he did not feel much pain. Ignoring the pain, he tried to get closer to the monster to finish it off once and for all. Jason screamed in a rush of emotion, adrenaline and pain, aiming the stream right at the exoskeleton's mouth. After such a stunning burn, the creature, struck by fire, collapsed exhausted on the floor. Chester and the soldier immediately wanted to help Jason, but he told them not to come closer. The guys heard that the exoskeleton was making some hoarse sounds, which meant that it was not finished with her yet. Jason asked the soldier to leave him there, as he intended to continue the fight. Taking off his mask, the guy said that he didn't intend to give up. He wanted to blow himself and the freak up with cylinders. Chester was stunned by Jason's statement, calling him Mr. He did not want to leave his comrade alone in a mortal battle. However, Jason calmly replied that it was enough to call him Mr., and that he could just call him by his first name. The man remembered his promise to help find Amnada, but alas, in his current state he would be weak and helpless. Tom decided that it was his fault, because he gave him the flamethrower and asked Jason for forgiveness. But surprisingly, the hero said that it was not Tom's fault, anyway. He most likely would not have lived to see this day. The creature began to gradually come to its senses, which Jason, of course, warned the others about. The soldier slowly approached the man and handed him his firearm. In a proud voice, he said that he was glad to meet Jason and asked him to finish off the monster once and for all. The warrior led the children in the direction Erica and Amanda had gone, and Chester looked at his friend for the last time. They exchanged glances, and Jason, watching Chester go, seemed to be telling him that he was sorry because he couldn't help him find a girlfriend. It was hard for the guy to accept the death of the one with whom he had become so quickly and unexpectedly close, but he ran to the others. With his chest pierced, Jason stood up asking the creature if it was alive or dead. The guy pointed his rifle at him, intending to finally finish off the creature. Shortly before his decisive step, he remembered how he ran away from the first infected in Seoul. He hated that day with all his heart, because by hesitating then, he left his wife to perish. Jason really hopes that she can forgive him for this act. For the fact that he could not help, the voice of his beloved sounded in his head. From this voice so close to him, the man began to cry. Now they would finally meet. There was a loud explosion as the cylinders exploded, indicating that Jason had accomplished the task. The guys had already run to the first floor, because they had to get out of the building. On the way, they unexpectedly came across Peter and Erica, who finally found each other. Erica was scared when she saw Chester, and he asked her if she had seen Amanda. To the surprise of everyone present, the girl simply ran away from Peter, heading towards the exit. Chester, chasing Erica, did not understand why the girl was running away from him. The guy managed to catch up with her. He pushed the girl quite hard, and she fell to the floor. The hero was somewhat shocked that Erica rushed to the exit so quickly and abruptly, but asked where the others were. To Chester's surprise, she began to say that she was not guilty of anything and began to sob. While the guy was trying to get a normal answer from Erica, everyone else had already approached them. Peter assumed that she was the only survivor because when he found her, the others were dead. Erica began to justify herself, saying that she was against running away from the bus because they had absolutely nothing. Suddenly, the heroine began to blame Chester for everything that happened, which surprised him quite a bit. After talking to Erica at Peter's direction, Chester found the room she was in. Returning to the moment when Chester was accused, Emma considered it unfounded because the guy tried very hard to find them. But after hearing this, all he cared about was what happened to Amanda. Erica told Chester that she was unlucky, and the exoskeleton caught up with her, mortally wounding the girl. The guy leaned over his dead girlfriend, sobbing, because he didn't manage to arrive on time. In a small room not far from the building where the guys fought with the exoskeleton, our heroes were resting after what happened. Adam asked what happened to Jason, to which he was told that he died a hero. He could not believe that he had given his life for his children, but it was his will. He wished the hero to rest in peace. However, if Jason died, then the rest of us must try our best to survive. Tom decided to ask Erica what happened after they decided to get off the bus. That day, Emily, Amanda, and Erica got off the bus in a hurry, wanting to get to the station on their own. However, the bus driver was stunned by the attack with the wrecking hammers, because he saved their lives, and they will regret this action. Erica said with a trembling voice that after what she had experienced, she could not fully trust anyone. After the girls got off the bus, they immediately began looking for a way, but to their misfortune, an infected person came on their trail, which made the already tired girls run faster. Having reached a temporary shelter, Emily asked the others if they were safe to catch her breath. They had no choice but to set the creatures on fire, and Emily decided to do it. As soon as Emily left, she was immediately met by a monster who wanted to finish what he had started. The girl did not react immediately, although with difficulty, she managed to set it on fire, falling to the floor. Emily looked a little scared after defeating the creature, because it seemed to her that she touched the monster. She hugged herself, repeating like a madwoman that she was healthy and had not touched the monster, which greatly frightened the others. According to Erica, at the time no one had any idea that she was already infected, but they were seriously mistaken. It was unclear to the girl why Emily was lying about her condition, and it already seemed to her that anyone could be infected in this way. Listening to the story of the frightened Erica, Tom suggested that most likely the incubation period had affected the infected person. Although Emma was shocked by her friend's story, she began to calm her down and asked her to believe her and Tom. Remembering John, he also didn't even want to think about the fact that he was infected, and Tom assumed that denial was a sign of the incubation period. The guy told Erica that where they were staying there were a lot of people like that. However, he also told the girl to thank Chester, because if he had not brought the detachment, it is unlikely that she would have been able to survive. Erica remembered Amanda's words, who desperately believed that Chester would come and save them all. Looking out the window, Tom wondered if there were monsters like the one that was able to kill Jason. It seemed to him that the creature could read thoughts, because it retreated just when Tom realized how to kill it. Erica interrupted Tom's thoughts by saying that they had decided to gather with the others somewhere around here. According to her, since the connection became normal again, they shared information, and the best place was Namsan Tower. There were many restaurants in front of the tower with some kind of food supplies, and the place was isolated, so she would head there. Emily said she knew a safe way to get to the tower, but that was her undoing. Emma decided to ask Erica what she was talking about, since there were no such messages in the class chat. As it turned out, it wasn't a cool chat, but another chat that John had created without the others' knowledge. Suddenly, soldiers entered with a grandmother who asked the children to stay there. However, the captain noticed that Chester was not among them, and he asked to bring him here immediately. The soldier reassured everyone present, saying that they would soon go to the evacuation site to check on something. But surprisingly, Tom didn't want to go to the evacuation site. He wanted to stay right here. The soldier said he was sorry, because it was his job to look after the people his unit had saved. Emma joined the conversation, saying that their classmates were waiting for them nearby, at Namsan Tower. While the captain looked out the window, the girl tried to persuade him to let them go. After thinking about it several times, he sighed heavily and decided to send them, but quickly. Turning his attention to Peter, the captain decided to send him to report the situation to him personally. While the captain was explaining what the boys had to do, Peter looked at Emma and became embarrassed. The heroine asked Tom if his arm was okay after being injured by the exoskeleton, to which she was told that everything was fine. Emma wanted to touch Tom's hand to look at the wound, but Peter became jealous and told the children to get ready quickly. Tom was somehow confident that he could avoid the virus this time and reach Manhwa Tower, which impressed Emma. While they were getting ready to leave, Chester entered the room, clearly not in the best mood after what had happened. The guy was determined and was going to set fire to every monster that stood in his way. The guys finally moved to the tower, which didn't impress Peter a bit, because the tower was quite far away. However, Emma said that they were only going there because their classmates were hiding there. Peter was a little angry, because he was afraid of dying and asked the guys if they could have looked earlier. At this time, Tom remembered how his hand regenerated very quickly after the wound received from the monster. The wounds have already disappeared without a trace. Without a doubt, the virus can accelerate its regeneration. Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke appeared in the boys' path apparently. There was a fire in front of them. Climbing up the stairs, they found a burning parking lot where there was not a single living soul. To Tom's surprise, his vision worked, which could see the infected, some of whom were already wandering around the parking lot. The guy warned Peter that it was better to get out of here right now. He covered the soldier with his hand, explaining that they were facing infected people. An enraged Chester ran out from behind our heroes with a lit cocktail, clearly intending to destroy all the monsters. No one present could believe their eyes. The guy seemed to enjoy it. The guy grabbed a burning stick and swung it at the creatures, screaming. Chester screamed and yelled, cursing every infected he saw, pure hatred in his voice. The violent guy calmed down only when he didn't see any more infected people nearby. Peter was shocked by what he saw, and asked the others if the guy had problems with aggression. Ignoring the soldier's question, Chester walked away without the rest of our heroes. Unable to get through to him, Peter said that there was someone like Chester on every team. At the same time, Erica took out her phone to text the group that she, Chester, Emma, and Tom would soon be at the tower. The boy walked to the tower ahead of everyone else, with an empty, life-weary look. The image of Amanda's lifeless body, for whose sake he had been eager to fight more than anyone else, floated into his mind. While the guy was thinking, Tom had already managed to catch up with him and asked him if he really wanted to kill all the infected. Chester, with a clearly displeased look, was unable to answer the main character. Tom said he understood perfectly well how the boy felt, but wouldn't it be better to avoid danger? In turn, Chester replied that the only way to avoid danger was to kill every infected person he met. Tom said that Chester should keep his opinion, but if he got infected, he'd better make sure he didn't harm the healthy ones. The hero remained silent, walking behind Tom, thinking how the others were getting on his nerves. It was simply unbearable for him. Chester passed by a poster that said that only you yourself can save the forest from a forest fire, and it was imprinted in the guy's head. While the group was climbing up to the tower, Peter asked Emma where they were from if they weren't locals. Emma told him that they were from Shindong, which immediately brought back pleasant memories of his friends and saunas for Peter. Peter noticed that the guys were very good, because they were going to a dangerous place just to meet their friends. Emma, with a little awkwardness, thanked him for such a compliment on behalf of everyone. While chatting about something, Peter, unexpectedly for the others, pointed his rifle towards the bushes, noticing something was wrong. Taking a better aim, he noticed that he had prepared to shoot in vain. It was just a squirrel, and the soldier asked the boys not to worry, because everything was fine. Peter noticed how Emma and Tom tried to lie to each other that they weren't scared at all. The warrior remembered how Tom, with tears in his eyes, did not know where his friends were, and begged him not to kill him. Emma decided to stop and take out her phone to take a picture of the view in front of her, which Tom noticed. The guy asked Emma what she was doing, because they now needed to get to the tower as quickly as possible. As it turned out, Emma had memories associated with this place. It was dear to her. It was here that the main character's class was photographed. Everyone was happy, but they couldn't even imagine what awaited them. Emma found it funny that last time they did everything to escape from this place, but now they were returning here again. The girl believes Erica, who says that it is safe here because she is tired of seeing someone die. Tom reassured Emma that if there were others left there, then it was definitely safe. However, the heroine is worried that if they rest peacefully, they will be able to bear it. Emma's tears came from the realization that as soon as they felt safe again, something would happen again. In turn, Tom reassured the girl, saying that it would be better to think about it when they got there. Suddenly, Emma and Tom heard a soldier's cry, to which they immediately ran. Having reached the others, the guy immediately asked what happened here. But before they could answer him, Tom felt a very strong but familiar pain, which meant only one thing. In front of the group of heroes, there is another crowd of infected, intent on killing them all. Chester was prepared for this turn of events, so he took out a Molotov cocktail in advance. After asking the others to disperse, the guy burned all the infected with a precise Molotov hit. Climbing the stairs, they had almost reached the tower, and so quickly that Peter was surprised. Pete asked everyone to look around more carefully, but some strange screams could be heard. On the territory of the tower, there was a very large, but at the same time very familiar, infected with long black hair. Tom was again hit by the familiar pain, though not as strong, which made him turn around. There wasn't a single monster behind her, and when Emma asked the guy if everything was okay, he replied that everything was fine. Although the guy didn't see anything, he felt that something was wrong, or that there was a threat nearby, or that his imagination was playing a cruel joke on him. While the boys were moving towards the tower, the captain and Adam were examining the condition of the cells to obtain information. If you look closely at them, you can tell by their appearance how and to what extent they reproduced. The virus that the men found was most likely without a host for about 2 days, and overall, this place is safe. When the host's body is small, the cells try to merge again to find food, but most often it is the person who becomes the food. If there is no food, then the stronger infected ones devour the weak, which could not fail to amaze Adam's imagination. The warriors suddenly remembered our heroes, because there had been no news from them for a long time. They ran into the building, because there were a lot of infected chasing them, and it would be difficult to fight them. Peter asked where the heroes' friends were, to which Erica replied that they were most likely in Namsan. But they were already in Namsan, which is strange, but suddenly something caught Pete's attention. There were several more creatures right in front of them, which forced them to turn in the other direction. While escaping from the monsters, Peter told Erica to contact the rest of her classmates immediately. However, according to Erica herself, she could not contact them all this time. The soldier said that if we can't contact the others, they will go back down. Tom objected. Why should they leave if they haven't even checked the other floors of the tower? Peter replied that she couldn't contact them, which meant they were most likely not here. Thomas, after thinking for a moment, volunteered to personally check the lower floors to make 100% sure. Pete, after thinking for a bit, began to go down, calling the guy in the cap to follow him so they could check the floor together, and ordered the others to wait for them. Luckily for Peter and Tom, there were no infected people on the ground floor. It is unclear what came over the soldier, and he decided to ask, "Does Tom want to die?" At the same time, on the landing, Chester, Emma, and Erica were trying to contact the others. Emma asked her classmate who she had been texting with before, but Erica felt there was no need for her to know. In the end, Chester got mad and went to inspect the top floor again and told the girls to stay here. Emma reminded the hot-tempered Chester that they were actually ordered to wait right there. But Chester had no desire to listen to Peter's orders at all. They could obey him, and he would be back soon. The guy reached the top floor and looked around surprisingly. It was clean. The boy needed cafes to find the necessary resources and replenish his Molotov cocktail supplies. Remembering the poster about forest fire prevention, Chester decided that he needed a light more powerful than a couple of bottles of cocktail. The guy came across a machine dispensing power banks, which he decided to use for his own purposes. The girls sat and chatted among themselves while they waited for the boys, although they thought that it was not worth splitting up. Unexpectedly, Erica told Emma that they wouldn't find their classmates because they weren't here. Emma didn't understand why the girl didn't say anything about it right away, and ran to call Tom for help. According to her, they told her not to bring outsiders, such as Tom, Chester, and even the soldier Peter. Only Erica and Emma can come to the classmates' hideout at the moment. She urged her to leave right now. We returned to Pete and Tom, the latter stunned by such a strange question from a soldier. Peter chuckled and thought that after pardoning him at their first meeting, Tom considered him a simpleton. The soldier thought the children were trying to trick him, although he didn't believe what the children were telling him. Peter didn't believe a single word Tom's classmates or Tom himself said about searching for his friends. He sincerely believes that the boy is afraid of a bad life in the shelter, and the search for friends is nothing more than an excuse to escape. After his conclusion, he pointed the gun at the guy and repeated his strange question, "Do you want to die?" Tom fell to the floor in shock, asking the soldier for forgiveness and trying to stop him. Listening to all these excuses, he only smiled, not even thinking of lowering his weapon, but it only seemed that way. Lowering his rifle, the soldier reproached Tom for cowardice and asked himself to stop being so afraid, because he was a man after all. If Peter wanted to shoot the guy, he would have shot him during the first meeting. At the end of this strange joke, Pete asked Tom to treat him well. Taking a deep breath, Tom didn't even come close to finding such a joke from a soldier funny. Tom called out to the soldier, because he sensed that there was an infected person in front of him. There was that very familiar creature, with black hair, not wanting to let go of its prey. Erica grabbed Emma's hand and begged her to come with her. Not wanting to go to the shelter alone, a loud scream came from the lower floors, which the girls heard the soldier and Tom were in big trouble. It is unknown why, but Erica considered Emma's behavior as another betrayal and pushed her down the stairs. The boys, having escaped from the clutches of the attacker, rushed to the landing. But right in front of the stairs up was Emma, exhausted after her fall. While the creature had not yet caught up with them, the guys immediately began to lift the girl. But to their misfortune, the monster had already caught up with them. And by the slack jaw, Emma recognized her as Gloria, who had died at the very beginning of the epidemic. Erica ran headlong to the restaurant doors asking someone to open the door for her. And yet, two very surprised and frightened girls opened the door for her. One of them, a girl in a tracksuit and an athlete, Chelsea, was clearly surprised that Erica was able to walk. And she, out of breath, thanked the girls because she already thought that she would not make it and would die. But her gratitude was interrupted by another classmate of Mary's with her question, "Where is Emma now, with whom she promised to come?" Before she could answer the question, another girl named Barbara burst into the conversation with her other friend, Jerry. Erica was in the shelter, and at the same time, Pete, along with Tom and Emma, were trying to confront Gloria. The shots were not bad, as they managed to concuss the monster, but nothing more. Tom and Emma ran behind Peter in a hurry while the creature was stunned. But Gloria caught up with them again, and seeing the two heroes, she immediately screamed, wanting to kill her friends. The guy felt strange sensations, but while there was still time to think, he had to do something. If everything continues like this, then everything will end fatally for the two heroes, which Tom understood. David came back to him with his advice: if you see a monster, don't run away. It was better than nothing, and Tom did just that, standing right in front of Gloria. Emma didn't understand why the guy suddenly stopped, and he held her with his hand. Tom said that she should run away if anything happened, and held out his hand in front of the creature. Gloria clearly wanted to kill the two heroes, but Tom, having connected with her thoughts, tells her to leave. Suddenly, Chester intervenes in the situation, throwing another cocktail at the infection. The guy, although he didn't understand why there were only the two of them here, still said that it was better to run away. As they ran, Chester asked where the others were, to which he was told that it was better to just run away first. Having reached a relatively safe place, they said that the creature appeared out of nowhere, and Peter ran to the lower floor. Tom asked Emma about Erica, and when she told him that she had run away, he was quite surprised. Emma suggested leaving, since they didn't know where the shelter was, but it wasn't good to leave Eric. However, Chester guessed where the rest of his classmates' hideout was. While other girls were afraid of every shot outside the window, Erica was sitting calmly at the table. Hoping to escape from her classmates, Mary decided to look into the group chat. Suddenly, Jerry approached Erica, who wanted to give her the password to the local Wi-Fi. The guy became curious about the situation outside, because they had been sitting here all this time, but Erica said the answer would be pretty obvious. Lots of monsters, infections, slime, and dangers. Luckily, it was safe here, and Jerry, out of politeness, decided to bring Erica some food. A question popped into Erica's mind. Why were these losers suddenly acting so friendly? Suddenly, in the middle of a conversation with Chelsea and Barbara, Mary asked about the battery charge on Erica's phone. Erica herself didn't understand why she asked this question, but in fact, she needed to borrow a phone. The girl decided not to give up the phone, because her battery would also die very soon. However, Barbara approached her, holding out her hand and telling her to give her the phone, otherwise they couldn't trust her. Erica acted silly again and didn't want to give up the phone until the very end. But they gave her an ultimatum: if she doesn't give them the phone, they'll throw her out of the shelter. There was nothing to do, and after giving her the phone, they immediately started making fun of her for the strange chats in which she had been communicating since high school. Erica begged for the phone back, but Barbara promised to take care of the remaining battery in the phone. Looking at her phone, she reminded her of Emma, who would have arrived already if she knew where they were. Continuing to mock Erica, the girl asked Jerry for a glass of water, citing the fact that her throat was already dry from laughing. The boy, after sitting for a short time, got up and went to get some water for Barbara, who said that Jerry was a very good friend. She didn't do anything with those chats on Erica's phone, but she didn't stop there and started looking at the gallery. Erica reached for her phone even faster, starting to demand it back. But while scrolling through her mobile phone gallery, she accidentally came across a photo of Amanda's corpse. This shocked the girl, after which she immediately asked to explain what she had done to the girl. Erica found herself in an awkward situation, from which she tried to justify herself, but was unable to say anything intelligible. Their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door. which attracted the attention of everyone present. It turns out that it was our heroes who knew that the others were there and demanded that the door be opened. Before heading to Namsan Tower, Chester grabbed Amanda's phone, even though he was unsure if it was the right thing to do. There was a classmates chat in which they deliberately did not add this trio. The creator of the chat was John, who asked to find Tom if possible, because he could help with something. Barbara, showing the heroes an obscene gesture, began to mock them, as if she could not open the door, let them try to open it from the outside. Chester began to threaten, saying that while he was in a good mood, it was better to open the door. He also asked about the chat, but as Barbara answered, she didn't care, for which she received praise from Mary. Still, Mary was surprised that the chat was found out, but Chelsea said it didn't matter overall. It occurred to Barbara that it was most likely Erica who had let it slip about the chat. But Jerry thought it would be better to listen to the girl first. They wouldn't throw her out anywhere anyway. Tom thought about it and decided that they should find another place to hide now, since they were unlikely to open this door. Chester thought this was nonsense, because they came here specifically in search of shelter. If they were not let in, they would simply break down the door. While they were discussing what to do now, Peter came up to them, having already guessed that the shelter was here. Pointing a gun at the girls behind the door, he ordered them to open the door until he counted to 3, which scared the living daylights out of them. The soldier, for some unknown reason, decided to press the point that they were stealing food, arguing with the stupid Barbara in such a situation. However, Peter shared the situation, saying that almost all the monsters were wandering nearby. The warrior hinted in no uncertain terms that they would have to move forward, because sooner or later their food supplies would run out, and they would die of hunger. Raising his hand, Jerry decided to ask the soldier his question: how could they get out without the monsters noticing them? Before he could fully express what he thought, Barbara interrupted him with a push, which was clearly unpleasant. While the children were frolicking, Peter said that it was now necessary to return to base. Transporting people outside the country is prohibited, so all the survivors are currently there. Pete said that they were high school seniors now, not little kids, so they should go home. The girls began to hug each other, rejoicing with all their hearts that they would finally soon be home. Suddenly they asked a question about Emily's fate, which was painful for Emma, which made her cry a little. A tear rolled down her cheek. It all seemed too unreal, too cruel. As he stared, he remembered his friend Henry, sincerely wishing that he were alive. Tom's dreams were interrupted by Jerry, who came up to ask him for forgiveness. The hero felt rather ashamed that they didn't open the door for them right away. He thought Tom was angry with them. Tom told Jerry that everything was fine because he himself had survived on the street, and the main character was no stranger to it. The guy with glasses expressed his respect, saying that if he were in the same situation, he would hardly survive. True, their conversation was interrupted by Barbara, who really wanted to discuss something with Jerry. At the same time, Mary was telling that something disgusting had happened that was connected with Erica. After telling her about the photo of Amanda's corpse, Emma felt uneasy and decided to find Erica, who had disappeared somewhere. And Erica sat on the landing sobbing with hatred, because Barbara had accused her without knowing anything. There was clearly hatred in her voice, not understanding why they were treating her like this. In the meantime, Chester was rummaging around in the restaurant kitchen, looking for olive oil to make Molotov cocktails. Suddenly, Chelsea intervened in Chester's search, warning him about the small variety in food. The guy, in turn, asked her not to interfere and not to irritate him unnecessarily. However, she, calmly drinking water, teased Chester that he didn't know how to scare. Before Chelsea left, Chester decided to ask her if she knew where the alcohol was. She demonstratively took the bottle out in front of Chester and gave him the much-needed alcohol. There were quite a few bottles and John handed them over. As it turned out, it was these that were used to play a prank on Tom. Sitting closer to Chester, Chelsea saw him making a Molotov cocktail. This surprised her, after which, due to the fact that the bottle was hers, she asked Chester to tell her who taught him this. The image of Jason dying and bleeding appeared in front of the boy, and Chelsea didn't really say anything. Peter called all the children together, saying that they would need to come out before sunset. There was a very strange and loud sound which Tom didn't like at all. The warrior, slightly shocked, asked the others what the hell that sound was, changing the subject and asking if everyone was there. Emma replied that not everyone was there and that one girl was missing. She most likely went somewhere, but Pete said that we need to find her as quickly as possible, or go without her. Tom approached Emma, deciding to share his assumptions and concerns. According to the guy, most likely Gloria managed to survive and was not burned by the Molotov. And indeed, that is what happened, but the creature had already caught up with Erica, intending to kill her. Having set out for the base, the guys looked for Erica, but our heroes still could not find her. After some thought, the soldier said that they would most likely have to go without Erica. Tom arrived to the squad and inspected the building, but he too could not find any trace of the girl. After a pause, the soldier decided to check the basement one last time. If there was no one there, they would definitely leave. He looked at Emma as if to say that there was no need to worry about him. He was a man, he could handle it. Barbara rudely demanded that they leave, because Erica could just stay somewhere and cry. The girl's discontent was interrupted by Chester, who was wondering if the missing girl really had a photo of Amanda's body on her phone. Barbara asked with a hint of mockery if she had ever lied to others, but the guy asked her to answer for sure. Pete decided it was best to stop chatting and called Tom to follow him so they could check the basement together. After examining the floor, Tom told Peter that most likely there were no monsters on the floor and it was clean. The soldier noticed that there were frog eggs in the distance and asked his partner to be careful. Before leaving, the soldier asked why Tom went with him without asking questions, to which he received an immediate answer. He is not afraid, and he is grateful to the soldier for helping his classmates. He grinned and thought the boy was funny and asked him to keep a close eye on him, or else it would be the end for him. Peter noticed that Tom was not afraid of eggs at all, thinking that he was already experienced. Tom justified this with experience and the desire to save his friend, but Voyaka hastened to reassure the guy and say that most likely Erica was already dead. The soldier wanted to be honest with Tom, saying for some unclear reason that the strongest would survive. He turned slowly and asked the guy if he felt sympathy for Emma. Tom immediately said that he did not experience any such feelings, which Pete did not quite believe. The guy started lying to himself, but without forgetting, he quickly told Peter not to ask such strange questions anymore. The soldier said that he understood Tom, but he could not give a definitive answer to the question. To add to the tension, he gave the guy a disapproving look and confirmed that Tom still liked her. Their conversation was interrupted by Chester, who burst in, thinking that they were looking for Erica and not chatting. When Peter asked why the hero had come here, he replied that the guys had simply not been anywhere for a long time. While our brave guys were looking for Erica, the girls were watching the eggs covering Seoul, which had clearly become larger. Looking at this horrific picture, Emma did not understand the isolation of the city, because it was possible to take people out and burn the entire virus. After the strange story with the photo on Erica's phone, Mary asked Barbara, what was Erica like in high school? One day, the boys from the girls' class stole the personal diary of the heroine in question. Of course, when she found out about this, she was indescribably furious. And in that diary, it was written that she wanted to drink poisoned milk and dreamed of being pushed down the stairs. Mary, shocked by what she heard, grabbed Emma. Both of them could not believe it. But Jerry burst into their conversation, warning them with horror about something terrible. One of the infected was approaching the guys, and the frightened guy saw him. In a panic, Jerry didn't know what to do, and the others were also very scared. Among them, only Chelsea thought clearly and took a Molotov cocktail with her. Emma was of course pleased, but there was no lighter, after which Chelsea immediately took it out. As a result of the precise hit, the creature was defeated. Mary covered her mouth with her hand, unable to bear the stench from the burning monster. But this infected was not the only one. Behind him there was a crowd of the same creatures, intent on killing the heroes. The cocktails were gone, and in that case there was nothing left to do but run away. At the same time, Peter, Chester, and Tom entered the building, and it seemed that there was not a single infected person nearby. As Tom walked down the stairs, he felt a sudden pain in his arm that foreshadowed trouble. It turns out that at the entrance to the Namsan Tower, there was already a whole crowd of creatures eager to kill everyone who stood in their way. Having gone down a couple more floors, the guys finally found the creature, which seemed to have trapped some person. It turned out to be Erica, who, in the hope of being saved, closed the door so that the monster would not pass. Erica remembered that the creature used to be Gloria and tried to get through to her, but her attempts were in vain. Trying to get to her, the creature began to crawl through the crack in the door towards the girl. Erica had a real panic, which resulted in a long and loud scream. Finally, Chester intervened in what was happening, which drew the monster's attention. The guy was surprised at how the creature could get in here, because it shouldn't have been here. Without thinking twice, Chester decided that the reptile needed to be burned and immediately threw a Molotov at it. But the creature did not give in immediately. It tore off the burning part of its face. The burn remained on her face, but in this way she managed to put out the fire. Suddenly, the creature ran around the heroes, making a screaming, ear-splitting sound. She behaved very strangely, continuing to make sounds, and the mucus on her face moved. But eventually, Gloria ran away. The heroes were stunned. Although everything turned out well, it looked very creepy. Tom's arm hurt a little. He assumed that the creatures had evolved and could now regenerate. Erica was shocked that they came back for her, which was not what she expected at all. Chester immediately put her in her place, telling her not to even think about asking them for help. But she immediately covered herself, saying that it was actually all because of Emma, because she was close to John. The guy suddenly changed the subject, asking her why she took a photo of Amanda. Erica didn't even know what to answer him, starting to sweat, mumble, and avoid the question. Suddenly, Pete raised his rifle, ordering the girl to stay put or he would shoot her. Chester was shocked by what the soldier was doing, but he tried to justify his actions. We had to save Erica before the monster got to her. Who knows? Maybe she was already infected. She immediately put her hands in front of her and began to deny the fact of infection, promising to tell the truth about Amanda. While Peter and Chester were listening to the true story of what had happened, Tom looked at her and realized that she was definitely infected. Tom interrupted her speech by seeing how the monster could still touch her. After hearing this, Erica was speechless, realizing what was waiting for her now. At the moment when she tried to close the door to escape, the creature reached out to her. Chester exclaimed that Tom could hardly be sure of such a thing, and doubted that he could have seen such a thing. Pete asked Tom again if he had seen her being touched, in which case she would need to be gotten rid of. The protagonist confirmed what he saw, but said that it would be better to leave her here. As he was about to leave, a shot unexpectedly rang out, causing Tom to turn around. The soldier did what he wanted. He shot Erica, after which her body fell to the floor. Chester immediately stepped in and told the soldier to stop, although the soldier did not understand what Chester was unhappy about. He considered his act noble, because it was better to die from a bullet than from a virus. Pushing Chester away from him, Peter said that they had to leave now. While they were arguing about the thoughtlessness of the act, the creature that had just escaped came down to them. While the boys were running away from her, Erica was bleeding and praying only for Tom to die quickly. When they got up, they saw no one and nothing except the burning infected. Chester and Tom surveyed the area while Peter called everyone else to him. The enraged guy grabbed Tom by the shirt, saying that no matter how strong he was now acting like a monster. Remembering that the same thing had happened to John, Chester accused Tom of enjoying killing others. Tom broke free from the grip and said that he couldn't remain silent because she was infected. However, Chester did not believe him, saying that Tom could not have seen anything in any way. The guys were sorting things out, and at the same time Peter called on them to calm down, calling them brats. Suddenly the other heroes came running, saying that they were already here. Tom summed it up. He may look like a monster, but Chester already knows everything and there's no point in making himself look stupid. The guys were already at the top, but Erica was still caught up with by her old friend. Gloria began to infect Erica, but she said that it would be better for him to leave her alone and kill everyone. After talking to Tom about his accusations, Chester couldn't figure out what he needed to know. Tom told him that everyone here was already in danger, so he could pretend he didn't know anything. Chester freaked out and grabbed Tom, accusing him of slandering Erica, but he repeated again that he saw her get infected. Everyone else had already run up to the guys, including Emma, who asked them where Erica was. Peter expressed his sympathy to Emma, saying that Eric had to be killed because she was infected. The hot-tempered guy still did not calm down and said that this was just an excuse, and Tom was guilty of Erica's death. But Peter stood up for Tom, saying that she had been in close contact with the creature, and everything was clear. Jerry couldn't believe they had to shoot Erica, so he asked them about it. He looked at Tom, but he had nothing to say about her death. It was all written on his face. Barbara interrupted her mourning for Erky and said that it was worth going, and that in truth, no one here loved her. Chester didn't like this attitude, he said. Let Barbara express her opinion. But did she really deserve Eric's death? While the two were arguing about Erica, Tom noticed something out of the corner of his eye that was better left unseen. Having finished with Erica, Gloria seemed to listen to her and went after the souls of all the other children. This did not bode well for anyone, after which he told everyone else to run immediately. Chester looked at the seemingly crazy Tom with a questioning expression on his face. However, Tom warned for good reason, and now the creature is practically in front of them. While everyone was running away from the creature, Peter accidentally pushed Mary, causing her to fall to the floor. The girl could no longer escape, but right in front of her was another very familiar face. Chelsea didn't want to lose her friend, so she tried to at least help the Molotovs. The hit was accurate. The creature screamed terribly again, covering its fire with its hand. Unexpectedly for the girl, the creature once again used its new ability and detached its burning hand from itself. Chelsea wasn't going to let the creature go that easily, so she prepared another Molotov cocktail. But Tom hastened to stop her because it was pointless to fight the monster. He was putting out the fire with his body. The damn sound Gloria made started again. Emma ran to Pete, who said that there were still people left. But Peter says that there is no point in saving anyone because there is another crowd of monsters in front of them. Another creature appeared behind Emma. Fortunately, the soldier managed to cover the girl. Jerry, at the same time, found a burning object and fought off the creatures with fire. Barbara was less lucky and found herself unarmed in front of the next creature. It's good that she has a friend like Jerry, because he came to the rescue in time. Getting up with the help of the guy, Barbara thanked him for his help. But before he could fully help his friend, he was immediately attacked, which seriously frightened Barbara. The expression on this guy's face was a mixture of genuine fear and surprise. Surprise because Erica, merged with the creature, sincerely wished for Jerry's death, enjoying his expression. Chester sort of scolded Chelsea for her heroics and asked how many cocktails she had left. The guy came up with a plan to lure the creature right to them and blow it up with the remaining cocktails. Meanwhile, without fire, Peter and the girls had a hard time because the rifles did not kill the creatures. Noticing the garbage bags, Emma had an idea that she wanted to put into action. The girl set fire to the trash she had and threw it out so that the creatures would not enter the room. Barbara was so scared that she called Emma crazy for her idea, even though Emma had done the right thing. But despite Barbara's displeasure, Peter noted that Emma had done the right thing. While they were sitting in the building, Erica and Gloria had already managed to get close to them screaming. The lust for murder and the virus clouded her mind, although the fact that she could speak was amazing. She decided to get to them, saying that there was no point in hiding from her. The virus began to pass through the crack, which was a very bad sign. As she tried to make her way through, she was briefly stopped by Emma's scream, trying to say something. She held a torch in her hand, and from the expression on her face, she was clearly serious. Emma warned that there was a kitchen behind them with a large number of gas cylinders, as if hinting that it would be better not to meddle with them. It is unknown how she could have retained even a drop of sanity in such a state. But it seems she changed her mind. Erica's face, covered in frog spawn and a red eye, was very unhappy with her situation. In such a stalemate, she had no choice but to retreat, cursing Emma before leaving. Suddenly, Tom called out to the creature, causing it to turn its attention to him as he walked down the stairs. As unexpectedly as he came, so unexpectedly Erica ran after him with clear fury in her voice. The only thing the maddened creature repeated was the name of the main character, wanting to deal with him. Emma was amazed by our hero's courage. It reminded her of something. On the very first day of the epidemic, when the creature trapped Amanda and Emma, Tom heroically distracted it. Tom was still running from the creature and led him to the entrance of a random building. There was an incredible chase inside the building. Tom ran away to the screams with hatred in them. Shortly before the chase, the guys discussed the plan of action better, and in Chester's opinion, luring him here would be suicidal for Tom. However, this was not the first time for Tom, and he suggested leaving the bomb in this building. If the guy manages to lure the creature into the building, then he will be able to attack it from behind from another door. Chester, according to plan, was already waiting there for Tom along with the creature, having first lit a fire. The ugly woman tried to reach our hero, but he managed to jump over the fire to Chester's side. The creature was about to go around the building to catch up with them again, but Chelsea was behind them. She held a burning object in her hands, telling Erica that this would be revenge for her dead classmates. They were about to attack her, but Chester didn't lose his composure and threw a burning chair at the creature. The monster had already fallen, screaming in pain, and apparently it was already finished with him. Chelsea met with the boys, asking if they had killed the creature, to which they replied that they most likely had. The girls said that Tom showed himself to be the same as before, an incredible genius, and expressed her respect to him. The guy realized a lot when he got off the cable car, so he's no longer used to it. Speaking of the cable car, Chester wondered how Tom had managed to survive that time. Before they could say anything, the fire extinguishing system unexpectedly went off, which meant only one thing. The burnt but not yet dead monster returned for the guys, wanting to finish what he started. They were about to run away, but fortunately Emma came running to their aid. With a burning mop, she tried to drive the creature back like a spear. After being stunned by the fire, the infected mess collapsed to the floor in exhaustion. But that was not the end. She tried to say something, although she had little strength. Chelsea suggested not to stand on ceremony with the infection and finally finish it off. Hearing this, Erica told her that it was not worth it, because the fact that the creature Chelsea was talking to her made her feel uneasy. The exhausted creature accused everyone present of betrayal and asked them not to interfere with her. Chester noticed that the infection was trying to restore its legs, and their efforts were useless. Listening to the voice of the creature, they only just realized that it was Erica who was talking to them. Emma, after thinking for a bit, confirmed this version, because she had also named his name. But there was no time to think about the surviving Erica. Something had to be done before she got back on her feet. While the students were talking among themselves, Erica smirked at Emma. Shouting that she had betrayed her like everyone else, the monster pounced on her. Tom, wanting to protect Emma, rushed to her instantly. He didn't want her to get hurt. The guy extended his hand, sincerely wanting to save the girl from the monster. Emma had already mentally prepared herself for death at the hands of the evil creature. But suddenly, without reaching her goal, she stopped, only managing to open her mouth. Tom clenched his fist with all his might and was able to control the infected person's body in this way. With his unusual vision, looking at the creature, he felt that their nerve cells were connected. Tom was still able to hold her, but asked Emma to move away just in case. To say that the girl was shocked is to say nothing, because no one expected this from the guy. Erica herself didn't expect this, but she said that she felt the virus inside Tom too. Without thinking twice, Emma immediately grabbed the burning mop and hit the creature with it. After this time the monster finally fell down dead, and Tom removed his hand. The guy held onto her because he was badly burned, so much so that his skin changed color. With her last breath, the only thing Erica managed to say, wishing death on the guy, was that Tom was infected. After such a statement, the guys looked at the guy disapprovingly. Chester saw Peter return and said that it was better to leave here and quickly. Without really saying anything, the soldier raised his rifle, aiming at someone among the school children. Tom turned towards the soldier and immediately realized that they were aiming at him. Shots rang out loudly, knocking Tom to the floor in pain. Chester rushed at the soldier, trying to stop him from killing Tom. At this time, Caroline and Patrick heard some loud sound, but Patrick did not attach any importance to it. From afar, it was clear that there was a fire in Namsan, and they began to wonder what was going on there. Peter was about to shoot Chester, but he dodged in time. The guy asked the soldier to stop shooting, but he said he wasn't going to stand on ceremony. Shocked by what was happening, Emma crawled towards Tom, trying to shout to him. Unfortunately, the attempts were in vain. There was no life in the guy's eyes, as if he had closed them forever. The girl desperately asked to hear him, and in an unconscious state, something happened to his body. After a short struggle, the soldier hit Chester with the butt of his rifle, which stunned him. Peter pointed a gun at the guy, saying that he didn't like him from the start. Before he could fire, he was amazed that Tom was able to stand up after such a wound. With trembling hands, the protagonist pointed towards Peter, who stood there in bewilderment. The guy was still in bad shape and was rambling, asking the soldier not to kill him. Suddenly, there were several creatures behind Pete, which he clearly did not expect. He desperately tried to shoot back at the monsters, which was very difficult for him. Emma tried to figure out what was going on with the guy, but he only looked at her before collapsing unconscious. The girl tried again to shout to Tom so that he would not lose consciousness again. In the boy's memories, Henry, who was no longer there, appeared, he thought. But if he had not come to Seoul, everything would have been fine. While the altercation between the heroes was taking place, the soldiers were taking away that very grandmother. One of the soldiers arrived to report to the captain, who said that they had burned all the creatures nearby. The only survivors were perhaps that same group of schoolchildren in the Namsan Tower. Before leaving, the soldier with glasses asked Adam if he would be okay if he stayed here, to which he asked him not to worry. An injured homeless man decided to take a walk around the building where the exoskeleton once operated. He had nowhere to go because he was already at home. If he was lucky again, he would survive. While thinking about how nice it would be to drink some soju right now, he saw something. He saw the lifeless body of the impaled Jason lying near the exoskeleton. The grandfather dragged the body of the heroically deceased guy out into the street and decided to bury him humanely. Adam felt like he was speechless when he thought about Jason. But he was glad that Jason couldn't see the whole nightmare that was happening. While wandering around the building, Grandpa also came across Amanda's deeply wounded body. Meanwhile, the boys were already running away from the Namsan Tower, carrying Tom's body on their backs. Emma understood the indignation of the others, but said that it was better to leave the conversation for later. Chester told Peter to go to hell, let him stay and die, because if they went one by one, he would shoot them all. Even though the guy was carrying Tom on his back, he was completely sure that he was the one who summoned the monsters. Chelsea suddenly asked everyone to stop, because Erica had said at the end that Tom was infected. It seemed to her that after such news, it would be better to leave the guy right here. And here we are again with Adam, who was going to bury all the bodies he found in the building. He was about to bury Amanda too, but suddenly she began to call for help in a hoarse voice, showing signs of life. Returning to Tom's question again, Chelsea said to leave him there, because she was only cooperating to save her friends. Suddenly Caroline and Patrick came and said that they would not abandon him, because he saved them and asked him to follow them. None of the boys knew where they were, but Carolyn asked everyone to be patient for a little while. Using a homemade flamethrower that looked like a fire extinguisher, Patrick cleared the way for everyone else. They came to some apartment, which they invited everyone else to enter. Everyone, exhausted, decided to rest after such a long and dangerous journey. Chester became curious about how Patrick and Caroline were able to survive after they were separated. However, she was not going to answer. Being nervous in her manner, the main thing that was needed now was fire. Patrick wondered where everyone else was, and if they couldn't save Amanda and Jason. Chester, hanging his head, slowly began to tell about Amanda's fate. But Emma interrupted him, saying that when they arrived it was too late. Erica had also died like Jason. Patrick couldn't believe what he heard. He didn't even want to swear. Suddenly Barbara asked to stop talking about the death of their friends, because she was already feeling bad. They should get out of here quickly, because Seoul will soon be closed, and if that happens, they will never get out. Caroline reproached Barbara that she was obviously only worried about her own life, and that since she had a phone in her hands, she should find a way out. Dongseol Station was located on the bank of the Han River, which would have to be crossed anyway. To get there, they need to go through a lot of problems, because the Han River is where the virus began to develop, and without Tom, it will be difficult for them. Barbara laughed, saying that Tom could handle even the soldiers on his own. However, Caroline retorted that if she doubted him, she should try to handle the flamethrower herself. Emma understood that Tom was infected and could attack at any moment, so she suggested preparing for this. Sometime later, Patrick decided to share what he learned while following the news. After showing Chester photos of some monsters, he found them very ugly, which his friend agreed with. From what Patrick understood, infection can occur without visible symptoms, and some individuals can merge. Caroline added that most of the creatures ate people like predators, and during infection the body rejects cells trying to survive. Chester said that there would be no problem with the monsters, but the girl replied that this was just an assumption. She thought in her head that the creatures could have already evolved, in which case it was not even clear how they could be saved. Caroline came to visit Tom, next to whom Emma was sitting. With him they are in danger, but if they leave him to his fate, the soldiers will simply kill him and bury him. As she leaves, Caroline says that she can only believe in a miracle, and when he wakes up, she will have to talk to him. Looking sadly at Tom, she couldn't even imagine that he was infected. She didn't want him to get infected. While the guys were discussing what they needed before leaving the apartment, Barbara was glued to her phone. The girl, seeing Chelsea, approached her to talk, offering to leave alone. Barbara found it all complicated, due to her feeble-mindedness, but she assumed that if they took the infected Tom out, the world would be in danger. While the two heroines were talking, Emma, in the same room with Tom, decided to turn on the phone. Suddenly Tom woke up, as if he had just seen a nightmare, breathing heavily and sweating coldly. After the bullet wound, the boy had a hard time getting up, and Emma helped him with this. The guy, getting to his feet, began to cry. He was very sorry that everything turned out this way. Patrick was simply amazed by Tom's tenacity, both the time they met in the shelter and here. Chester asked the boy how he was feeling, and told him that after the bullet wounds, he would hardly get up. After thinking for a moment, Tom realized that it was Chester who had brought it from Namsan, for which he thanked him heartily. Suddenly, Chelsea and Barbara entered the room, eager to talk to Tom. Chelsea began to pressure the guy and demand answers about whether he was infected or not. Caroline reassured the girls, asking Tom not to hide anything, not to be afraid, and to answer honestly. However, the girl asked the guy another question: is he immune to the virus? The action moved to a small store where a group of school children were looking for food. Tom was with them, and it was difficult for him to move due to the injuries he had received. Tom warned them that there was some kind of creature behind the door in the warehouse, and they should be careful. Although they were scared at first, after a moment of fear, Chester immediately threw a Molotov cocktail. While taking food out of the warehouse, Patrick suggested finishing off the monster, but there was no time for that. Emma froze for a moment, and when Chester called out to her, she almost dropped the box from her hands. At the same time, Caroline was interested to learn about the properties of the virus that she asked Tom about. The girl, having heard their conversation, paid attention to them, and a memory of the dialogue before leaving arose in her head. Caroline asked Tom where his immunity came from. Maybe he had some kind of substance in his body. She remembered the situation with the burning shelter, when Tom said something about immunity. She immediately explained to others that being immune to the virus does not mean that you are not infected. It just means that the mutation does not occur in a pronounced way. Tom admitted that he himself still doesn't fully understand what it is. Maybe he doesn't have immunity at all. Barbara approached Chester to ask his opinion about Tom's immunity. The girl sincerely believes that this is nonsense, invented in order to survive. So the kids left the store to go back to the temporary shelter. But while they were walking along their usual path, they came across some marauders beating up a defenseless man. The guys didn't even know what to do in such a situation. Should they help or ignore and go around? Barbara, Patrick, Chester, and Chelsea gathered to think about Tom and his condition. While Tom was listening to all these complaints and hypotheses, he was in the bathroom in front of the mirror. To his surprise, the bullet wounds inflicted by Peter had already managed to heal. The guy had a lot of questions in his head, and he realized that he needed to find David as soon as possible. Caroline entered the room, wanting to see how Tom was doing. Patrick told Chester about Harry's strange behavior, who used them as bait when he arrived from Namsen. At the same time, Tom was telling his friend more about David. He probably knew something that he could help him with. Emma indecently eavesdropped on their conversation, in which Caroline said that he couldn't cope without them, but he wouldn't be left alone in any case. The girl confessed to Tom that they all really needed him too. After all, she had promised then that they would return together. Meanwhile, in Namsan, Peter, who had gone mad but had dealt with the creatures, was burning with only one desire: to finish off Tom once and for all. Standing in front of the door, Emma wondered how long they had been communicating. She had already thought that the girl was clearly the odd one out among the two of them. However, the guy did not hope to leave Seoul first of all. He had to rescue his friends who were risking their lives. Caroline freaked out and walked out of the bathroom, not understanding why Tom was acting so stupidly, being a smart guy. At the same time, outside the window, marauders were committing a real robbery, looking for monsters. Patrick teased them a little, because the monsters merge quite quickly, and it's unlikely that they'll be able to cope with larger creatures. The boy turned towards Emma and asked her where Tom was, to which he received the answer that he was most likely in the bathroom. The girl really wanted to gain Tom's trust, but a thought overtook her. Maybe she should just stop thinking about it. The marauders were walking along the street where the store set on fire by the main characters was. They didn't like that. Besides them, there were others who set fire to the creatures. At this time, Adam was sitting in a room near the Namsen Tower with Amanda. He still couldn't figure out whether the girl was alive or dead, but he believed that in any case she was infected. Suddenly, unfamiliar people were heard behind the doors, approaching closer. Adam felt a little nervous, because all the soldiers were gone, and who else could it be? Grandfather saw two marauders and told them that he had nothing to give. Suddenly they noticed Amanda lying under the blanket, for whom they seemed to have their own plans. They wanted to take her with them, but Adam told them to go away. The boys accused him of being an old pervert who needed to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, Peter appeared on the threshold of the shelter, clearly not in the best mood. Nothing stopped him from finishing off these marauders immediately. Their bodies fell instantly. Pete asked if Adam was okay, to which he, without answering the question, asked why he did it, realizing that the soldier had gone crazy. Adam was asked if he was the only one here, and why his grandfather couldn't contact him, to which he received the answer that he didn't know his contacts. The homeless man told Peter that he should go to the base to join the other soldiers, but he turned around, and with a terrible expression on his face asked, "Is this girl infected by chance?" Adam said that the soldier might be right, and it would be dangerous to be in the shelter with her. He sent Peter to check the parking lot, because he supposedly heard the sound of a car. Having decided to get away from the crazy warrior, he and Amanda began to leave the house. However, right in front of Grandpa appeared Peter, who didn't even go anywhere. As it turned out, before coming here, he checked the parking lot, and it was on a completely different side. A YouTuber from QVTV came to the Khan River and informed his subscribers that they wanted to close the bridge. There were banners posted around Seoul warning people not to cross them. There were huge frog eggs on residential buildings. The blogger really hopes that all residents were evacuated. Walking near dangerous places, the red-haired guy asked a blogger named Jimmy to film everything that was happening. A chubby man named Albert whispered to Jim whether he was really going there, but Jim replied just as quietly that he wasn't going to. The YouTuber said that there was absolutely no one else in the area except them and the cells. But ironically, it was after these words that the creature from the river noticed them. He asked the chat if there was anyone nearby, as he was quite scared to explore the surroundings. Nobody was going to go there. But suddenly they were warned in the chat that there was something behind them. Jim thought his subscribers were playing a prank on him, which was a completely false assumption. The creatures were not like those before. They vaguely resembled a mixture of reptiles and fish. There was something like a flower around the head. The unfortunate bloggers had to run away from there immediately. Surprisingly, this creature was even larger than usual. Several more monsters emerged from the water, and the chat consisted of jokes that they would mourn them for a long time. Albert scorched one of the creatures with fire, but it had virtually no effect. While those guys were running from the monsters, Peter kicked Adam almost to death. Taking him by the hair, the madman asked if anyone had come to him, to which Adam replied that no one had. The soldier, angry for no reason, threw Adam away, unable to stand his smell. As he left, he told Adam that he should take care of himself first, and not the girl. Going outside, He racked his little brains to figure out how he could find the boys. At the same time, the school children were deciding which route they would take to get to the exit from Seoul. Everyone was ready to go. Patrick hoped that they would not come across the gang of marauders again, but Chester did not care. Caroline took on the responsibility of carrying the food supplies. Just as I was about to put the bars in my backpack, another hand reached out for them. It was Emma who wanted to take half of the available supplies. Barbara, talking to Chelsea, asked if Caroline seemed arrogant to her. She reminded her of what the girl was like in high school. But Barbara remembered it herself, because she held a grudge against everyone from the past. The boys were already approaching the Han River, but there were no monsters nearby yet. Without expecting it, Chelsea looked to one side, as if she saw something. Patrick asked the girl what she saw, but she simply felt like the cells were watching them everywhere. Tom felt sick again. Even though these were ordinary cells, they still caused him unpleasant feelings. His train of thought was interrupted by Caroline, who asked how the boy was feeling. When Tom lied to Caroline that everything was fine, Emma was listening from behind them, which she was not happy about. Having overheard their dialogue, Emma still really wanted to know what was going on between them, and it seemed she was jealous of Tom. Sometime later, Patrick suggested that the others take a break, as he was terribly hungry. Tom accidentally glanced in Emma's direction, after which, with a serious face, the girl immediately turned away from him. However, the situation ahead was not the best, so Tom told the girl not to go alone. Someone wrote several messages on Barbara's phone, which piqued her interest. The girl turned to Chelsea, saying that they now needed to find out where they were. But Caroline, who was standing in front, intervened in the conversation, asking who they were talking to, which angered Barbara. However, the girl sharply retorted the dissatisfaction. Because Barbara was wasting her time, she could look at her location on the maps. Turning slowly, Caroline called the girl stupid, saying that it was hard to stay on the same path with her. Barbara really started to feel the pain in her eyes. She didn't like being humiliated by someone who was much smarter than her. Suddenly, Jimmy and Albert came running to our heroes, looking for people or salvation. The boy threw himself into Patrick's arms, thinking that the guys had come to help them, although this was not the case at all. The blogger thought that our main characters came here after watching his live broadcast, but before he could finish, Caroline interrupted him with a flamethrower, pointing it at Jimmy, demanding that he stop acting like that. While the boys were walking to the Han River, Adam tried to open the door that Peter had closed before leaving. Much to her relief, Amanda opened her eyes, after which Adam told her what had happened while she was unconscious. Although the girl's wound is not serious enough to worry about, it still needs to be disinfected. Amanda, while in a state of shock, spoke very sluggishly, but she managed to say that she had been deceived and betrayed, which alerted Adam. The girl began to tell the story of betrayal, starting with how she ran away from the infected Emily. Entering a random room, Amanda felt sick and started crying, thinking about the other kids. Erica, in turn, said that now was not the time to think about the others, since there were only the two of them left. The girl examined the surroundings for the presence of creatures, calling Amanda to follow her. But it was difficult for her to move, so she began to refuse. Amanda suggested that Erica call others, since she probably had someone's number. However, the girl was not very happy with this. She told Amanda that she was staying with her now. She was desperately trying to sound helpful, saying that she was now risking her life to protect Amanda. Adam, after listening to the heroine, said that unfortunately he couldn't help in any way now. Amanda's mind flashed back to her carefree school days, where her blog was the talk of the town. The heroine basked in the rays of fame because of the blog, and after the midterm exams, Erica volunteered to personally edit her videos. Basically, they always had a good time together, even if they were laughing and guffawing. As soon as Chester showed up and started chatting with Amanda, Erica would immediately leave her. In each such situation, the atmosphere became awkward, and now she even regrets it a little. Continuing to tell the story of betrayal, an infected person was able to enter their room. It is unclear how they managed to get through it, but when they came out, they ran with their heels flashing. But unfortunately, a damn exoskeleton appeared on their way, which did not bode well. Erica took Amanda's hand, asking her to distract the creature while she called someone for help. Throwing her towards the exoskeleton with the words that Amanda had once abandoned her in the same way, Erica ran away. She was partly right when she told Chester that the girl suffered because of the creature, but she suffered because of it. Adam, being well-mannered, listened to the story and assumed that it must have been difficult for her during her school days. The man decided to calm Amanda down by presenting Erica's actions not as a betrayal, but as a rescue. The girl felt very awkward after this, and, taking her word for it, she wanted to meet her and apologize. Unfortunately, now was not the time for that, because they needed to get out of here. Amanda's friends were in danger. Returning to the girls' classmates, they found themselves in an awkward situation with Jimmy, who did not believe that they did not know him. He decided that the guys were lying because they were embarrassed by the guy's charm. Albert decided to calm his friend down by saying that they really didn't know him, but he asked the chubby guy to shut up. Caroline decided to ask what they were doing there, since they were filming the bridge, but they were still running away from someone, which they admitted themselves. The woeful blogger replied that they were running away from underwater creatures on the Khan River, which is why they interrupted filming. The YouTuber changed the subject, asking what the guys were doing there, but Caroline said she asked her question first. Albert felt uneasy when he heard the question about the Han River and said that he would not go there again, but Jim nudged him with his elbow. The guy said that now was the perfect time to go to the Han River and offered to help. Well, at the same time, Adam entered the building with the corpses of those marauders that Pete shot. One of them was bleeding but still alive. He said that Peter wanted to take revenge on someone, which confirmed his madness. With his last breath, the guy in the motorcycle helmet asked Adam to finish off the soldier, avenging the dying man. Suddenly, Chester and Chelsea heard someone suddenly find them. It was none other than Peter, riding a motorcycle, finally finding the main characters. Chester told everyone else to run away from this madman. Patrick didn't understand what was going on and asked Chester if he saw someone. Chelsea explained to the guy that it was he who shot Erica and seriously wounded Tom. Although the boy had patched up his wounds, he was still in pain. Caroline came up to check on his condition. Chester shouted to everyone else that they should run away, but the girl thought that it was not worth it because there were more of them. Peter finally found them, but they didn't run away. They just looked at him, which left the soldier in a stupor. Pete tried to do something because they were defenseless in front of him. They were in the palm of his hand. He finally decided to address them, saying that if things continued like this, they would not be able to survive. It seemed like he was about to come here and shoot all the school children, but Caroline did not back down. The warrior began to press the fact that Tom was infected and mentioned that he knew where their girlfriend was. Chelsea thought her friend was the survivor Amanda, who the girls were told was dead. An enraged Chester began to insult Peter, saying that Amanda could not be alive. Peter grinned and finally decided to roll down the slope to the guys, wanting to finish what he started. Menacingly advancing towards the boys, he offered them to turn away from Tom. In exchange, he would bring Amanda here. What was very unexpected was that Caroline agreed with Peter and pointed a flamethrower at the boys. However, she began to talk nonsense, saying that she had only guessed that there was an infected bastard among them. Chester and Patrick couldn't believe it and turned to the girl, demanding that she stop. She began to convince the others that they were fools and that if they stayed with Tom, he would infect them all. Peter, due to his limited intelligence, began to believe that at least someone among them listened to him. Caroline heated up the situation by saying that if they didn't make a decision now, they would all burn out. Emma became wary because the girl had told Tom something completely different in the bathroom before leaving. But despite this, she asked Peter if he would really return Amanda to them and send them all home. Chester, after thinking for a bit, asked the soldier if his girlfriend was alive, doubting the truth of the soldier's words to the very end. Pete looked at Chester with disdain and said that he was not like school children and could not lie. After answering Chester, he immediately pointed the gun at Tom, saying that he would be the first one to die among the boys. Showing true hatred, Peter mockingly asked if Tom would survive if he was shot in the head. Suddenly, Caroline pointed a makeshift flamethrower at the soldier, whispering to Chester to take the soldier down. The guy, with some feeling of fear, rushed at the soldier to save Tom, but his legs began to give way, just at the thought that Amanda might be alive. Caroline scolded the guy in a whisper, because if he screwed up, everyone could die. Peter nevertheless noticed Tom's attempt to save him and, bringing the gun even closer, asked the guy if he really wanted to save him. Suddenly, Emma ran towards Peter, trying to save her friend. The warrior was distracted by Emma, which allowed Chelsea to push him with a battering ram. Running as fast as she could, she pushed him and herself into the Han River. Tom, as if thanking for his salvation, immediately hurried to give Chelsea his hand. The guy felt that the river was contaminated, so he quickly pulled the girl out, asking how she felt. The weight of Peter's equipment made it difficult for him to swim properly. The soldier struggled to surface, but was interrupted by Caroline, who asked him to shut up. She asked him where Amanda was now, and if he answered, she would definitely help him. Peter wasn't going to answer that question, since they had all just betrayed him. Caroline mocked him, saying that the soldier was an idiot and would regret it later. Meanwhile, the guys were asking if everyone was alive and well, but the soldier managed to wound Emma, listening to the girl's screams trying to find out how Emma was feeling. Tom was simply furious. Of course, none other than Peter could have committed such a crime by wounding the poor girl. The guy felt pain in his hand and pointing his finger at Peter, He said that right now he would die painfully. Monsters of the Han River began to emerge from the water, completely subordinate to Tom. The soldier realized what kind of trouble he was in and almost screamed in horror. Peter desperately tried to get out of the river, begging Tom for help, but he didn't even listen to him. The soldier reminded the hero of his rescue at their first meeting, but Tom was adamant and watched his death. Caroline decided to take Tom away from the river to keep him safe. The guy shared with the girl that from the very beginning he used monsters to finish off the warrior. The pair saw rescue soldiers fighting off monsters with flamethrowers. Continuing his story, the guy said that when his emotions intensify, the cells are more sensitive, and this is somehow transmitted to the creatures. The protagonist extended his hand towards the monsters attacking the soldiers, holding them back for a while. The one among the bastards who was closest to the soldiers turned back. They all felt the aura of the guy who ordered them to retreat and leave the soldiers alone. All the monsters obediently followed the order, deciding to go under the river, which surprised the military. The exhausted boy almost fell to the ground, but Caroline caught him, asking what he had just done. Tom lets the creatures do whatever he wants, but when he pulls this trick, he always gets uneasy. While our couple were talking, everyone else went upstairs, calling the heroes. Meanwhile, Patrick offered to bandage Emma's wound, but Chester generally offered to examine her. Chelsea took off her tracksuit, deciding to give it to the girl to bandage the wound. While they were wondering how Emma could have been hit, a van pulled up to them. And in this van sat Jimmy and Albert, calling the guys to sit with them. He didn't stop filming even while driving, asking what kind of soldier wanted to kill them, and if they had seen any new creatures. As it turned out, the guy didn't even try to help the guys, but simply filmed everything on camera. Jim wouldn't even want to help them if they hadn't written to him in the chat about helping. The grief-stricken blogger was clearly proud of himself. But Chester said he still hadn't done anything wrong. Caroline was more grateful, thanking them and asking them to take them to Gangnam. Jimmy couldn't believe that the guys weren't local and started asking a lot of questions, but the girl asked him not to do that. Tom wanted to know Emma's condition, feeling guilty for her injury since Peter wanted to kill him. But the girl asked to forget about this incident, because now everyone is on equal terms. The guy thanked the girl for saving him, because if it weren't for him, Tom would have already died. Suddenly, not only the unfortunate blogger, but also the unfortunate driver slammed on the brakes. Right in front of them was a whole pile of frog eggs, entangled in the nearest cars. Albert decided to personally get rid of the obstacle in order to continue his journey to Gangnam. However, Tom shouted at the top of his lungs that these cells should not be burned under any circumstances. And indeed, it wasn't worth it, because a whole bunch of river monsters immediately crawled out. After thinking for a bit, Tom told everyone to sit still and not get out of the truck. The guy decided to go out personally to try to deal with the monsters. Chester and Patrick tried to dissuade him from this crazy idea, but he didn't seem to listen to them. A crowd of huge and powerful creatures surrounded Tom. I wonder if he will be able to defeat them.